Men and women can definitely be just friends. Utsuka believes this because of his relationship with Noa-Senpai, even though making friends as an adult is a struggle. He operates on the philosophy that life is all about saving energy. To him, relationship drama and grinding too hard at work are just too exhausting to deal with. This is the mindset he has settled into during his second year as a working professional. Since he is finished with his work, he decides it is time to head home early. He checks his task list and sees nothing urgent, so he lets his coworkers know in the group chat that he is heading out. His phone vibrates with messages, but he is already focused on the drama episode waiting for him back at his apartment. He skips a social invite from his group because of the new episode, and they tease him for being a dweeb. He prefers to keep his social and professional life to a minimum so he can prioritize his own hobbies. Even though he lives a low-energy life, he feels attracted to people who live with more earnestness. His coworker Sayatome-san stops by his desk to ask about the status of the data for their latest project. He admits he has not started it because the deadline is next week, so she offers to take care of the submission herself. He starts to apologize, but she waves it off and tells him that he is not in any trouble. She tells him to consider it a personal favor and heads off with a smile as others call out to her. Coworkers praise Sayatome-san for her incredible speed and talent in compiling materials for the new project. Utsuka watches as everyone acknowledges how quick Noa-chan is at her job. She mentions having a meeting soon and asks Utsuka to take care of the data in the meantime. He lazily agrees to handle it. Sayatome Noa-san is the company's lead art director after only 5 years. Utsuka considers her drive a talent he completely lacks since he is not career-minded at all. A coworker approaches Utsuka and asks him to cover for Hayase, who left early. He tells Utsuka that he's the only one he can trust with the extra tasks. Utsuka glances at the clock and weighs his options. He thinks about the expensive game coming out tomorrow and how his drama has been getting boring anyway. His wallet is empty after buying 3 games this month. He decides to help out because he needs the money even though he's not thrilled about staying late. He works late into the night, finding that the workload was far more than he anticipated. Eventually, he realizes he's the last one left and decides that he can find other ways to make money for his hobbies. As he prepares to leave, he spots someone still at a desk. He recognizes Sayatome-san and wonders if he should say goodbye. He walks over to tell her good job, only to find her red-faced and sobbing while clutching a can of booze at her desk. They both freeze in shock as they stare at each other. Startled by his presence, Sayatome-san loses her balance and tumbles backward out of her office chair. Utsuka rushes to check if she is okay while she whimpers on the floor. She sniffs miserably, her cool professional image completely shattered. She looks up at him with a crazed, tearful expression and asks him to just kill her. Utsuka can only react with total confusion. Sayatome staggers toward her desk drawer and pulls out a pair of scissors while breathing heavily. Utsuka panics and begs her to wait. Utsuka tries to get her to calm down and rethink her decision, but she waves the scissors around and screams at him to let her go. She cries that it is impossible to stay calm while she is sobbing and drinking beer at her own desk. Utsuka is shocked to realize she has been drinking alcohol at work. She is convinced Utsuka thinks she is a disgusting senpai who should just die, so she says her final goodbyes. Utsuka tries to tell her he was not thinking that at all. She continues to spiral, lamenting that her professional image is completely ruined despite all her hard work. Utsuka awkwardly tries to pat her on the back to comfort her. Utsuka asks her directly if something specific happened to cause this mess. She admits that something did happen, but she is terrified that he will be completely put off if she explains the details. Utsuka tells her that he is already past the point of being put off, and she looks at him with hope, asking if he really means it. She stares at him with wide, teary eyes. She tells him to wait just a moment before she tells him everything. She slams her drink down onto the desk with a loud smash. She shouts that her boyfriend dumped her over a messaging app while she was in the middle of her workday, even though he was saying he loved her just yesterday. She sobs about how he told her he fell for someone else even though she cooked for him every day and even let him use her credit card. She cries that she could not even respond because she was stuck in a meeting, and now the shock has left her unable to function at work. She feels like her entire day is cursed and is mortified that she is showing such a gross, pathetic side to her junior coworker. Utsuka listens in silence. Sayatome wails that it's all over and she only ever cared about love. Utsuka realizes her breakdown had nothing to do with work after all. She groans that she doesn't want to go back to the office for at least 6 months. They move to a restaurant where she slumps over the table in despair. Utsuka can only offer a quiet acknowledgement of her misery. She buries her face in her hands and apologizes for her behavior. Utsuka simply asks her why she feels the need to apologize. She worries that she's a mess and that he must find her disgusting. Utsuka admits that seeing this side of her was just unexpected. Sayatome laments about being disgusting and causing trouble for others. She explains how she tried so hard to be a proper adult and only show people her good side so they wouldn't hate her. She realizes that lies always come to light eventually. She believes her ex-boyfriend saw through her act all along. Utsuka continues to listen as she pours her heart out. Through her tears, she gives a pained smile and asks if she is just completely unlovable. Her tears continue to fall as the weight of her breakup sets in. Silence hangs over the table cluttered with empty glasses while she sobs quietly. She sniffs and tries to wipe away the endless stream of tears. Utsuka watches her looking a bit overwhelmed by the raw emotion. He takes a moment to process everything and tries to remember how the conversation even got to this point. He runs through the list of her sacrifices like the constant cooking and even giving her ex a credit card and falls into a thoughtful silence. Finally, Utsuka speaks up and tells Sayatome-sen that he actually thinks she is pretty amazing. Utsuka points out that she manages to be a high-ranking art director while remaining completely devoted to her romantic life. Sayatome pauses, taking in his words. He takes a drink of his beer and repeats that her ability to juggle both is truly impressive. Sayatome tries to brush it off, claiming she just has a mindset focused on love. Utsuka looks at her thoughtfully, considering her perspective. He mentions that she never slacks off at her job despite her personal drama. He admits he has his hands full just managing his daily life and hobbies, so he genuinely wonders how she finds the energy to live like that. She wonders if she is just driven by whatever is right in front of her, whether it is her boyfriend or her career. Utsuka asks if that makes her some kind of overachiever. Sayatome asks if he is just saying these things to cheer her up. Utsuka scratches his neck and tells her that was not what he intended at all. He explains that he was simply being honest about how incredible he finds her. He quickly backtracks, apologizing because he realized it might not be the appropriate time to give her such high praise. Sayatome watches him, her expression softening. She gives him a small, genuine smile while her eyes still shimmer with tears. She tells him that hearing those words actually makes her very happy. Utsuka is glad to see her feeling a bit better. They have a quiet moment of mutual understanding. They continue to stare at each other across the empty beer mugs. Utsuka finally asks her what is wrong when the silence goes on too long. Sayatome jumps startled out of her thoughts. Fidgeting nervously, she suggests that they could go out for drinks together again every once in a while if he is up for it. Utsuka looks at her, considering the offer. With a blush on her face, she takes a leap and asks if they can just be friends. Utsuka blinks in surprise, processing the sudden proposal for friendship. Sayatome excitedly describes a relationship where they can drink together and their worries while being their true selves. She clarifies that she wants them to be good friends as people rather than as a man and a woman. Utsuka reminds her that he is her junior at work, but she insists that his status as a kuhai does not matter to her. He asks why she isn't friends with other colleagues, and she explains that the women have formed their own groups and ended up disliking her. When he asks about the men at the office, she admits that they always start acting strange and uncomfortable around her. Utsuka stays silent as he waits for her to continue her explanation. Sayatome begins to explain why she feels so much more comfortable around him specifically. She tells him bluntly that the reason she can be herself is because she just does not see him as a man. She calls him genderless or neutral, leading Utsuka to ask what she is even trying to say. She ignores his question and claps her hands together, begging him to become her friend. When he doesn't immediately answer, she starts tearing up again and asks if he is rejecting her. Utsuka considers the strangeness of making new friends at 23, especially with his own work superior. Sayatome continues to cry while looking at him with a desperate and pleading expression. Utsuka stares back at her, feeling the pressure of her intense, tearful gaze. Utsuka worries that adding Sayatome-san into his life will disrupt the energy-saving balance he has carefully maintained between work and his personal time. He looks at her and realizes that despite her current state, she is a genuinely good person who puts her whole heart into everything she does. Sayatome suddenly backtracks, laughing awkwardly and calling herself creepy for being so sudden before telling him to just forget she said anything. Utsuka stops her and simply agrees to the proposal, telling her that they should be friends. She stares at him with wide eyes, overwhelmed with relief as more tears begin to pool in her eyes. She cheers loudly in her drunken state, celebrating the success of her request, while Utsuka notes just how much she has had to drink. She continues her happy outburst, marking the official start of Utsuka's friendship with Noa-Senpai. Back at the office, Utsuka lets out a tired yawn as he tries to focus on his computer screen. He thinks about how they never actually exchanged any contact information after their talk, and he watches as Sayatome approaches his desk with some documents. As she looks over her papers, he wonders if she was so drunk that she ended up forgetting the entire night. She professionally hands him a folder of reference materials for her current project, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary happened. He thanks her politely and begins to flip through the pages while she watches him with a neutral expression. He finds a sticky note hidden inside the folder with her personal messaging ID and a note thanking him for the previous week. He realizes with a start that she remembered every single detail of their conversation after all. Sayatome gives a faint smile as the reality of their new office friendship begins. Sayatome spends her time reading at a manga cafe, obsessed with a tragic scene where her favorite character dies. While eating a beef bowl, Utsuka's friend asks if he has any interest in finally getting a girlfriend. The friend points out that Utsuka is the only one in their group who is single and claims he is missing out on the best parts of life. Utsuka continues his meal, privately thinking that romance is just too exhausting to pursue. He explains to his friend that romance would steal away his personal time and that he has no clue what women even like to talk about. His friend dismisses the concerns and tells him to just find a talkative girl, insisting that a girlfriend makes life colorful and comfortable. Utsuka remains unconvinced, preferring his quiet life of hobbies and few friends, while his buddy goes on a long-winded rant about his own cute girlfriend. At the office, Sayatome returns from a task and professionally asks Utsuka to review the user interface next. He admires how she is always working so hard. A coworker asks her to check another project, and Utsuka notices a specific character badge on her bag, asking if she follows the series. She claims the badges are strictly for professional research, so she can understand how to make game characters more profitable based on trending anime. She admits she wore the badge just for fun after getting it during her research, and a senior coworker tells Utsuka he should follow her example if he wants a raise. Sayatome drunkenly cries about how much she wants to marry a fictional character named Haru-kun. Utsuka realizes that his senior is a total fanatic when it comes to her hobbies. She gushes about an anime episode she just watched, obsessing over a character who isn't as cool as he looks. When Utsuka asks if she likes the cool type, she claims she only has room in her heart for 2D men now that she's been dumped. He mentions that the series Sawtooth Man is good, specifically the battle scenes, and she gets hyped because she finds them incredibly stylish. She is happy to know he watches the same show, but her jaw drops when he reveals that he is also current with the manga. She is shocked by how much he knows about the series and suggests that they keep the night going since it is still early. The two of them arrive at a Kiyama cafe, an internet and manga cafe, to spend more time together. At the reception desk, Sayatome asks for a room where she can lie down and stretch out, and Utsuka thinks that sounds like a comfortable plan. The clerk books them into a pair room, which catches Utsuka off guard until Sayatome points out it is the cheaper option. They walk down the corridor together to find their designated booth. They enter a room that is larger than they expected, equipped with a large television and cushions. Sayatome excitedly tells him to come in. Sayatome immediately rolls around on the floor, wishing her office had a relaxation area like this. Utsuka settles down and starts looking through a stack of manga. As he reads, Sayatome leans over his shoulder to get a better look at what he has picked out. He gets a bit of a shock from how close she is, but she is too busy admiring the retro art style of his manga to notice. She finds the story very emotional and nice, and Utsuka asks if she usually enjoys that kind of stuff. She explains her love for intense plots and old-school shoujo manga. He mentions that he watches older series too because of his parents' influence. Her eyes light up with excitement as she realizes they the same interest in classic series. Sayatome radiates joy as she talks about how dropping by a manga cafe after work to chat about their favorite series makes her feel youthful again. Utsuka gives her a half-hearted compliment in return. Sayatome declares that she is going to read a massive amount today and drops a heavy stack of books onto the floor. Utsuka is taken aback by the sheer volume of manga she plans to get through. They both settle in to read, though Sayatome is much more animated, constantly shifting positions and eventually swooning over how handsome the character Haru-kun is in the manga version. Silence fills the room as they continue their reading session, with Utsuka calmly flipping through his pages while Sayatome remains completely curled up and absorbed in her own book. Sayatome suddenly sneaks up and grabs Utsuka's shoulder while he is distracted by his book. He jumps in surprise and asks her what is going on. Tears stream down Sayatome's face as she delivers the devastating news that her favorite character Haru-kun has died in the story. Utsuka mentions that he found that particular plot point interesting, which sends Sayatome into a panic. She is appalled that he could use such a word for a character's death and claims she was never warned about this tragedy. Sayatome rants about how hard the character worked for everyone and calls the author incredibly cruel for killing him off. Utsuka tries to get her to lower her voice so they don't get kicked out. Utsuka admits he is impressed by her deep level of empathy for fictional people. Sayatome wipes her eyes, admitting the scenes were painful, but noting that she usually tries to hold back her tears now that she is nearly 30. Sayatome worries aloud if it is strange for someone her age to get so worked up over fictional characters. Utsuka stares at her, silently noting that she is actually 27. Utsuka tells her that there is nothing wrong with enjoying things her own way. He reminds her that since they are friends, she doesn't need to worry about being embarrassed around him. Sayatome stares at him for a moment before suddenly lashing out and jokingly hitting him while growling in frustration. Utsuka winces and asks why she is attacking him. Utsuka asks her to just listen to what he has to say. Sayatome gazes back at him with a hopeful, tear-filled expression. Sayatome teases him by saying his words sound a bit creepy coming from an adult. Utsuka can only offer a weak agreement as he sits across from her. Sayatome looks at him with a bright smile and asks if it would be all right for her to start calling him by his first name. Sayatome leans in close and asks if his first name is Rihito, causing Utsuka's eye to twitch in surprise and irritation. Utsuka immediately begs her not to use his name, pointing out that even if they are friends, no one really calls him that. Sayatome is shocked and confused by his blunt rejection of the idea. He explains that he and his friends only use last names while his family has a specific nickname for him as an older brother. He tries to convince her to just stick with calling him Utsuka. Sayatome ignores his preference and calls him Rihito-kun with a sweet, blushing smile. Utsuka breaks into a cold sweat as she completely bypasses the boundary he tried to set. She starts chanting his first name over and over with childlike excitement. Utsuka groans in defeat as her loud chanting fills the small booth. He tries one more time to insist that calling him Utsuka was perfectly fine. Sayatome refuses to back down, claiming that using his first name is a much better choice for their friendship. Utsuka sighs and comments that she has a habit of getting way too close to people far too quickly. Sayatome smiles and asks him what he means by that. Sayatome's cheerful expression vanishes instantly as she quietly admits she gets that kind of criticism a lot. Utsuka realizes his offhand remark actually hit a nerve. She begins to sob, admitting that she was a lonely kid and now has no experience with intimacy as an adult. She is convinced she is gross for being so clingy and asks if he wants to end their friendship right now. Utsuka panics and tells her that talking about cutting ties is way too hasty. He begs her to stop jumping to the worst conclusions on her own. Sayatome sniffs and asks if they are really still friends. When he reassures her, she hesitantly asks if that means it is actually okay for her to call him by his first name. He finally relents and tells her it is fine, making her cheer with joy. He asks why it matters so much to her, but she suddenly falls into a gloomy silence. She leans forward with a piercing, serious gaze and asks him directly if she is simply not special to him. Sayatome moves even closer, repeating his first name with a soft, blushing expression as she gazes into his eyes. Utsuka turns away, his face turning bright red as he struggles to handle her sudden intensity and flustered by her closeness. Utsuka decides that he will call her by her first name as well. He addresses her as Noa-Senpai, catching her off guard and making her look at him in surprise. Sayatome makes a sour face as she processes the way he just addressed her. Utsuka asks her what is with the expression on her face. She wonders aloud if calling her that actually makes things fair between them. Sayatome complains that being called Noa-san sounds a bit too bossy for her liking. Utsuka finds the whole naming negotiation to be a massive pain and considers sticking with her last name instead. Sayatome gets extremely flustered and starts trembling as the tension rises. Utsuka awkwardly suggests calling her Noa-Senpai as a compromise and asks if she hates that too. Sayatome covers her face with her sleeves and admits that she doesn't actually hate being called that. Utsuka settles on Noa-Senpai as the permanent solution. Sayatome shyly mentions through her hands that his voice is surprisingly deep, and he admits that he hears that comment quite often. Sayatome continues to hide her face, clearly overwhelmed by the situation. Utsuka watches her, looking a bit tired of the emotional roller coaster. Utsuka decides that they have done enough with first names for one day. As Sayatome flails her arms in a panic, he privately thinks that even maintaining a friendship can be exhausting. Ever since they exchanged contact information, Sayatome has been constantly messaging Utsuka. She sends him notes about things she finds online and updates about the fictional characters she likes. Utsuka's phone blows up every single day with her messages. He tries to keep up with the conversation even when she gushes about the specific personality traits that make her favorite anime characters so charming. Sitting alone in his room, Utsuka admits to himself that he is really not good at texting. He worries that his messages might come across as either too impolite or completely creepy. Utsuka decides to just send a thumbs-up sticker to be safe. He lets out a sigh and turns his notifications off so he can focus on watching a movie. While Utsuka is busy watching an action movie, the notification count on his messaging app starts climbing from 5 to 8 and eventually reaches 13. The sun shines over the crowded city skyline as another workday begins. At the office, Sayatome stops by Utsuka's desk to let him know she is checking the advertisement and that the character model looks ready. He thanks her for the update. They work together on a character design, with Sayatome pointing out specific details like color saturation and silhouette adjustments. Utsuka listens intently and acknowledges her professional feedback. Utsuka takes notes on her instructions, admiring her impeccable eye for detail. Sayatome finishes her review and asks if he has a moment to talk about something else. Sayatome leans in close and whispers nervously to ask him if he has checked his messages lately. Utsuka feels a wave of guilt and breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes he has been ignoring her. He explains that he was busy watching a movie the day before. Sayatome asks if it was good before quickly apologizing and telling him not to worry about the lack of response. Utsuka finally checks his phone and is absolutely stunned to find 96 unread messages waiting for him. He scrolls through the long list of texts and realizes she was spiraling again, assuming he wanted to end their friendship and repeatedly apologizing for being a creep. Utsuka starts typing a quick apology for being bad at messaging. Before he can even finish his thought, a new message from her pops up, instantly saying that it's totally fine. He reflects on his own communication habits and realizes that while he struggles with texts, he is usually much faster at responding to voice calls. Sayatome sends another message asking if it would be all right for them to have a phone call later that night. The city lights twinkle against the dark sky as the evening sets in. Utsuka sits in his room at 1021 p.m. staring at his phone and wondering what they will even talk about. He decides it is best to just go with the flow of the conversation. His phone begins to ring and he answers it formally. Sayatome picks up on the other end with a cheerful greeting, identifying herself as Noa. Sayatome explains that since she moved recently, she has not been able to socialize much and feels lonely at home. She apologizes for being clingy and mentions that she is usually too focused on work mode at the office to show this side of herself. Utsuka asks her bluntly if he is truly her only friend. She confirms it immediately with a loud and desperate exclamation. Sayatome gets emotional, telling him that she would be completely depressed and alone if he ever disappeared. She admits that it hurt deeply when he didn't respond to her messages because she convinced herself that he hated her. Utsuka tells her that she is worrying too much and reassures her that he is not the type of person to cut ties with someone so easily. Sayatome sounds relieved and asks if he really means what he says. Tears continue to fall as Sayatome asks him to pamper her even more in the future. Utsuka asks if it is all right if he only pampers her when he is actually free. Sayatome shouts back through the phone that he needs to do it all the time. Sayatome excitedly declares that since they are friends, she wants to chat more frequently on the messaging app and have more voice calls. Utsuka can only offer a quiet acknowledgement. Utsuka admits that he does not actually want that because he values his alone time. Sayatome is completely stunned by his honest rejection of the idea. Sayatome is baffled by his preference for solitude and explains that she hates being alone so much that she cries herself to sleep with anxiety. She wonders if she is the weird one while everyone else is just brave. Utsuka explains that introverts and extroverts just have different ways of dealing with stress, and for him watching movies alone is relaxing. Sayatome thinks his way of living sounds like it sucks. Sayatome argues that sharing thoughts on movies and hearing different viewpoints helps her discover things she would never notice on her own. Utsuka listens thoughtfully as she gushes about the benefits of socializing. Utsuka admits she has a point, and Sayatome immediately asks if he wants to watch a movie with her next time. He agrees, figuring it could be worth a try. Sayatome cheers happily and says she wants to watch a romance movie together. Utsuka is amazed at how incredibly fast she can change her mood. Sayatome continues chatting about the zombie horror drama. Utsuka recommended mentioning that she can handle scary movies now but might still end up crying. Utsuka listens quietly as she rambles on. Utsuka decides to follow her advice and try being more social. Sayatome looks happy and relieved on her end of the call. Sayatome giggles and repeats how much she wants to watch a romance movie with him. Utsuka gives her a short, simple agreement. Sayatome gushes about her happiness, admitting she feared dying of loneliness after her breakup until they became friends. Utsuka tells her she is overreacting to the situation. She beams into the phone and declares that she does not feel lonely at all anymore. Utsuka sips his tea and says he is glad to hear she is doing better. Sayatome suddenly makes him promise never to ghost her on the messaging app again. Utsuka accidentally taps the screen and prompts a video call request. Sayatome is caught in the middle of taking a drink, looking surprised by the sudden change. The video feed connects, showing Sayatome holding an alcoholic drink while appearing to be completely undressed. Both of them freeze in total shock and mortification as they stare at each other through their phone screens. Utsuka panics and immediately hangs up the phone, ending the transmission. He stares at his phone, which shows the call lasted over an hour before ending at 1:21 a.m. He sits on his sofa blushing and sweating as he processes what he just saw. Sayatome sends a series of frantic messages apologizing for the accidental video feed. She explains that she usually goes nude at home and begs him not to be disgusted by her. Utsuka holds his head in his hands and groans, wondering why she had to be naked. He tries to convince himself that it was only for a second and he didn't see anything important. Sayatome sits on her floor and wails about messing everything up again. Utsuka eventually caves and tells her they can just call again next time. Utsuka sits alone at his desk eating lunch when Sayatome suddenly calls out to him from across the office. Sayatome walks over to his desk to talk about their upcoming plans to go see a movie together. She shows him a movie poster on her phone and gushes about the lead actor, but Utsuka is distracted by how badly her screen is cracked. Utsuka points out that the film looks like it is aimed at middle schoolers, which causes Sayatome to let out a miserable groan. Sayatome defends the choice by saying they need to stay current with what younger audiences enjoy to be better creators. Utsuka continues his meal and admits that it could be a good opportunity for research. She begs Utsuka to go with her, crying that she would stand out like a sore thumb in a theater full of couples. Utsuka privately concludes that she really does not have any other friends. Utsuka asks if she wants to catch the latest showing, and she happily suggests going on a weekend so they can discuss the film afterward. Crowds of people move through the busy train station as Saturday finally arrives. Sayatome arrives in a very flashy, youthful outfit and apologizes for taking so long to get ready. Utsuka tells her she is fine since they still have time before the movie starts. Utsuka notes that she looks completely different today, and she is thrilled that he noticed the change in her style. She explains that she dressed younger to blend in with the students, leading Utsuka to ask if she is seriously trying to pass for a high schooler. As they walk, Sayatome admits this is her very first time watching a romance movie. Utsuka mentions that the visuals and script are supposedly great, so it should be a productive trip. Sayatome justifies her excitement by saying they need to absorb knowledge for game development, but Utsuka knows she is really just after the romantic scenes with the lead actor. The movie plays on the large theater screen, showing a quiet moment between the two main characters. Utsuka settles into his seat and realizes that the film is actually pretty good so far. On the screen, the male lead confesses his feelings, telling the girl that he has liked her ever since they became friends. Utsuka wonders if women actually enjoy being commanded like that. His thoughts are interrupted by loud sniffing coming from the seat next to him. Sayatome is completely moved by the scene, sobbing into a handkerchief as she gets lost in the story. Utsuka notes that her level of empathy is impressive as she starts talking to the characters on the screen. He watches as she continues to sniffle and cry through the confession. Sayatome begins clapping enthusiastically for the fictional couple while tears continue to stream down her face. They move to a cafe after the movie ends, and Utsuka lets out a long sigh as they sit down. Sayatome ignores her dessert to declare that she is jealous and wants a boyfriend just like the movie lead. Utsuka asks if that is really the first thing she has to say after the film finished. Utsuka sips his drink and asks why seeing a handsome guy in a movie makes her want to fall in love in real life. He questions if the character was really all that great. Sayatome argues that the lead was cool because of his cold attitude and the way he forcefully gave orders. Utsuka listens with a skeptical expression. She gets incredibly excited, claiming that a sharp tongue and forceful nature are manly traits that make a girl's heart flutter. Utsuka remains silent as she rants. Sayatome wails about wanting a boyfriend and those heart-throbbing moments. Utsuka privately thinks that this exact mindset is why she ended up getting swindled and dumped by her ex. Utsuka asks her to explain exactly what she means by a heart-fluttering feeling, admitting he doesn't really understand the concept. Sayatome is stunned by his lack of romantic knowledge. Sayatome describes the feeling as a bittersweet mix of fluffy happiness and a painful tightening in the chest when thinking about a crush. Utsuka likens the sensation to a release of dopamine, and Sayatome enthusiastically agrees with his scientific interpretation. Sayatome recoils in horror when Utsuka bluntly asks if she is just talking about sexual desire. Sayatome is mortified and accuses him of making her sound like a pervert. Utsuka remains calm, reminding her that humans are just animals at the end of the day and asking why she won't just deny it. Sayatome tries to turn the tables by betting that he reads lewd manga himself, but her spirits sink when he simply states that he doesn't. Sayatome abruptly ends the awkward topic and suggests they go back to discussing the movie, which Utsuka is happy to do. Sayatome tries to sound professional as she mentions the movie characters were good, but she quickly zeroes in on her favorite Ren-kun. Sayatome launches into an incredibly long-winded rant about why the lead character's cool and pushy attitude is so lovable. Utsuka watches her, noting that she shows no signs of stopping. Utsuka suggests that a handsome character like that might help increase their game's female user count. Sayatome gets fired up and insists they should definitely design a drop-dead gorgeous character. Sayatome is once again swept up in her fantasies, gushing about how much she wants a heart-throbbing romance of her own. Sayatome suddenly stands up and shouts at the top of her lungs that she is definitely not a pervert. She continues to scream that she isn't a lewd woman while worrying that he secretly finds her disgusting. Utsuka tries to quiet her down, telling her she is being far too loud. Sayatome slumps onto the table in despair, crying that she is just a perverted obsessive and that he must hate being her friend now. Utsuka breaks the silence by telling her that he actually considers being obsessive a positive trait. He sips his drink and explains that obsession is just proof of her deep passion for things which he actually finds quite charming. Sayatome stares at him in stunned silence. Sayatome stares back at him with watery eyes, clearly touched by his unexpected compliment. Sayatome's sadness vanishes, instantly replaced by a radiant smile as she wonders if she should lean even more into her obsessive side. Utsuka watches her, mentally noting that her mood swings are absolutely all over the place. Sayatome poses stylishly in the city, holding a coffee cup while showing off her outfit for the day. The office is filled with the sound of clicking mice as everyone focuses on finishing their character models. Utsuka works diligently at his station, lacking any big ambitions, but still performing his job well. Utsuka takes a short break to think, resting his chin on his hand while staring blankly at his computer screen. Sayatome suddenly creeps up behind Utsuka, startling him with a loud greeting. She points out that it is already 8 o'clock and suggests they head out for drinks. Utsuka hesitates for a moment, leading Sayatome to get anxious and ask if he actually doesn't want to go with her. He quickly reassures her that isn't the case. Utsuka explains that he is stuck on a particular part of his model and wants to finish it. Sayatome starts physically pulling on his shirt, insisting that it is not an urgent task, and can wait until tomorrow. Utsuka tells her that he really needs to get the okay from Toyotake-san before he can call it a day. Sayatome looks puzzled by the mention of the team leader. Sayatome immediately rushes over to Toyotake's desk, while Utsuka watches privately, thinking that he just doesn't want to waste time on overtime if he doesn't have to. Toyotake, the 3D team leader, looks up from his work with a friendly smile and asks Sayatome what is going on. Sayatome pushily demands to know if she and Utsuka can head out for drinks right now. Toyotake chuckles, commenting on how rare it is to see the two of them getting along so well recently. Sayatome excitedly tells Toyotake-san that Utsuka definitely wants to go out. Utsuka tries to interject, but he is completely ignored. Utsuka tells Sayatome not to just make things up, but she insists that he already promised to go. Toyotake-san watches the two of them bicker with a small, knowing smile. Toyotake-san tells them both to take care and have a good time. Sayatome cheers with joy while Utsuka looks on, bewildered by how easily the team leader let them leave. The city is alive at night with various neon signs glowing along the streets as people head out to enjoy their evening. Over drinks, Sayatome praises Utsuka for being trusted with such important work, despite only being in his second year at the company. Utsuka offers a humble acknowledgement as he drinks. Sayatome continues her praise, noting that he is quite skilled at 3D modeling. Utsuka takes another sip of his beer and gives a simple, non-committal answer. Sayatome's expression suddenly shifts to a dark intensity as she asks if she would be better off dead. Utsuka is blindsided by her sudden dramatic death wish. She explains that she feels like she bores him, but Utsuka clarifies that he was actually just lost in thought about his work model. Sayatome perks up instantly and tells him he can consult her about anything since she has experience in 3D work as well. Utsuka stares at her, amazed by how quickly her mood can swing from despair to excitement. Utsuka admits that something about the character model's face just doesn't feel right to him. Sayatome listens intently as they sit beneath a row of glowing paper lanterns. He explains that he adjusted the proportions to match the original illustration down to the millimeter. Sayatome is genuinely impressed by his dedication and precision. Sayatome acknowledges his technical skill, but mentions that the company considers this a flagship product, so it needs something more than just accuracy. Sayatome asks Utsuka what he usually prioritizes when he is in the middle of creating a new character. Utsuka pauses to think about his process. Utsuka lists purely technical requirements like data specifications and matching the original art style. Sayatome smiles and announces that she has figured out exactly what he is missing. Sayatome forms a heart with her hands and tells him with a beaming smile that the missing ingredient is love. Utsuka maintains a blank expression as Sayatome shouts that she is being completely serious about her advice. Sayatome leans in with intense focus, telling him that the secret is pouring love into the characters he creates. Utsuka repeats the idea of love with a skeptical look on his face. She explains that he needs to find their good points, like their cool attitude or beautiful eyes, before he even starts creating them. She believes that being conscious of these traits allows the models to develop a unique charm. Sayatome argues that adding love increases the quality of the final product and makes customers appreciate it much more. Silence falls between them as they stare at each other across the table, neither of them saying a word for a long moment. Sayatome suddenly panics, flailing her arms as she realizes her analogy about love sounded a bit creepy. Utsuka comments that she is being way too loud again. She apologizes profusely, worried that her attempt to give senior advice just made her come across as strange. Utsuka looks at his phone and simply says that he will give her suggestion a try. Sayatome is stunned that he actually listened to her. Utsuka admits that his models have always felt stiff and lacked charm, so he is glad he consulted her for advice. Sayatome begins to tremble as tears pool in her eyes once more. She breaks down into happy sobs, overwhelmed by the fact that Utsuka actually relied on her. Utsuka looks on with total confusion at her sudden emotional outburst. Sayatome continues to wail, convinced that she has only shown him her bad side and that he must think she is a terrible superior. Utsuka crosses his arms and calmly tells her that he really does respect her as his senior. He takes a drink and explains that he has held her in high regard ever since his first day at the company. Sayatome watches him in silence, clearly moved by his honesty. She stares back at him with wide, tear-filled eyes as his sincere words finally sink in. As they walk through the bright city streets at night, Sayatome drunkenly mumbles that she loves him. Utsuka stays deadpan and simply thanks her for the sentiment. Back at the office the next day, Toya-san stops by Utsuka's desk while he is focused on his work. Toya-san notices that Utsuka's character modeling has significantly improved and looks much more lifelike. Utsuka credits the advice he got from Sayatome during their drinks, and Toya-san notes that she is surprisingly good at deep conversations when she has been drinking. Toya-san encourages him, saying that this is how one learns, by absorbing the best qualities from others. Utsuka quietly agrees. Toya-san leans in with a mischievous grin and asks if the two of them are actually dating. Utsuka reacts with immediate and loud shock. Utsuka firmly denies the idea, reminding Toya-san that she is his senior. Toya-san laughs it off as a common trope, and Utsuka tells him he is being incredibly annoying. Sayatome happily munches on a sandwich at her desk while looking content with her snack. Utsuka stops by to hand Sayatome the manga he mentioned during their phone call. She is delighted and tells him how much she is looking forward to reading it. Utsuka asks her what she has been looking at on her computer screen. She excitedly shows him some fan art she found of their company's game. Sayatome brags that she can find fan art even when people try to avoid using specific keywords. Utsuka is impressed by her dedication as she continues to scroll through the search results. Utsuka asks Sayatome if she uses Twitter while he watches her browse the fan art on her screen. Sayatome looks over her shoulder and claims that she does not use the platform at all. Utsuka admits he figured she was a complete shut-in. Sayatome gets flustered and clarifies that she only uses the official company account for their game. Sayatome mentions that her job keeps her too busy to make friends to connect with online anyway. Utsuka realizes that he really is her only friend in the world. Sayatome excitedly shoves her phone in his face to show him a character she made named Bestia-sama. She calls the design a total smash hit. Sayatome is proud that her idea for a cool and handsome character worked out so well. Utsuka notes her obvious bias for that specific type of man. Utsuka is impressed that she maxed out the character's level, but he is completely floored when she casually mentions spending over 90,000 yen to get a rare color variant. Sayatome continues to swoon over the pretty design and animations, declaring that Bestia-sama might be one of her all-time favorites. Sayatome finds it rewarding to see a character she poured her heart into being so well received. Utsuka watches her, thinking about how handsome types are always the most popular. Later that night, Utsuka lies in bed and decides that he should probably check the public's opinion on the game every once in a while. He opens a search bar and begins to type the name Bestia to see what people are saying. Utsuka is surprised by the massive wave of positive tweets from women who find the character super hot. He realizes that Sayatome's feedback truly reached the target audience. He notices a user named Noko who is posting with incredible enthusiasm, claiming that Bestia-sama's face is godly and that she is deeply in love. Utsuka's eyes widen in realization as he continues to scroll through the highly enthusiastic posts. He looks at the profile page for Noko-chan and sees 12,000 followers and a bio mentioning her favorite anime character. He realizes with a shock that this high-profile fan account actually belongs to Noa-Senpai. Utsuka considers the possibility that the account belongs to someone else, especially since Sayatome specifically told him she does not use the app. He sees a post from the account stating that if the user's only real-life friend disappeared, she would die. He begins to suspect that this is definitely Noa-Senpai. The account is filled with posts detailing her recent trips to the manga cafe and her intense reaction to the romance movie they just watched. Utsuka realizes he has been present for every single event mentioned. A photo of her outfit for the day confirms his suspicions. He realizes that she was lying about not having a Twitter account after all. He discovers a drawing she made of herself being affectionate with the character Haru-kun. He figures that having these kinds of posts is exactly why she found it so hard to admit she was on the platform. Utsuka thinks her drawing skills are actually quite good. He decides to follow her account as he looks out over the city at night. The two of them are back at a bar to celebrate finishing the work week. Sayatome is in high spirits as she cheers for their hard work, even though they were just out drinking the previous day. Sayatome casually mentions that she has followed him on Twitter. Utsuka is surprised by the sudden admission. They a brief moment of silence before Sayatome lets out a confused sound. Utsuka asks her if her account is Noko. Sayatome begins to sweat and claims she has never heard of it, but Utsuka points out that he was sure it was her because of the photo of her outfit. Sayatome slumps onto the table and groans that she really wants to die. Utsuka tells her she is basically an open book and asks why everything has to be exposed. Sayatome is mortified that her account makes her look like a complete otaku. Utsuka tries to be nice, telling her that it feels exactly the same as her usual personality. Sayatome gets angry and shouts that the entire situation is incredibly unfair. She complains that he now knows all her most embarrassing secrets, from being a nudist to being a creepy otaku. Utsuka tries to say something to calm her down. Sayatome demands to know more about him to make things even. Utsuka starts listing generic facts like his October birthday and his blood type, but she slams her hands on the table and tells him that is not what she is interested in. Sayatome leans forward with an intense blushing expression and demands that Utsuka tell her a secret about himself that nobody else knows. Sayatome remains hovered over the table waiting for a response, while Utsuka stares back at her with his typical blank expression. Utsuka asks for clarification on what she wants to hear, and Sayatome suggests he's something embarrassing or a hidden secret. Utsuka simply replies that he has no secrets, which irritates Sayatome. She decides to take matters into her own hands and pulls out her phone to stalk his Twitter account. Sayatome finds his profile, which lists him simply as a modeler. Utsuka confirms it is his account as she starts to browse. She sees professional-sounding tweets where he praises animations and retweets a video of a funny dog. Sayatome concludes that his account is boringly normal, especially since his likes section is just an endless stream of cute dog videos. Standing in the city at night, Utsuka tells Sayatome that she is the one who has far too much personal information on the internet. Sayatome wails about how unfair the situation is. While riding the train home, Utsuka checks his phone and sees a new post from Noko saying she will die if her only real friend disappears. He thinks about how she literally tweets every detail of her life. He reads another post about how her friend is always up for hanging out and realizes that her tweets are actually not that embarrassing to look at. Utsuka's eyes remain fixed on his phone screen as he continues to scroll through her social media feed. He comes across a heartfelt post where Sayatome calls her friend her bestest friend in the world. Utsuka gazes at the words for a moment, his expression shifting slightly as he considers their new friendship. With a decisive movement, Utsuka reaches out and taps the heart icon on her post to like the tweet. Back at her apartment, Sayatome spirals into a total panic, rolling around on the floor and screaming that she wants to die now that Utsuka has actually liked one of her tweets. At the office, Utsuka asks Sayatome for a definition of a strange term he saw on her profile, catching her completely off guard while she is trying to focus on her work. Sayatome can only stutter in response, her face turning red as she struggles to find a professional explanation for the weird terminology. Sayatome approaches Utsuka's desk with a nervous expression, squirming as she prepares to ask him for a major personal favor. She begs him to accompany her to a meeting with one of her online followers. Utsuka asks if he really needs to be there, but Sayatome insists that his presence is absolutely mandatory. She explains that this person is her only friend from social media and they have known each other for 6 years without ever meeting in person. Now that the friend is coming to Tokyo, she feels it is finally time to connect. Sayatome admits that the thought of meeting someone from the internet alone makes her incredibly anxious, so she really wants him by her side. She promises to treat him to a meal if he agrees to come along. She shows him the friend's impressive artwork of a cool male character, gushing about how talented the artist is. On the day of the meeting, Sayatome shows up in an exceptionally stylish lace outfit. Utsuka tells her she pulls it off well, and she proudly admits she put a lot of effort into her look for their first encounter. She plans to maintain a professional attitude and formally thank her friend for their 6-year friendship. Utsuka finds it strange that they waited so long to meet up. Sayatome spots her friend in the crowd and notes with surprise that they have purple hair. Utsuka looks toward the person approaching them. A tall, incredibly trendy woman with a cool expression walks up to them and asks if she is indeed looking at Noko. Utsuka and Sayatome stand in awkward silence as they face the stylish woman who just approached them. Sayatome begins to shake uncontrollably, feeling completely overwhelmed by the bold presence of the woman standing before her. The purple-haired woman introduces herself as Nejiman. Utsuka says his name and introduces Sayatome as Noko-san, privately thinking about how weird her online handle is. Nejiman suddenly reaches out and grabs Sayatome, asking why she is trying to hide her true self. Sayatome lets out a startled yelp as Utsuka watches the rough treatment. Nejiman praises Sayatome's cute hairstyle, but Sayatome shyly admits she lacked the courage to go for a full bleach. When Nejiman demands they drop the formal speech, Utsuka is taken aback by her sheer boldness. They head into a restaurant and clink glasses for a toast. Nejiman immediately drops the honorifics and addresses Utsuka casually, much to his surprise. Nejiman tells Sayatome that she has been wanting to meet her forever. Sayatome is shocked to hear that her online friend has been looking forward to this moment for so long. The two women dive into a passionate discussion about the manga Sawtooth Man. Utsuka sips his wine and realizes that Sayatome is getting along with her friend just fine without any help from him. 30 minutes pass, and the friendly atmosphere has turned into a screaming match over shipping. Nejiman insists two characters are dating, but Sayatome furiously claims that she is the one dating the male lead. Utsuka watches the two women glare at each other, wondering if they are actually friends at all. They trade insults, each questioning if the other has even bothered to read the source material properly. The argument continues as Nejiman firmly states that the lead character isn't interested in men. Sayatome huffs in disagreement, pointing to his behavior toward another character as proof of his true feelings. Both women suddenly turn their intense focus toward Utsuka and demand to know his opinion on the characters' love lives. Utsuka is caught in the middle of their shipping war. Utsuka tries to offer a canonical fact about an unrequited love, but Nejiman shuts him down with a terrifying expression, telling him to keep his mouth shut. To resolve their dispute, the two women raise their hands and call for a massive order of beers. Utsuka tries to get them to slow down, but they are determined to use alcohol to reach an agreement. Another 30 minutes go by and Utsuka has completely passed out on the table. Sayatome notes that he is a sleepy drunk, while Nejiman just finds him boring. Sayatome and Nejiman continue their conversation while Utsuka remains asleep on the table. Sayatome mentions that they hang out a lot over voice calls too. Nejiman asks if he is the one she has been drinking with so much lately, and Sayatome happily confirms it. Sayatome reaches out and pokes Utsuka's cheek while he is out cold. She teases him, trying to get a reaction. She continues to poke his face, repeatedly laughing because he isn't waking up at all. She notes how stretchy and youthful his skin feels, finding it quite nice. Sayatome pulls out her phone to take a picture of his squished face while she continues to mess with him. Nejiman watches the two of them with a silent, judging expression. Nejiman asks bluntly if Utsuka is her boyfriend. Sayatome panics and insists they are just friends, but Nejiman points out that their physical distance suggests otherwise. Nejiman warns Sayatome that her clingy attitude might attract misunderstandings or even dangerous people. Sayatome begins to tear up, feeling called out by her friend's sharp observation. Sayatome quickly defends Utsuka, claiming he isn't a bad person and is actually a really good kid. Nejiman lets out a sigh and decides to let the matter drop for now. Nejiman calls Sayatome a cute girl, which makes her beam with joy. However, the compliment is followed by a warning that she is far too easy to manipulate. When Nejiman asks how many terrible boyfriends she has had in the past, Sayatome hesitantly admits the number is around 5. Nejiman is stunned by the answer and comments on how incredible it is that Sayatome is still a virgin after going through so many relationships. Sayatome looks completely mortified by the directness of the statement. Sayatome begins to cry as she explains that her exes always became too aggressive and would get angry when she said no. Nejiman feels bad and apologizes, saying she never intended to offend her friend. They run through a list of the scumbags Sayatome has dated, including thieves, liars, and even married men. Nejiman concludes that they were all terrible people, and Sayatome agrees while feeling thoroughly depressed. Sayatome wonders if she is actually the problem in these failed relationships. Nejiman immediately shuts down that line of thinking, telling her there is absolutely no way that is true. Nejiman assures her that she is a good person who deserves to be happy. Sayatome starts to feel a bit of hope, unaware that Utsuka's ear has begun to twitch. Utsuka suddenly sits up and looks toward them, startling both women with his unexpected return to consciousness. Utsuka slowly wakes up from his nap, mumbling as he stretches. Sayatome looks at him with a panicked expression and asks if he has been listening to their conversation the whole time. Utsuka asks if Sayatome and Haru-kun are really dating, which causes Nejiman to scream in pure shock. Sayatome avoids the question, keeping a small, playful smile on her face. Sayatome lets out a quiet, amused laugh as she watches her friend's intense reactions to the topic of romance. Sayatome tells Negi-chan that Rahito-kun is actually a very good guy. She cheers about the success of her brainwashing and credits the strength of the alcohol for their easy bonding. Nejiman rests her chin on her hand and stares at Utsuka with a mischievous, knowing smirk. Nejiman admits that being able to discuss otaku hobbies might actually make Utsuka a decent person after all. She jokingly suggests she will just kill him later, causing Sayatome to scream for her to stop. Sayatome lies on her bed in her pajamas, hugging a large stuffed bunny while staring blankly into the distance. Back at the office, Utsuka is washing his mug in the kitchen area when Sayatome stops by to talk about work. She mentions being overwhelmed with pre-release features and art director tasks. She admits she really wants to get drinks with him but tells herself she needs to stay focused on her responsibilities. Sayatome pumps herself up, declaring that she will succeed as a career woman this week. Utsuka calmly wishes her good luck as she heads off with her coffee. Toya takes and calls Sayatome over for a work check just as she is leaving. She waves goodbye to Rahito-kun and follows the team leader to his desk. Utsuka lies on his bed at home, checking his phone in the quiet of his room. He admits to himself that he is truly thankful to finally have some alone time after a busy week. Utsuka reflects on his personality needing solitude to recharge, yet he realizes that spending time with Noa-Senpai isn't actually that uncomfortable for him. He picks up his handheld gaming console and settles in for the night. Utsuka settles onto his bed to finally play some Gelda after reaching the Temple of Light. His gaming session is immediately interrupted by his phone ringing loudly next to him. He sees a call from Noah on his screen and answers it. Sayatome greets him, softly calling him Rahito-kun. Sayatome asks if he would like to go out for a drink. Utsuka reacts with confusion to the sudden invitation. He initially tries to decline but eventually asks if she wants to go out right now. Sayatome apologizes, admitting she knows it's a lot to ask. Utsuka asks if she is feeling a bit down. Sayatome tries to brush it off, claiming she is fine, while the sound of her sobbing comes through the receiver. Utsuka realizes that the way she is crying is obviously different from her normal behavior. He listens as she continues to break down on the other end of the line. Sayatome apologizes between sobs, repeating that it is okay even though she is clearly upset. Utsuka remains silent as he listens to her distress. He stares at his phone with a neutral expression, contemplating whether or not he should go meet her. The sun sets over the dense city skyline, marking the end of the day. Sayatome stands outside near a public entrance, weeping into her hands. People walk past as she struggles to keep herself together. She continues to cry in the middle of the crowd, admitting to herself that while she made it to the meeting spot, she is still a mess. Utsuka arrives at the station and finds her. Sayatome immediately lunges toward him and clings to his arm while wailing with relief. He tells her to stop being so clingy in such a public place. Utsuka asks her what exactly is going on. Sayatome apologizes for the trouble but explains that she was desperate for a conversation at that very moment. Sayatome looks down and admits that she made a mistake at work. Utsuka listens and simply acknowledges that he understands. Sayatome says she is just happy to be near him and suggests they talk about a manga like Salmon instead. Utsuka gives her a blank stare and asks why she won't just talk about her job, questioning if she really called him all the way there just to discuss comics. The afternoon passes quietly as Sayatome begins to open up about her personal life. Sitting together on a park bench, Sayatome explains that she has always had a habit of packing her schedule full of work. Tears well up in her eyes as she admits she forgot to check on some urgent tasks because of her heavy workload. She worries that everyone on the team regrets leaving her in charge and considers her a total nuisance. Sayatome confesses that she thought she was bothering Utsuka as well. He mentions that she always seems busy, but she insists that her worries aren't just limited to her job at the company. She reflects on their time spent together, noting that even though he goes out and chats with her, it never seems like he is having much fun. She admits she started to feel like she was forcing him to spend time with her against his will. Sayatome sobs into her hands and apologizes for dragging him out to meet her today. Utsuka listens to her apology without interrupting. Utsuka asks if she is always this dramatic, leading Sayatome to spiral further into negativity. She wonders aloud if she is going to die soon because of how terrible she feels. She cries about how ashamed she feels to be his superior when she makes such big mistakes and ends up venting all her problems to her junior. Sayatome hides her face and offers another tearful apology. Utsuka watches her, his expression unreadable. Utsuka mentions that while he calls her Noa-Senpai, he has recently started thinking of her as being younger than himself. He tells her bluntly that outside of her professional skills, she does not act mature at all. Sayatome tries to argue that she is 4 years older than him before realizing that he is actually being quite mean. Sayatome looks away and laments that she is reaching 30 and still wishes she could handle things better. Utsuka looks at her seriously and tells her that their status as friends has nothing to do with her age or her professional performance. Sayatome stops crying and looks up at him in stunned silence. She hesitantly asks if he truly considers her a friend. She is taken aback by how cool he is acting about their relationship. Sayatome realizes that since Nejiman-san lives so far away, Utsuka is truly her only real-life friend. She admits this is why she came to meet him today despite her current state. Sayatome continues to stare ahead with a pained expression, her eyes still brimming with tears. She finally begins to smile through her tears, feeling a sense of relief after venting her frustrations. Sitting together on the bench, Sayatome admits that hearing his honest opinion makes her incredibly happy. Utsuka watches her, glad to see her mood finally shifting. In her excitement, Sayatome confesses that she is so happy she wants to give him a big hug. Utsuka's expression remains stoic as he listens to her sudden outburst. Utsuka bluntly asks her to stop being so creepy all of a sudden. Sayatome is immediately offended, shouting that he is being mean and insisting that isn't what she meant. Sayatome pouts, thinking about how nice he was being just a moment ago. Utsuka privately notes that while she is talented at work, she is actually quite stubborn and annoying in person. The next day at the office, Sayatome is mortified by her emotional breakdown from the night before. She apologizes and says she'll just go die, but Utsuka tells her to buy him dinner instead of being so dramatic. Sayatome explains that she normally works as a game designer but spends her weekends working as a delivery maid. In her dream, she arrives at a house and prepares to give her usual greeting. The door opens and Sayatome is frozen in total shock when she sees Utsuka standing there as the customer. Sayatome stares at Rahito-kun in disbelief, her face turning pale as she realizes her secret weekend job has been exposed to her coworker. She tries to make a quick exit by claiming she has the wrong house, but Utsuka insists it's the right place. Sayatome is mortified, wondering why on earth he would even be using a maid delivery service in the first place. Sayatome tries to hide her face behind her delivery bag, but Utsuka recognizes her immediately and calls out her name. Sayatome wakes up with a start, panting and covered in sweat, as she realizes she is safe in her own room. She looks at her hands and sighs with relief, thanking the heavens that her coworker hasn't actually seen her side job. The next day at work, Sayatome is barely functioning, looking like a ghost as she stares blankly at her computer. Utsuka arrives at her desk and asks if she is feeling sick, noting her unusually pale complexion. Sayatome tells him that she is just suffering from a severe lack of sleep due to a terrifying vision she had. Utsuka shrugs and suggests she go home early if she is that tired, but she refuses to leave her work unfinished. Sayatome decides that the only way to feel better is to go out for another round of drinks after work. They end up at a quiet bar where Sayatome immediately orders a large beer to drown her worries. She looks at Utsuka and wonders aloud if he would still be her friend even if he knew everything about her. On a Saturday afternoon, Sayatome and Utsuka find themselves sitting in an incredibly upscale restaurant. They both stare at the fancy interior and the city view outside, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the high-class atmosphere. Sayatome notes that the decorations are gorgeous and is intimidated by the fact that the entire menu is written in French. Utsuka admits it is his first time in such a place and asks Sayatome if she feels awkward. She is visibly shaking and sweating from the pressure. Sayatome begins to tear up, questioning if she even belongs in such a nice establishment. Utsuka reminds her that she chose to come here herself. Sayatome starts to panic, shouting that her presence as an otaku is polluting the air and ruining the restaurant's high-quality reputation. She considers fleeing before the food even arrives, but Utsuka tells her it is too late to leave. A waiter approaches to take their order, and Utsuka decides they should just get on with the meal. The waiter brings out a massive 3-tiered afternoon tea set filled with various sweets and treats. Sayatome is immediately mesmerized by the cute display while Utsuka stares at the spread of desserts and wonders if this counts as an actual lunch. Sayatome's mood does a complete 180 as she beams with joy thanking Rahito-kun for coming since the reservation required at least 2 people. Utsuka asks what nuncha means and Sayatome explains it is just a slang abbreviation for afternoon tea. He admits the food is good and reaches for a bite, but she suddenly shouts at him to stop. Sayatome tells him they need to take a picture, first surprising him by pulling out an anime plushie and a small acrylic stand. She explains that her Haru-kun merchandise always goes with her on outings and gushes about how well he matches the tea set. Utsuka is amazed by how quickly her social anxiety disappeared once her hobbies were involved. Sayatome suddenly asks if she can take a picture of Utsuka as well. He looks confused but tells her that he doesn't mind. Sayatome cheers and prepares her phone to snap the photo while Utsuka tries to stay still. Sayatome leans in close to Utsuka and snaps a selfie of the 2 of them together, flashing a peace sign while he looks on with a bewildered expression. Utsuka is taken aback by her taking a 2-shot of them, but Sayatome asks if he has a problem with it. Sayatome excitedly tells him not to worry because she is just going to edit the photo and replace his face with a picture of Haru-kun. She shows him a diagram of how she plans to swap him out for her favorite anime character to make it look like she is on a date with Haru-kun. Utsuka is completely speechless as he agrees to keep taking photos with her. Sayatome leans her head against Utsuka's shoulder to make the photo look even more like a real date. He gets flustered and thinks to himself that she really has no concept of personal space. Sayatome is thrilled with the pictures she got and happily digs into a macaron. Utsuka watches her eat, looking exhausted by her high energy. They continue their meal and Sayatome comments that the macaron tastes like roses and sakura. Utsuka quietly eats his own food while other couples are led to their tables nearby. Sayatome mentions that the tea is delicious and imagines that Haru-kun would enjoy drinking it too. Utsuka tells her that is quite the active imagination she has. As she sips her tea, Sayatome wonders what specific kind of tea Haru-kun would prefer. Utsuka sips his own drink with a blank stare. Sayatome suddenly notices the other customers and points out that there are an awful lot of couples in the restaurant. She looks around the room and is intimidated by how well-dressed and sophisticated everyone else appears to be. Sayatome spirals back into a panic, crying into her tea and apologizing for even being there. She repeats that she is just a creepy otaku who isn't worthy of such a fancy place. She slumps onto the table in despair, lamenting that she shouldn't have gotten carried away by coming to such a high-class restaurant. Utsuka watches her meltdown in silence. Utsuka asks her why she is so worried about what everyone else thinks. He points out that people are only there to enjoy the cake and aren't paying any attention to her. Sayatome hides her face in her hands and apologizes for her habit of overthinking everything. She admits that she is really no good and Utsuka just watches her without saying a word. Utsuka decides to start eating the desserts while Sayatome is busy crying. She immediately stops her weeping to scream at him, claiming that the cute cupcake he's about to eat was supposed to be hers. Utsuka sighs and notes that he thought she was feeling better since they just took a photo together. He casually mentions that the 2 of them almost look like a real couple. A heavy silence falls over the table as Sayatome processes his words while Utsuka continues to eat. Sayatome turns back toward him with a massive blush on her face and a shy, fluttering expression. Utsuka asks her why she is blushing so intensely. She admits that she is just genuinely surprised he would say something like that to her. Sayatome bursts into fits of flustered, high-pitched laughter, clearly unable to handle the sudden romantic tension. She laughs and admits that it really does look like they are on a date, even though she feels she might be a bit too old for him. Sayatome's anxiety returns as she worries that strangers will mistake her for a sugar mommy since she is nearly 30 and out with a younger man. Utsuka tells her she is being far too negative. As the waiter brings the check, Sayatome shouts a loud denial of being a sugar mommy, insisting they are just friends. Utsuka tells her to be quiet while she realizes their age gap is actually only 4 years. Utsuka admits that while he calls her his senior, he has recently started thinking of her as being younger than himself. Sayatome is stunned by the confession. He explains that outside of her professional work skills, she doesn't act mature at all. Sayatome is hurt by the comment, accusing him of suddenly being very mean to her. Sayatome looks away in a daze, lamenting that she is almost 30 years old and still wishes she could handle her life better. Sayatome stands in the office pointing at a computer screen as she gives directions to a couple of male coworkers. Sayatome maintains a focused and professional expression as she carries out her duties as an art director. Utsuka watches her from his desk, privately noting that she seems busy and actually looks like a responsible adult when she's working. Later in the break area, Sayatome is completely slumped over a table looking like a total mess. Utsuka walks over and tells Sayatome that her face looks terrible, asking if she stayed up too late playing video games. She lets out a tired groan and says that isn't the reason. Sayatome explains that she still hasn't finished unpacking from her recent move. Utsuka is surprised, noting that she moved out a while ago. Sayatome huffs that cleaning up isn't fun at all. Utsuka watches her, thinking about how quickly the professional dignity she showed in the office has vanished. Sayatome worries about finding roaches coming out of her old cardboard boxes, but says she still has to finish the job. Utsuka asks if she has anyone who can help her. Sayatome turns her blank gaze toward him. He asks if she's implying that he should be the one to help. Utsuka gives in and says he'll help her out. Sayatome is overjoyed, shouting that she loves him and promising to pay him 30,000 yen for the favor. The inside of Sayatome's apartment is a complete disaster, with clothes and open boxes scattered everywhere across the floor. Utsuka is visibly disgusted as he looks around the room, commenting on how incredibly dirty everything is. Sayatome nervously agrees with his assessment. Utsuka looks at the piles of junk on the floor and asks why moving out resulted in such a massive, filthy mess. Sayatome lets out a pitiful sound as she follows him around. Sayatome tries to blame her busy work schedule and her desire to hang out with him for the lack of cleaning. Utsuka tells her not to use him or her job as an excuse for her laziness. Utsuka starts rolling up his sleeves and suggests they just put everything into bags for now. Sayatome asks why he's acting so tense, and he explains that being in a messy environment makes him extremely uncomfortable. Sayatome admires how clean Rihito-kun's place must be and suggests they hang out there next time. While cleaning, Utsuka accidentally picks up a pair of her panties, causing Sayatome to scream in mortification. They agree to clean their own separate sections of the room to avoid further embarrassment. Utsuka is surprised she even asked for help given the mess. Utsuka finally finishes his part of the cleaning and sighs with relief now that he can actually see the floor. He continues to dig through the remaining boxes, finding all sorts of items inside. He comes across an anatomy book for creators and shows it to Sayatome. Sayatome suddenly changes into a maid costume she bought during college and presents herself with a flourish. Utsuka just stares at her with a blank expression. She asks him what he thinks of the outfit, admitting it is a little bit tight on her now. Utsuka calls the situation strange, which makes Sayatome snap that he is completely missing the point. She demands to know if she looks cute. Utsuka gives her a very disinterested confirmation while he goes back to packing. Utsuka asks if he can take a look at the anatomy book he found earlier. Sayatome finally starts doing some actual cleaning. Sayatome excitedly recommends the book to him. Utsuka thanks her for the suggestion. She shows him several more professional reference books, noting that they could be useful for his work as a character modeler. Sayatome explains that she studied these books when she was first learning and tells Utsuka he can have all of them. He is shocked by her generosity. Sayatome gives him a warm, soft smile as they continue their work. Sayatome digs through another cardboard box, promising to find even more reference books for Utsuka. As she bends over the box, the seam on the back of her tight-made outfit suddenly bursts wide open. Sayatome freezes in total shock, her face turning bright red as she realizes what just happened. Utsuka looks on with a puzzled expression. Sayatome lets out a startled yelp and frantically tries to cover her exposed back, while Utsuka reacts with a jolt of surprise. She lets out a nervous, sweating laugh and admits that she knew the old college costume was getting too tight for her. Utsuka hands her a fresh set of clothes and tells her to go change immediately. Sayatome giggles and comments on how relaxed he is about the whole situation. Sayatome beams with a wide, happy smile, declaring that she must just feel incredibly comfortable around Rihito-kun. Utsuka watches her privately, wondering if her being so casual and open around him is actually a good or a bad thing. Sayatome shouts at the top of her lungs that they have a bare-bones relationship because they are such close friends. Utsuka maintains his usual blank expression while Sayatome reflects on all the chaotic and embarrassing moments they've done so far. Back at the office, Utsuka watches Sayatome focus intensely on her work, noting that she always seems so tense when she's on the clock. Sayatome's eyes light up with pure joy when she hears they have ice cream to eat. Sayatome rushes off to change her clothes so they can go get snacks together. Utsuka looks on, doubting if it is a good idea to go out again so soon. Sayatome excitedly suggests that she and Utsuka play video games together after work. He notes that they have been playing every single day recently. Sayatome is determined to try out all the new weapons added to the game. Toyotake-san enters the break room and greets both of them while holding a coffee mug. Toyotake-san asks Sayatome if they can discuss character model shaders during the lunch break. She happily agrees to set aside time for him. Toyotake-san mentions that a colleague named Morohoshi-san recently got married, commenting on how nice the news is. Sayatome stares into space with a completely hollow expression, visibly shaken by the news of another person's marriage. Toyotake-san explains that the colleague is from the consumer department and mentions that his own wife works on that same team. Utsuka is surprised to learn that Toyotake-san is married to someone within the company. Sayatome remains in a daze, fixating on her own age as she approaches 30. Toyotake-san muses about how people never know where they will meet their significant other. Sayatome stands in the background, trembling with her arms crossed. Sayatome spirals into a dramatic fit of despair, shouting that she really wants to die. Over drinks at a bar, Sayatome wails about how many people around her are getting married while she is still single. Utsuka asks if this is going to be the only thing they talk about all evening. Utsuka asks if she actually wants to get married, and Sayatome screams an emphatic yes because she doesn't want to die alone. He finds her reasoning quite extreme. Sayatome downs her drink in frustration, unable to believe her younger colleagues are already getting married. Utsuka watches her with concern and asks if she is truly okay. Sayatome panics about her age, realizing she is already 27 and worried she will become an old woman before she knows it. Utsuka notes that she really seems to be in a hurry to grow up. Sayatome shouts a loud confirmation of her fears. She points to evidence everywhere, from anime moms younger than her to classmates with baby profile pictures on social media. She notes that even their senior colleagues are getting married in their 30s. Sayatome cries out for help, convinced that everyone in her life is going to get married and leave her behind. Utsuka admits that he doesn't really understand her anxiety because he doesn't those same feelings. Sayatome suddenly realizes Utsuka is only 23 and is still incredibly young. She looks at him with a mix of envy and realization. Sayatome slumps onto the table in despair, lamenting that even at 27 she isn't mature at all and needs to change. Utsuka stares back at her in silence for a long moment, processing her sudden emotional outburst. Utsuka muses about her definition of becoming an adult. He tells her not to be discouraged just because of him. Sayatome cries that she is just trying to be herself when she's around Rihito-kun. He asks if she thinks he's just a kid, which only makes her cry harder. Utsuka apologizes, realizing that he might have said too much. Sayatome slumps back onto her arms, agreeing that Rihito-kun is actually much more of an adult than she is despite being younger. She begins to list all her negative qualities, calling herself selfish, disgusting, and mentally weak. She wonders who could ever fall in love with someone like her. Sayatome rests her head on her arms with a pained expression, asking aloud if she is destined to be alone forever. Utsuka maintains his calm, neutral expression as he looks at her and simply tells her that it is okay. Utsuka tells Sayatome that while she is definitely childish, that is exactly what makes her interesting. She reacts with genuine surprise. He continues to praise her, noting that she is passionate about her work and has amazing skills. He adds that her honesty is another great quality. Sayatome listens in silence, her eyes filling with tears once more. Utsuka suggests she try looking for someone to date and encourages her to keep showing her true self until she meets someone who finds her acceptable. Sayatome looks at him with a thoughtful expression. Sayatome wonders if she will ever actually find someone. Utsuka points out that there are 8 billion people in the world, so the statistical probability is on her side. Sayatome takes a moment to herself, wiping the tears from her eyes as she processes his advice. She finally begins to smile through her tears and agrees that Rihito-kun is right about taking action instead of just complaining. Sayatome decides to try using a matching app and prepares to install one on her phone. Utsuka gives her a casual endorsement, and she promises to try her best. Utsuka suddenly mentions that if she actually gets a boyfriend, it would probably be better if she stopped meeting up with him. Sayatome is struck by a wave of pure shock, her eyes widening at the suggestion that their friendship might have to end. She frantically asks why he would say that. Utsuka explains that being close friends with the opposite sex might hinder her new relationship and could lead to awkward situations. Sayatome immediately backtracks on the idea of finding love, tearfully stating that she doesn't want to leave Rihito-kun behind. She admits that although she has been searching for love for a long time, she no longer cares about it if it means losing his friendship. Utsuka quietly acknowledges her decision. Sayatome beams with a radiant smile and confesses that she has the most fun when she is spending time with him. She asks him if they can just keep their relationship exactly the way it is right now. Utsuka stares back at her in silence for a long moment. The city remains still as Utsuka finally gives a simple confirmation that they can stay just as they are. The next day at the office, Toyotake-san mentions that another colleague named Nakata-kun has also gotten married. Sayatome immediately slumps onto the table and starts wailing, leading Utsuka to realize that she hasn't changed her dramatic behavior at all. Sayatome finds Utsuka and regretfully informs him that she has to work overtime today and can't go out for drinks with him. Utsuka accepts the news with a very casual thanks, which bothers Sayatome. She asks him how he can be so completely nonchalant about not hanging out. She leans in close with teary eyes and asks if he won't feel even a little bit lonely without her around. Utsuka gives a flat no, telling her he doesn't really feel lonely. Sayatome huffs in anger and storms off, telling him to just forget she mentioned it. Utsuka works through the evening and eventually leaves the office by himself, staring out into the night. Walking through the crowded city alone for the first time in a while, Utsuka reflects on the silence and realizes that he actually missed the feeling of solitude. He hears someone nearby screaming threats and demanding payment for their time together. He looks toward the noise, thinking the person sounds incredibly reckless. Utsuka is stunned to see Nejiman-san grabbing a man by the front of his shirt and shaking him violently. Nejiman demands that the man give her at least 3,000 yen immediately. Utsuka watches the confrontation from the sidewalk, thinking that she is absolutely terrifying. Utsuka tries to slip away and stay out of the situation. Behind him, the man hands over some money while Nejiman warns him to watch his attitude next time. Utsuka is frozen in place as he gets caught. Nejiman spots him and calls out his name while holding the cash she just collected. Nejiman walks over and tells him it's been a long time since they last saw each other. Utsuka nervously admits that he is doing fine. Nejiman happily shows off the 30,000 yen she just acquired. Utsuka asks if she was in a fight earlier, and she explains that a stubborn pickup artist started calling her ugly when she tried to ignore him. He privately thinks it looks like she just robbed the guy. Nejiman presents the cash as consolation money for her time. Utsuka stares at the bills and bluntly asks if this isn't just extortion. Nejiman tells Utsuka not to worry about her and suggests they use the money to go get some meat. She grabs him and drags him along, excited that the two of them are about to feast. They sit together in a restaurant, and Utsuka asks if Nejiman is actually from Osaka. She confirms her hometown while focused on grilling the meat. Nejiman rants about how people in Tokyo stand on the wrong side of the escalator, which leaves Utsuka speechless. She then asks if Noa-ko is coming, but Utsuka explains she had to work overtime. Nejiman mentions that she knows about their recent afternoon tea date because Sayatome posts everything on Twitter. She asks Utsuka if he also helped her move, and he confirms that he did. Nejiman tells him he did a good job helping out. Utsuka laughs and mentions that he even got paid 30,000 yen for the favor. Nejiman calls Utsuka a good guy and suggests that he should go out with Noa-ko more often. Utsuka reacts with confusion to her suggestion. Nejiman laughs and points out that Sayatome is probably a real pain in the neck to deal with. Utsuka hesitates before honestly agreeing with her. He lets out a nervous laugh and tells Nejiman that she shouldn't be so blunt about it. Nejiman reflects on her friendship with Sayatome, noting that she used to think she was normal but eventually realized she is the type to get sick or cry if her messages are ignored. Utsuka thinks that description sounds exactly like her. Nejiman concludes that Utsuka must have an even harder time since he has to see her at the office every day. Utsuka quietly agrees that it is a difficult situation. Nejiman looks at Utsuka with a sharp eye and asks why he still chooses to spend time with Sayatome. Utsuka takes a moment to think while Nejiman points out that the two of them go out drinking together quite often. Utsuka remains silent, carefully considering his response to her blunt question. He reflects on how his relationship with Sayatome began, admitting he originally just respected her as his superior. He notes that the fact she often pays for their drinks is a big reason he goes out with her, but as he watches her work in his mind, he realizes there is more to it. Utsuka admits that Sayatome is a real pain whenever she starts crying. Nejiman laughs, mentioning that he has said that many times before. Utsuka gazes downward and explains that even though she is annoying and cries at the drop of a hat, she isn't a bad person. He admits that she is actually quite fun to watch. Nejiman listens to his sincere evaluation. Nejiman smiles warmly and simply tells him that his answer is good. Nejiman jokingly says she would have killed him if he had claimed her face was his type. She leans back and comments on how Sayatome's sense of personal distance is incredibly weird. She explains that Sayatome's strange habits often lead people to misunderstand or even dislike her. Utsuka quietly acknowledges that he understands exactly what she means. Nejiman looks directly at Utsuka and tells him that he seems like a decent enough person to her. Utsuka defends Sayatome, noting that despite her quirks, she creates wonderful art and works incredibly hard at both her job and her hobbies. Nejiman watches him as he speaks highly of her friend. Nejiman rests her chin on her hand and tells Utsuka that he should keep being her friend. Utsuka gives a simple and short confirmation that he will do just that. Nejiman smiles and admits that if he weren't around, Sayatome would end up clinging to her instead, which would be a total burden. Utsuka agrees but begins to express another worry. Utsuka admits he is genuinely afraid that something terrible will happen if he doesn't watch over her carefully. Nejiman shouts in agreement, telling him that is exactly right. Nejiman asks Utsuka if he has any siblings, and he reveals he has a sister. She exclaims that she knew it because she has a little brother herself. Utsuka looks out over the city and thinks about his sister, who he worries is working too hard and not taking care of herself. Sayatome breaks into tears, desperately asking if he and Nejiman-chan went out for dinner together without her. Sayatome screams at Utsuka, asking why he left her and calling him incredibly mean. Utsuka slumps in defeat, wondering why Nejiman had to tell her about their meeting. Nejiman walks off into the distance, laughing about how her friend is likely going berserk. Sayatome excitedly shoves her phone in Utsuka's face to show him a picture of her now clean apartment. He simply acknowledges that it does indeed look much better. She mentions that her place is actually quite spacious because she originally intended to live there with her ex-boyfriend. She invites Utsuka to come visit now that it's tidy, but he admits that he doesn't usually go to people's houses. Sayatome pushily asks if he's going to come over, eventually suggesting they hang out this Saturday. Utsuka reminds her that he was just there for cleaning, privately wondering if he's being forced into this. Sayatome pleads with him with wide, watery eyes, saying she really wants to do something together. Utsuka gives in and asks her what exactly she has in mind. Several boxes of hot delivery pizza and side dishes are laid out on a table inside Sayatome's apartment. Sayatome cheers for their pizza party, declaring that this is exactly the kind of scene she always dreamed of. Utsuka comments that the whole thing is incredibly childish while she happily snaps a photo of the food. Sayatome admits she has never had delivery pizza before and always wanted to try it after seeing commercials. Utsuka thinks her lack of experience with fast food is quite unusual. She explains that being an only child with a mother who wasn't around much contributed to her lifestyle. She gets flustered and covers her mouth after mentioning her mom. Sayatome admits that she rarely eats out or orders delivery. Utsuka tells her that her background as an only child makes sense, prompting her to ask what exactly he means by that. Sayatome happily prepares to take a big bite of her pizza while Utsuka watches her with his usual calm expression. She takes a massive mouthful and reacts with pure delight, exclaiming that the pizza is incredibly delicious. Sayatome swoons over the thick, chewy dough and the taste of the teriyaki. Utsuka quietly agrees that the meal is good as they both continue to eat. Utsuka asks if they didn't serve pizza at the company's recent year-end party. Sayatome looks away and admits that she didn't actually attend the event. She starts wailing about how risky it would have been for her to drink alcohol around all her colleagues. Utsuka agrees that it would have been a disaster if the other employees saw her drunk behavior. Utsuka mentions that he also skipped out on the party and went home early. Sayatome perks up and says that sounds exactly like his personality. Sayatome asks if Rihito-kun is also bad with large groups of people. He admits he can't keep up with the social atmosphere, and she excitedly exclaims that she feels the exact same way. Sayatome beams and declares that today is a pizza party for loners. She admits she much prefers having a drink with a close friend in a quiet setting like this. Utsuka agrees that spending time this way is much easier for him. Sayatome watches him with a sweet, happy expression. Sayatome mentions that she truly enjoys their conversations. She admits she never expected to make such a close friend in her late 20s and thanks him for hanging out with her. Utsuka quietly takes another bite of his pizza, acknowledging her sincere sentiment. Sayatome looks down thoughtfully and says she has been reflecting on a variety of things lately. She explains her logic that while lovers eventually break up if they don't get married, friendships can last forever. She concludes that a life centered around friendship might actually be the happiest one. Utsuka bluntly points out that even friendships can be broken. Sayatome reacts with pure shock, screaming at him and asking why he would say something so harsh. He mentions that she is usually the one who talks about things like that. Sayatome huffs in a huff and tells him to stop it because their relationship isn't going to be like that at all. Sayatome demands that Utsuka promise never to end their friendship. He privately thinks she is a total mess, but eventually gives a reluctant apology and agrees to the promise. Sayatome holds up a finger and insists that Rihito-kun makes a formal verbal promise to her as well. Utsuka stares back at her with a look of pure confusion, clearly taken aback by her sudden and intense demand. The two of them lock pinky fingers to officially seal their promise of a lifelong friendship. Sayatome jokingly warns him that if he breaks the promise, she will make him drink a needle as punishment. Utsuka bluntly points out that such a threat is actually a crime. Sitting among several empty pizza boxes, Sayatome breathes a sigh of satisfaction and declares the meal was delicious. Utsuka simply agrees. Utsuka comments on how filling the pizza was. Since they have finally had their fill, Sayatome suggests they move on to their next activity. The television screen glows with the title of the game P-Platoon, surrounded by a cluttered mess of empty alcohol cans and controllers. Sayatome cheers with excitement as they prepare to dive into a session of P-Platoon. Utsuka looks on with his typical stoic expression. Sayatome asks if Rihito-kun remembered to bring the game's software, and he confirms that he did. When she asks for his current rank, he tells her he has reached SS rank. Sayatome is determined to help him grind through matches until he finally hits the SSS rank. Utsuka thinks that sounds like a good plan. Sayatome reveals that she bought a second controller specifically for him to use, which catches Utsuka completely off guard. Utsuka is left speechless when he notices the price tag on the controller, realizing she spent over 7,000 yen just for him. They begin their intense gaming session together. Sayatome warns him that promoting to the top rank is incredibly tough, but Utsuka promises to try his best. As they battle through high-level matches, Utsuka is impressed by the enemy team's control and the number of bombs on the field. Sayatome suggests he switch to a different weapon to keep up with the SSS rank competition. By 10 p.m., Utsuka is slumped on the couch looking completely drained, while Sayatome continues to play their game with focused energy. Utsuka admits that the SSS rank is far beyond his current skill level and checks his phone, mentioning it is time for him to head home. Sayatome tries to encourage him, noting that his bomb-throwing technique is improving. Sayatome suggests with a beaming smile that he should just stay the night instead of leaving. Sayatome reveals that she actually bought a futon specifically for him, leaving Utsuka in a state of total shock. Sayatome remains persistent about him staying at her place while Utsuka tries to decline. She eventually hops off the couch to prepare for his stay. Sayatome presents the futon she set aside for Utsuka, and he can only stare at it in stunned silence as the reality of the sleepover sinks in. Sayatome enthusiastically suggests they play P-Platoon until morning to reach SSS rank, ignoring the fact that Utsuka is already drained. Sayatome explains that practice and momentum are vital for improvement, comparing gaming skill to professional modeling work and muscle memory. Sayatome leans in with intense focus, declaring that this is his only chance to reach the top rank. Utsuka wonders why she is suddenly applying her professional business drive to a video game. The two continue their gaming marathon deep into the night. Sayatome cheers for his efforts while Utsuka struggles to keep his eyes open. Utsuka is completely worn out on the couch as Sayatome happily continues her gaming session, noting how fun the experience is. Sayatome reflects on her long-standing desire to play games all night with a friend. She expresses her happiness about finally having a pizza party and an overnight guest. Sayatome turns to Utsuka with a radiant expression and tells him that she had an incredible amount of fun today. Utsuka gazes at her in silence. Utsuka achieves the Kill No. 1 and MVP titles in their game. Sayatome cheers for him with pure excitement, telling Rahito-kun that he is doing a great job. Sayatome enthusiastically points out that they only need one more victory to finally reach the SSS rank. Utsuka is already half asleep on the couch and gives a very weak reply. Sayatome is shocked when Utsuka starts drifting off, asking him if he is really going to sleep now. He insists he is only lying down for a moment, but she frantically tries to shake him awake. They talk about their exhaustion, with Utsuka admitting he is sleep-deprived from watching a drama the night before. Sayatome realized she has been playing games for 12 hours straight. Despite the long gaming session, Sayatome exclaims that she is still full of energy. Utsuka is genuinely amazed that her 27-year-old body hasn't collapsed yet. By 2 a.m., Sayatome is still pushing to play, arguing that the night is young. Utsuka points out that normal people are already asleep and eventually loses his battle with tiredness. Sayatome stops playing and gazes at Utsuka's sleeping face. She leans in close and starts poking his cheek, seemingly fascinated that he has completely passed out. Utsuka wakes up and catches Sayatome with her phone in her hand. He reacts with immediate suspicion and asks what she is doing. Sayatome admits without any hesitation that she is taking pictures of his sleeping face. Utsuka tells her to stop, but Sayatome argues that they have already taken pictures together before. She insists that his face is nothing out of the ordinary, so it should be fine. Utsuka maintains his deadpan expression and explains that having his sleeping face photographed is actually very embarrassing. Utsuka tells Sayatome that she is cute, which immediately sends her into a flustered blush. She looks down at her phone, unable to hide her shy smile. Utsuka continues to stare at her with a skeptical and tired look, seemingly waiting for her to stop. The tactic backfires as Sayatome starts snapping even more photos, declaring that his face has become cute again. Utsuka shouts for her to wait and stop. Sayatome laughs and reveals she also has sleeping photos of him from their night out with Nejiman-san. Utsuka finally reaches his limit and chases her around the living room while she giggles. Sayatome teases Utsuka for getting so worked up over the photos, commenting on how cute his reaction is while he looks away in annoyance. Utsuka suddenly reaches out and manages to snatch the phone right out of Sayatome's hand. Utsuka holds the phone high out of reach, telling her he has finally caught her. Sayatome tries to jump and grab it back, but she can't reach his hand. Their struggle for the phone leads to a clumsy stumble, and Utsuka ends up leaning over Sayatome on the floor in an unexpectedly intimate position. A heavy silence falls between them as they stare into each other's eyes from just inches away. Sayatome's face turns bright red as she realizes how close they are, her heart racing from the sudden physical contact. Utsuka continues to gaze at her with a quiet, observant expression, neither of them moving for a long moment. Utsuka eventually breaks the tension by pulling back and looking at the phone screen. Sayatome shouts a panicked warning for him to stop. Utsuka ignores her pleas and states his intention to delete all the embarrassing photos she took of him. Sayatome frantically tries to claw her phone back, but he refuses to give it up. As he scrolls through the gallery, he discovers a vast collection of selfies Sayatome took of herself from various angles while wearing the maid costume. Sayatome is mortified when she realizes he is looking at her private camera roll. She screams at him to stop looking while he remains completely unfazed. Sayatome desperately shouts that the situation isn't what it looks like. Utsuka gives her a confused look, wondering why she is so flustered. She frantically explains that the many maid selfies are actually just reference materials for her character drawings. She insists that taking selfies isn't actually a hobby of hers. Utsuka asks if she draws maid clothing, which triggers an angry outburst from Sayatome. She hits him and yells that his prying is an invasion of her privacy. Sayatome demands to see Utsuka's phone in return, glaring at him with a very flustered and determined face. Utsuka firmly refuses to his phone, making Sayatome cry out about how mean he is being. They end up playing video games together until morning. Utsuka holds his phone out of reach as Sayatome continues to bicker and promises to defeat him in the game. Utsuka enters the office building the next morning, sighing with exhaustion as he passes through the doors. Toyotake-san meets Utsuka and gives him a friendly morning greeting. Toya-san talks about a game remake announcement while they walk together. Utsuka is silent and looks lost in thought. Utsuka suddenly realizes that he accidentally left his handheld game console at Sayatome's apartment. While Toya-san discusses his love for game remakes, Utsuka decides he will have to ask Sayatome to give his console back. Sayatome appears and greets Utsuka with a weak, depressed voice, looking completely drained of energy. She rushes past them toward her desk while Toya-san returns her morning greeting. Toya-san observes that Sayatome seems very down today. Utsuka watches her go, remaining silent as they head into the office. Sayatome suddenly shouts an apology and bolts out of the room, leaving Utsuka staring at her in confusion. Utsuka is left alone, completely puzzled by her sudden and frantic departure. Later that day, Utsuka finishes his work and thanks Sayatome, but she keeps her head down and gives him a brief, distant reply. Sayatome apologizes and explains that she has extra work she wants to wrap up today, avoiding any further conversation with him. Utsuka accepts her excuse and leaves while Sayatome continues to type intensely at her computer without looking back at him. Walking away, Utsuka starts to seriously wonder if Sayatome is actually going out of her way to avoid him. On his commute home, he considers sending her a message, but initially decides against it, telling himself that he is likely just overthinking her busy schedule. He eventually gives in and sends a polite message explaining that he left his game console at her place and asking if she could bring it to the office. Utsuka notices that his message remains unread, which he finds highly unusual since Sayatome typically checks her phone instantly, even while at work. Lying in bed, Utsuka worries that he might have done something to upset her, though he knows Sayatome is naturally prone to sudden mood swings and bad days. Unable to find a clear reason for her strange behavior, he decides to stop dwelling on it and try to get some sleep. He realizes that if things don't improve between them, he won't get his console back and will miss out on playing the new game remake he was looking forward to. The next morning, Sayatome arrives at the office looking incredibly tired and dejected as she carries her coffee. She heads to the kitchen area to wash her mug in silence, keeping a somber and distracted expression on her face. Utsuka startles her with a sudden greeting from behind, causing Sayatome to let out a loud, terrified scream. Utsuka corners Sayatome in the break room to finally talk, but she tries to brush him off and make a quick exit. He blocks the doorway with his arms, insisting that they need to clear things up right now. Utsuka offers a sincere apology, admitting he spent the last day worrying that he had done something to upset her. Sayatome looks at him with genuine surprise. He lists a series of possible reasons for her avoidance, mentioning their failure to reach the top rank in their game, him seeing her private selfies, and their accidental fall on the floor. Sayatome looks on with a realization dawning on her face. Utsuka asks if they can just go back to being friends, but Sayatome begins to cry and insists that her strange behavior wasn't his fault at all. Utsuka bluntly asks why she was going out of her way to avoid him if he wasn't actually to blame. Sayatome struggles to find an answer, her face turning red. Sayatome looks down and hesitantly admits that her avoidance was specifically related to the moment they both fell to the floor together. Sayatome apologizes, noting that the fall could have resulted in someone getting hurt. Utsuka points out that the accident only happened because she pulled on him. Utsuka tries to move on and discuss his game console, but Sayatome interrupts him. She admits she has been overthinking the memory of their fall and gets flustered just remembering how close they were. Sayatome crosses her arms and admits that the whole situation left her feeling incredibly embarrassed. She looks at him with watery eyes and offers another apology, confirming that her intense embarrassment was the only reason she had been avoiding him. Utsuka remains silent for a moment, absorbing her explanation with a blank stare. Utsuka asks why she is so embarrassed by a fall when she previously showed her chest during a video call. Sayatome is frozen in absolute shock by his blunt and unexpected reminder. Sayatome panics and reminds him that he previously claimed he didn't see anything since the moment on the call was so brief. She looks at him with desperate eyes, hoping he was telling the truth. Utsuka stares back at her with a stoic and completely unreadable expression. He clarifies that while it really was only for a moment and he didn't see anything significant, the event still happened. Sayatome begins to shake and stutter as her professional facade completely crumbles. Sayatome screams in a panic, asking if he truly didn't see her nipples. Utsuka tells her to keep her voice down before someone hears. Sayatome insists that they were completely visible on her end of the screen. Utsuka tries to reassure her that his finger was covering the view and he only saw skin, but she shouts that he still saw far too much. Sayatome collapses to the floor and hides her face, wailing that she is so embarrassed she wants to die. Utsuka stands over her, telling her it really was okay. Sayatome suddenly bolts out of the break room, screaming that the entire situation is the absolute worst. Toyotake-san enters just as she leaves and greets Utsuka, who asks if he can have his switch back. Back at the office, Sayatome excitedly approaches Utsuka and suggests they go grab lunch at a yummy-looking Italian pizza place she found. Utsuka declines the invitation, telling her that he already has other plans for the afternoon. Sayatome's cheerful mood vanishes instantly. Sayatome gets furious and screams that he should have told her sooner. Utsuka apologizes again, explaining that he is in a bit of a hurry. Utsuka sits in a cafeteria with another woman, enjoying a meal together in a quiet atmosphere. The woman thanks Utsuka-san for the day, and he casually tells Takabana-san that it is totally fine. The woman is revealed to be Takabana Ririna, a newcomer on the UI team who has been at the company for 2 months. Takabana admits that she feels like she has so much to learn and expresses her wish to be more useful to the team as soon as possible. Takabana mentions that she heard Utsuka wanted to talk to her about something today. Utsuka tells her that anything is fine, but she hesitantly asks if she can be the one to ask a question first. Takabana bluntly asks Utsuka what exactly the deal is between him and Noa-Senpai, catching him completely off guard. She explains that she was curious because they call each other by their first names. Utsuka simply states that they are friends, a claim that seems to surprise Takabana. Takabana notes that they seem very close, and that Sayatome always acts differently when Utsuka is around. Utsuka privately realizes their attempt to hide their closeness at work is failing. Takabana asks how long this has been going on, and Utsuka mentions it's only been since last month. He casually adds that they drink together almost every night, which leaves Takabana speechless. Utsuka's phone goes off with a notification from Noa-Senpai. He notes the timing while Takabana watches him quietly processing everything she just learned. Takabana enters a dark spiral, repeatedly chanting to herself that she isn't jealous while simultaneously thinking it's impossible not to be. Utsuka watches her with concern. Takabana snaps and admits she is incredibly jealous of Utsuka's friendship with Sayatome. Utsuka is taken aback by her terrifyingly intense expression. Takabana continues to chant her wishes under her breath. Utsuka suggests that if she wants to be friends with Sayatome, she should just try talking to her. Takabana insists it's impossible and too intimidating, claiming she isn't worthy of being closer to her senior. Utsuka reassures her that Sayatome isn't that kind of person and encourages her to just go for it. Takabana flares up again, telling Utsuka not to underestimate her because Sayatome is actually amazing. Utsuka can only offer an awkward apology. Takabana gushes about Sayatome's professional achievements, noting how impressive it is that she is an art director leading a team of veterans at such a young age. Utsuka quietly agrees with her assessment. She continues her praise, recounting how Sayatome always greets her in the hallway when no one else does. She is completely overwhelmed by Sayatome's perceived kindness. Takabana blushes intensely and adds that Sayatome even smells nice. Utsuka stares at her in dead silence, realizing her admiration has reached a creepy level. Takabana shouts that Sayatome Noa is a beautiful goddess of art and her personal muse. Utsuka notes that she seems beyond fascinated with his senior. Takabana frantically waves her hands, insisting that she isn't ready and that everything is fine just the way it is. Utsuka watches her, wondering why she is so against the idea of making a move. Takabana admits she gets too nervous and begs him to let her wait until she feels ready to talk to her senior. Utsuka simply stares at her, noting how different her personality is from what he expected. Takabana asks Utsuka if he is being a bit too harsh towards Sayatome. He admits that he is standoffish at work because dealing with her high energy can be genuinely tiring. Takabana gets intense again, declaring that Sayatome is an incredible person and that Utsuka should be much more grateful for their friendship. Takabana falls into another repetitive spiral, questioning why Utsuka is the one who gets to be so close to her idol. He thinks to himself that she is becoming quite scary as his phone rings with another message from Sayatome. Sayatome suddenly appears at their table, surprising Utsuka while he is still checking his phone. Sayatome cheerfully announces that she decided to follow them to the cafeteria. Utsuka bluntly asks why she came while Takabana freezes in a state of total panic behind them. Sayatome notices Takabana and greets her warmly. Takabana begins to tremble, uncontrollably convinced that being found out like this is a disaster. Takabana quickly tries to cover her tracks by claiming she was only asking Utsuka for work advice. Sayatome happily offers to listen and asks what specific problems she is having. Sayatome offers her own help with a radiant smile, telling Takabana she can always come to her for advice. Takabana stares up at her senior with a look of pure, overwhelming admiration, her face turning a deep shade of red. Takabana is so touched by the offer that she can barely speak, making muffled sounds into her hand while she thanks Sayatome profusely. Takabana suddenly stands up and announces she is leaving, unable to handle the intense situation any longer. She sprints out of the cafeteria while Sayatome watches in confusion. Later, Utsuka and Sayatome stand together outside the office, both looking a bit exhausted after the encounter. Sayatome tearfully asks Utsuka if he thinks Takabana actually hates her. He repeatedly tells her that isn't the case, but she remains inconsolable about the perceived rejection. Takabana apologizes for losing her composure at lunch and becoming nervous. Utsuka tells her it is totally fine, though he privately thinks her intensity was a little scary. Takabana shyly asks if Utsuka would be willing to tell her more about Sayatome-san the next time they talk. Utsuka tells Takabana that she might be better off not knowing the details of Sayatome's personality. He recalls several of Sayatome's most embarrassing and dramatic meltdowns. Sayatome approaches Utsuka and complains that she has to work overtime again today, which means she won't be able to go out for drinks with him for a while. Utsuka tells Sayatome that she always drinks far too much and warns her that it isn't very healthy. Sayatome stares at him with a blank, exhausted expression. Sayatome suddenly snaps back at him, shouting that she has a strong liver. Utsuka simply acknowledges her claim with his usual deadpan look. Sayatome cries that she's going to be lonely and rants about how much she hates working overtime. Utsuka reminds her that she's a working adult and has no other choice. Sayatome wails that she just wants to drink, while Utsuka walks away to return to his desk. She shouts after him that he is being mean and wonders what she did to deserve his cold treatment. Utsuka settles in at home to catch up on the massive pile of manga he's been meaning to read. He finds a specific title that caught his interest after he saw the preview. Utsuka gets completely absorbed in the story, losing track of time as days and nights pass by while he reads. 3 days later at the office, Utsuka is still lost in the afterglow of the incredible manga he finished. He decides he wants to look for other works by the same author while he works on his character models. Utsuka notices a bug in his 3D model where the character's left arm has completely disappeared. He grows frustrated as technical bugs persist even after he tries re-exporting the data and clearing his history. Realizing the task will take much longer than expected, Utsuka accepts that he has to stay late for overtime. Once the work is finally finished, Utsuka heads for the exit and runs straight into Sayatome. Sayatome gazes at him with sparkling eyes and asks if he wants to head out for a drink right this second. She argues that they should celebrate because it's Friday and aggressively pulls on his arm until Utsuka finally gives in. Sayatome lets out a happy cheer as she holds up her glass to start their night out. She admits she's incredibly happy to be drinking with him again, shouting that their 1-week break felt like far too long. Sayatome sips her drink and asks if living alone without anyone to talk to eventually makes a person feel sick. Utsuka asks if she doesn't talk to people during lunch, but she screams that short work conversations aren't the same as a proper 2-hour discussion. Sayatome explains that she wants to have a deep conversation about things that make them happy or sad. Utsuka gives her a flat look and says that isn't what he meant at all. Utsuka stares ahead blankly and gives a simple non-committal acknowledgement. Sayatome complains that she was incredibly bored all week without being able to talk to him. She then asks Rahito-kun if anything interesting happened to him during their time apart. Utsuka mentions that he read a really interesting manga recently. He describes it as a near-future sci-fi story with excellent world building and plot progression, but then catches himself before he spoils too much. Utsuka admits the story was so engaging it got him excited for the first time in a while. Sayatome leans her chin on her hands and watches him with a silent, intense stare. Sayatome begins to tear up, lamenting that she was feeling miserable and lonely, while Rahito-kun was apparently having the time of his life. Sayatome starts trembling and concludes that her presence must be completely unnecessary. Utsuka is confused, questioning how their talk about a comic book led to her feeling this way. Sayatome spirals into a dramatic fit, shouting that she wants to die and deciding that their only option is to keep drinking. Utsuka watches her privately, noting that he never knows what will set off her emotional triggers. Sayatome screams at the top of her lungs that spending time with Rihito-kun is actually good for her health. Utsuka remains deadpan and reminds her that she literally just claimed she wanted to die. Sayatome downs another drink while Utsuka continues to express his doubts about her health-related claims. Sayatome suddenly decides she wants to read the manga Utsuka was talking about. He looks puzzled, remembering how excited he must have seemed when describing it to her. Utsuka tells her the title is Land 2040. Sayatome quickly looks it up on her phone and sees that there are 15 volumes available to read. The city lights glow in the background as Sayatome shouts with excitement about the series. Utsuka is amazed by how quickly her mood can flip from total despair to pure joy. The next day at the office, a radiant Sayatome declares that the manga was absolutely incredible. Sayatome admits she got so hooked that she read all 15 volumes in one sitting. She thanks Rihito-kun for the recommendation, and he gives her a simple, bewildered response. Sayatome clarifies that she wants to have a serious, deep conversation about the things that have made them happy or sad recently. Utsuka listens with his usual stoic expression. Utsuka remains silent, simply staring at her as he processes her request for a more emotional connection. Sayatome approaches Utsuka at his desk later that day and asks if he wants to meet up to their thoughts about the manga he just finished. Sayatome cheers with a bright smile, clutching her phone and looking forward to their meeting. While out at a restaurant, Utsuka comments on how unpredictable the plot twists were, calling the series addictive. Sayatome agrees enthusiastically, noting that the ending of the first volume was completely insane. They talk about how much they love strong and reliable characters. Sayatome is so impressed that everything Rihito-kun recommends is good that she begs him for even more suggestions. Utsuka casually agrees to help her find more to read. Sayatome suggests they make these discussion meetings a regular thing. Utsuka gives a simple okay, accepting the idea of more outings together. Sayatome flashes a peace sign and a huge grin while Utsuka watches her, his expression as blank as ever. Utsuka looks on in silence. Utsuka muses that while Sayatome is a handful, these meetings might actually be good for their health after all. They sit together at the table, enjoying each other's company in their own way. Sayatome imagines herself in an alternate reality as a top-tier spy. During the day, she works as a game designer, but at night, she becomes a secret agent for a clandestine organization. She sneaks around the dark office, claiming it is actually a facade for an evil organization ruling the country. She vows to find its weak point and save the world. Utsuka unexpectedly walks into the office and finds Sayatome in the middle of her secret agent roleplay. Sayatome freezes in shock as Utsuka asks about her cosplay. She frantically stammers that the situation isn't what it looks like. Seeing no other way out, Sayatome turns and tries to make a break for it. Utsuka manages to catch her with a rope, causing her to trip and fall with a startled yelp. Utsuka stands over her and comments that she was the spy all along. Sayatome looks up at him in a daze, wondering if Rihito-kun is actually the mastermind behind everything. Utsuka decides that killing her would be too much trouble to clean up, so he comes up with a different plan while Sayatome cries out in distress. He ties Sayatome to a chair and tells her she'll have to stay there until morning so her coworkers can discover her. She begs him to untie her as he prepares to leave. For good measure, Utsuka sticks a humiliating note to her forehead that claims she is a pervert who enjoyed being tied up. Sayatome lets out a final scream of despair. Sayatome struggles against the tight ropes, admitting to herself that Rihito-kun is far too good at this. He warns her that hell be monitoring her from a distance, and that escape is impossible. As the hours tick by toward morning, Sayatome panics about being exposed. She suddenly wakes up in her own bed, realizing it was just another weird dream and worrying that she might actually be a pervert. Back at the restaurant, Sayatome admits that she usually sticks to mainstream or romance manga, but she has really started enjoying the retro titles Rihito-kun likes. She beams with joy, explaining that discovering new manga has given her a whole new perspective that will help with her creative work. Utsuka listens to her praise in silence. Utsuka sips his beer and privately admits to himself that this is a side of Noa-Senpai that he can truly respect. Toyotake-san asks Utsuka what comes to mind when he thinks of summer, and Utsuka bluntly replies that he thinks of abnormal weather. Toyotake-san excitedly corrects him, declaring that summer is actually all about swimsuit events. He explains that the outsourced character models haven't been very good lately, so he wants Utsuka to personally work on a swimsuit model for the game. Toyotake-san is impressed by how quickly Utsuka is finishing his other tasks, leaving him with plenty of time to take on the new assignment. Utsuka agrees to prioritize the swimsuit model, and Toyotake-san tells him the file is saved under the name Swim05. Utsuka opens the 3D model and immediately notices that it needs a significant amount of fixing. Sayatome watches curiously from behind as he begins his work. Sayatome is excited to see that Utsuka is working on the swimsuit character and notes that the design by Kanuya-san is very impressive. She beams with joy and tells him to give it his all, reminding him that swimsuit events are a very important part of the game. Once Sayatome leaves, Utsuka looks at the skimpy outfit and figures that, because the character is almost bare, the work will be finished very quickly. 3 days pass and Utsuka presents his progress on the swimsuit model to Toyotake-san for review. Toyotake-san is impressed by the improved silhouette, but begins to provide very specific technical feedback regarding the placement of the leg bones and minor skeletal details. Toyotake uses wireframe diagrams to show Utsuka how he wants the swimsuit character to have more roundness. He explains that since it is a swimsuit, the breasts and butt need to be more pronounced and look good even when the character's leg is raised. Toyotake spots Sayatome nearby and asks if he can have a moment of her time. She notices him and cheerfully agrees to help. The team gathers around a computer monitor to review a character model wearing a swimsuit. Toyotake asks Sayatome for her opinion on the design while she stares at the screen in intense analytical silence. Sayatome delivers her verdict with a cold, serious expression, stating that the design is not erotic at all. Her blunt assessment leaves both Toyotake and Utsuka completely stunned. Sayatome explains that the model needs more of a fetish appeal to be successful. She ponders the design while the men listen to her critique. She gets specific about her requirements, declaring that the bikini and panties need to look like they are biting into the character's skin. Sayatome adds that the girls should have a sense of softness and that a skeletal wave would be a cute addition. While Toyotake enthusiastically agrees, Utsuka is left confused by the technical terms she is using. Sayatome passionately argues that swimsuit events are vital for a game's success, and that a title unable to sell them is practically dead. She asks Utsuka to put more love into the model, and he gives a tired but compliant response. Back at his desk, Utsuka begins typing away while realizing that swimsuit models are surprisingly complicated to get right. He studies a 3D wireframe and thinks about how a lack of understanding regarding the human skeleton and muscles will lead to a low-quality result. He admits he thought he knew enough from books, but the practical application is much harder. Utsuka lets out a heavy sigh and mutters about how difficult the human body is to model. Sayatome suddenly appears behind his monitor watching him work. Sayatome apologizes for being late and asks Rahito-kun what he is doing. He explains that he wants to finish his current task because it is urgent. When Sayatome asks how things are going, Utsuka admits that he completely underestimated the complexity of swimsuits. She empathizes, noting that they are tricky because you cannot hide any anatomical mistakes behind clothing. Sayatome smiles warmly and suggests that Toyotake-san probably assigned this specific task to him because he wanted Utsuka to improve his skills. Utsuka listens to her encouragement in silence. Utsuka asks for her opinion on a model where he tried to focus on the softness she mentioned. Sayatome leans in to look and suggests that he could try making the chest area even softer. Sayatome suggests increasing the number of polygons for the swimsuit model, arguing that body quality should be the top priority despite the importance of data optimization. Utsuka listens to her technical advice with a quiet acknowledgement. Utsuka looks at her with his typical blank expression and asks just how soft she is imagining the character's body should be. Utsuka explains that he has already put a lot of focus on that aspect, then asks her what she would compare the desired softness to. Sayatome is caught off guard by the question and struggles to find a good comparison. Sayatome stares back at him in silence, her face turning red as she tries to think of an answer for the specific level of softness he is asking about. Sayatome suddenly tells Utsuka to give her a moment and starts to walk away. Utsuka watches her go, feeling confused by her sudden departure. Sayatome enters the ladies' restroom and locks herself in a stall, determined to find the reference material Utsuka needs. Blushing intensely, Sayatome begins to squeeze her own chest to personally gauge the exact level of softness and texture of her real body. She continues her hands-on research in the quiet restroom stall, carefully noting how her skin moves and feels as she squeezes. Returning to the office with a very flustered and awkward smile, Sayatome tells Utsuka that the softness is somewhat like water. They go back and forth comparing different textures, with Utsuka suggesting jelly and Sayatome arguing that it is actually more like matcha. Utsuka says he finally understands the image she is going for, admitting that the texture she described is much softer than he initially thought. Sayatome remains extremely embarrassed by the conversation. Utsuka stops and asks Noa-Senpai what exactly she went to do to get such a specific reference. Sayatome reacts with a look of pure shock as she realizes her secret might be out. Sayatome screams that she did nothing and bolts out of the room at full speed. Utsuka watches her disappear, thinking that it is rare for her to leave so quickly. The next day, the 3D model for the swimsuit character is revealed on the monitor, looking significantly more detailed and curvaceous. Toyotake-san is incredibly impressed with the results, cheering about how much better the model looks and how the softness is clearly visible. Utsuka and Sayatome sit beside him in silence as he admires the final product. Toyotake laughs and comments that the model might be a bit too erotic. Sayatome breaks into tears, lamenting all the effort she put in. Utsuka notes her strange reaction as the team finishes their character review session. Sayatome excitedly asks Rihito-kun to go out for a drink after work. Utsuka looks at her and tells Noa-Senpai that he has been thinking about something. Utsuka asks Sayatome if they could try going somewhere other than an izakaya for a change. Sayatome is completely surprised by his sudden suggestion. Utsuka explains that while izakayas are fine, he kind of wants to have a proper dinner today. Sayatome watches him walk toward the exit. Utsuka wonders aloud if it is really healthy for office workers to drink almost every single day. Sayatome stands in the hallway, remaining silent and beginning to tremble. Sayatome gets flustered and tearful, asking if he really doesn't want to drink with her anymore. Utsuka quickly reassures her that isn't the case at all. The two of them head to a bright and busy family restaurant filled with other customers. Utsuka suggests the family restaurant because he is more interested in eating a full meal than having a drink. Sayatome is amazed by the change of scenery and happily follows him inside. While they sit at their table, Sayatome mentions it has been a long time since she visited a family restaurant. When Utsuka asks if she doesn't come often, she admits her diet usually consists of convenience store food and izakaya snacks. Utsuka tells her that her eating habits are incredibly unhealthy. Sayatome looks over the menu and is shocked to see how cheap the prices are. Utsuka agrees that the value is one of the best parts about these restaurants. Thinking back to her student days, Sayatome is so impressed by the low prices that she decides to order a massive amount of food. She lists off a pizza, a doria, and a hamburger steak, while Utsuka wonders if she can actually eat all of that. Sayatome gives him a confident thumb up and says it won't be a problem because Rihito-kun is there. Utsuka is caught off guard, realizing she intends for him to help her finish the entire feast. Sayatome continues looking through the menu and notices they have beer, so she decides to order 2 bottles. Utsuka realizes that despite the change of scenery, they are still going to end up drinking after all. The table is soon covered with a variety of steaming dishes, including the pizza doria and hamburger steak Sayatome wanted to try. Sayatome is amazed that they got such a massive spread for only 2,400 yen. Utsuka stares at the pile of food with a worried look, wondering if it is even possible for them to finish everything. As Sayatome enjoys her meal, she remarks that visiting a family restaurant with friends feels like experiencing youth. Utsuka watches her from across the table, remaining silent. Utsuka asks if she has really never been to a family restaurant with friends before. Sayatome gets defensive and tearfully shouts that she hasn't, leading Utsuka to wonder how lonely her past must have been. Utsuka divides up a side dish of shrimp and offers some to Sayatome. She looks up with a surprised and grateful expression, thanking him for the gesture. While they continue eating, Sayatome asks Rihito-kun if there are any specific foods that he doesn't like. Utsuka explains that he likes everything, but Sayatome admits she can't handle anything spicy or sour. Utsuka privately notes that her food preferences are exactly like a child's. Utsuka takes a sip of his beer and notes that Thai dishes like gapao rice or green curry would be out of the question for her. Sayatome gazes at him with an intense and curious expression. Sayatome looks completely stunned and asks Rahito-kun if he is actually a major gourmet. He gives her a simple, modest denial. Utsuka explains that back in college he had several friends who were very into food tours. Sayatome continues to insist that he is a gourmet, but Utsuka remains dismissive of the title. Utsuka continues his story recounting how they ate Turkish and Czech food and frequently visited small, independent restaurants. He mentions that they found many excellent curry places, even if some were only open for 3 hours a day. Sayatome listens with a quiet and increasingly somber look on her face. Sayatome begins to tremble and looks down at the table, her face turning a deep shade of red. Utsuka notices her sudden change in mood and asks what is wrong. Sayatome starts to cry and looks at Utsuka with watery eyes. She laments that he would clearly have much more fun with his university friends than he ever would with her. Sayatome continues her negative spiraling, sobbing about how she doesn't know many restaurants and is too scared to enter small individual ones alone. Utsuka bluntly tells her to stop with the negative talk while he continues eating. Utsuka casually offers her a piece of his hamburger steak. Sayatome immediately cheers up and eats it, declaring it delicious. Utsuka privately notes that his senior is surprisingly easy to handle. Sayatome's emotional state quickly dips back into a somber mood as she continues to sniffle. Sayatome expresses her deep regret that she didn't meet him during their college years. She imagines how much more fun her life would have been if they had gone to many different places together back then. Utsuka looks at her and simply points out that they can still go to those places now. Sayatome stares at him with wide, watery eyes, clearly touched by his straightforward suggestion. A heavy silence settles between them as Utsuka continues chewing his food and Sayatome remains frozen in thought. Sayatome breaks the silence with a soft smile, admitting that she sees his point. After finishing their meal, they walk outside together. Utsuka is completely stuffed from all the food and complains about how much they ate. Sayatome apologizes for getting carried away, though she thinks the meal was delicious. Sayatome stops and calls out to Rahito-kun, catching his attention as they walk through the city. Sayatome looks at him with a serious expression and says she wants to visit even more places with him. She asks if it's okay for them to keep going out to eat and having fun together. Utsuka considers her request for a moment and agrees to keep going out, provided it's an amount of food they can actually finish. Sayatome stands in the middle of the street with a radiant, happy smile on her face. Sayatome enthusiastically suggests that they should visit one of his favorite places next time. Utsuka casually agrees to the plan. Sayatome suddenly remembers Nejiman-san and asks if they should invite her too. She then immediately realizes that matching schedules with Negi-chan is difficult because she has so many other friends. Utsuka simply acknowledges the difficulty with a skeptical look. Sayatome stands in a boutique surrounded by racks of clothing, holding up a new floral dress with a determined look on her face. Sayatome arrives at the office wearing a long floral dress and asks Rahito-kun if he noticed her different vibe today. He looks up from his desk with his usual stoic expression. Sayatome has a sudden emotional breakdown, screaming that the clothes she bought online didn't fit at all. She adds that she forgot to do her laundry and is stuck with nothing to wear. Sayatome cries about her lack of wearable clothes while Utsuka points out that she seems to have plenty. She explains that most of her wardrobe doesn't fit, leaving him completely baffled. Sayatome admits that her online purchases are usually a disaster because they end up being too tight around her chest or hips. When Utsuka suggests she just measure herself, she huffs that it is far too much work. Utsuka tells her that if she wants clothes that fit, she has to go to a physical store and try them on. Sayatome looks at him nervously and asks if he will accompany her on a shopping trip. Sayatome admits she is terrified of talking to store clerks. Utsuka agrees to go because he needs some new shirts himself, which immediately sends her into a happy, cheering mood. They arrive in Shimo Kitazawa on Saturday. Utsuka mentions it is his first visit, but Sayatome is immediately overwhelmed by how stylish the locals are and begs him to head back home. Sayatome tearfully explains her dream of dressing like a fashionable girl from overseas, which requires specific vintage pieces. Utsuka listens to her detailed style plan with a neutral expression. Sayatome's anxiety returns as she worries about encountering a tough Gyaru clerk in the stores. Utsuka warns her that they won't accomplish anything if she stays in this state of panic. The pair enters a crowded vintage shop packed with an eclectic mix of dresses, skirts, and accessories hanging from every available surface. Sayatome is instantly captivated by the clothing, her eyes wide with wonder as she realizes how cute everything in the store is. Utsuka observes her sudden shift from terror to pure excitement. Sayatome frantically dashes around the shop, grabbing multiple items to take to the fitting room while encouraging Rihito-kun to look around for himself. Utsuka notes to himself that her emotions are incredibly unstable. Sayatome steps out of the fitting room wearing a frilly patterned dress and asks Utsuka how she looks. He admits it suits her style, but then he begins to point out a potential issue. Utsuka stares at her chest and notes that the size of the dress is clearly a problem because of how tightly it fits across her body. Sayatome gets flustered and shouts that the poor fit doesn't matter because vintage clothes are one of a kind. Utsuka reminds her that the whole reason they came shopping was to find clothes that actually fit her properly. Utsuka mentions that he has noticed her clothes always look a bit tight on her. Sayatome is stunned into a hurt silence by his blunt observation. Sayatome begins to cry, admitting that she thinks she is fat, and that is why she can't find anything that fits her well. Utsuka is surprised by her sudden self-deprecating outburst. She tearfully explains that she has to wear tight clothes to avoid looking even larger than she already is. Utsuka listens to her logic with a simple non-committal acknowledgement. Sayatome continues to sob, wishing she had a different body type that she refers to as wavy. Utsuka is left confused by the unfamiliar fashion terminology. She explains that a wavy body type features a slim upper body and a rounded waist, which she considers the ideal girly figure. She believes having such a figure is like winning a biological lottery for fashion. Sayatome laments that fluffy clothes don't suit her straight body type at all and dramatically declares she wants to die from the frustration. Utsuka looks on with a tired expression, admitting he truly doesn't understand her struggle. Utsuka muses that fashion is a difficult world, while Sayatome continues to sniffle in the background. He turns his attention to a rack of shirts to find something for himself. He pulls out a shirt with a very busy and unusual pattern, noting that he has never seen anything quite like it before. Sayatome stops her crying and wanders over to see what kind of interesting clothing Rihito-kun has found. Sayatome puts on a fake clerk voice and tells Utsuka that the color would suit him perfectly. He bluntly tells her not to bother him while she continues to suggest different styles for him. Sayatome holds up a shirt with a loud pattern of chains and coins, insisting that it is nice. Utsuka looks at the flashy garment with a skeptical expression. Sayatome points out that while he usually wears plain white shirts, darker colors would suit his cool winter skin tone. Utsuka is puzzled by the specific color theory term while Sayatome continues to happily browse through the racks for more options. Sayatome insists that she wants to see Rihito-kun in something new, but he points out that all the choices are covered in loud patterns. He tells her not to play around, yet she remains focused on her task. Sayatome claims she is being serious about the clothes. Utsuka worries that wearing such a flashy shirt to the office would be a mistake. Sayatome suggests he should buy the shirt specifically for their future outings together. Sayatome enthusiastically proposes that they both get vintage outfits so they can hang out in Shimokitazawa again. Utsuka gives a flat refusal, which leaves Sayatome shouting in confusion. Utsuka admits he doesn't think he would ever wear the patterned shirt. Sayatome tries to convince him by offering to buy it for him as a gift. As they walk through the city, Sayatome cheers about how much fun she had. Utsuka gazes ahead, thinking about the fact that she actually bought the clothes for him. Sayatome beams with a wide smile and thanks Rihito-kun for the day, noting that they found a lot of cute items. Utsuka returns the thanks for the clothes, but secretly wonders if he will ever actually find an occasion to wear them. Sayatome sits atop a giant piggy bank surrounded by stacks of coins and floating yen notes, looking quite pleased with herself. Back at home, Utsuka stares at the patterned shirt Sayatome bought for him. He hangs it up while questioning what he should actually do with such a loud garment. Utsuka notices a price tag that fell on the floor. He picks it up and is shocked to see the shirt cost nearly 14,000 yen. Rihito looks at a price tag for over 16,000 yen and is shocked by the high cost. The next day, Noa-Senpai shows Rihito a new art book she bought from her favorite artist. Noa argues that the thick art book is basically free for 5,000 yen, but Rihito reminds her it is still a lot of money. Noa finds a 30,000 yen figure online and decides the price is understandable given the high quality of the work. Noa prepares to enter her credit card info to buy the figure immediately so the price does not increase later. Rihito considers how Noa lives in a large apartment and spends freely on clothes and hobbies without any concern. He looks around the restaurant while feeling a growing sense of worry about Noa's spending habits. Noa suggests they go shopping in Shimokita again so she can pick out a new skirt. Rihito interrupts her planning to ask if she has managed to put any money into savings. Noa stares blankly and bluntly admits that she does not have any savings at all. Noa asks if he is talking about a pension and then listens as Rihito asks if she saves any money in general. Noa cheerily says she saves nothing at all, but then she panics and tries to lie about actually having some money set aside. She nervously asks Rihito if he saves money, and he admits that he does put some away. Noa is completely shocked and shouts that saving money while living on your own is an impossible task. Noa rants about her endless bills and hobby expenses, but Rihito points out she could save if she skipped the non-essential items. Noa insists that spending on her hobbies is essential for her mental health and helps the economy. Rihito gives in telling her it is fine if that is what she really thinks. Rihito brings up the harsh reality of needing 20 million yen for retirement and the uncertainty of future pensions. Noa gets discouraged and agrees that saving money is probably a good idea. Noa is impressed by how responsible an adult like Rihito is despite his young age. She realizes she should probably start following his example. Noa suddenly suggests that FX trading seems like an easy way to make money. Rihito immediately tells her she definitely should not do that. Rihito points out that she would need starting capital and suggests putting aside her hobby expenses. Noa cries that life sucks and reality is too scary to face. Rihito admits he is grateful for the clothes, meals, and controller she bought him, but he confesses he is worried about being a financial burden on her. Noa insists that he isn't a burden at all. She explains that she only buys him things because she genuinely wants to. Rihito wonders if he was meddling too much or being creepy. He tries to backpedal as Noa falls into a pensive silence. Noa starts to cry and looks down, admitting that she just wanted to make Rihito happy. Rihito watches her with a stoic expression. Rihito apologizes and explains he just felt she might have been overdoing it with her generosity. Noa admits her deepest fear is that Rihito wouldn't hang out or drink with her if she didn't cover all the costs. Rihito stares at her in a long, stunned silence after hearing her confession. Noa panics at the lack of response and shouts at him to say something. Rihito remains quiet, thinking to himself that he wants to save money too. Noa frantically pulls out her wallet and asks how much she needs to pay to get him to spend more time with her. Rihito thinks to himself that her way of thinking is becoming dangerous. Noa sobs while holding her cash, declaring that she wants to hang out with Rihito more than she wants to save money. Rihito ponders a way to drink without spending too much money while Noa sits across from him, still sighing and feeling drained. Rihito looks toward her with a weary expression as he comes up with a potential solution. Rihito suggests that they could simply drink at his home. Noa is surprised by the sudden invitation. Noa gets excited and asks if he is suggesting a home drinking session. Rihito immediately tries to walk back his offer. Noa realizes they live close to each other and enthusiastically proposes a weekly Friday night for games and drinking. Rihito is shocked by the idea of doing it every single week. Noa celebrates, thinking the plan is perfect, but Rihito asks if they can just cancel the whole home drinking idea. Noa cries out in protest, demanding to know why. At the office, Rihito informs Noa that he has a drinking party with the rest of the 3D team, so he cannot hang out with her that evening. Noa cries and calls him mean, then begs him to spend the weekend together. Rihito tells her that he just wants to relax on his days off. Toyotake-san walks by and greets both of them. Rihito tells his boss that he is looking forward to the team's party later that day. Toyotake-san asks Sayatome to manage the afternoon meeting after lunch, and she agrees with a forced high-energy response. Once they are alone, a suspicious Noa demands that Rihito start sharing his full schedule with her. Rihito is uncomfortable and tries to resist her overbearing request. The members of the 3D team clink their glasses together in a toast to start their dinner party. Toyotake-san encourages everyone to eat and talk as much as they want, since the group rarely gets a chance to gather like this. Kanuya tells the juniors they can order whatever they like because Toyotake-san is covering almost the entire bill. Hayase nervously orders crispy grilled beef tongue while Rihito asks if his stomach is okay after he recently took some antacid. Toyotake-san turns to Rihito and Hayase to ask the two second-year employees how they are adjusting to the job. Hayase sweatily admits he still has much to learn because the current project models are far more complex than his previous ones. Rihito says he is mostly used to the work while Hayase mentions his weak stomach, sometimes forces him to leave early. Toyotake-san beams and tells them both they are doing an excellent job and are capable of handling even the most difficult tasks. Kanuya tries to make them feel better by sharing a story about how she accidentally deleted a massive amount of model data during her own second year. Toyotake-san checks his phone and mentions that someone else has just arrived to join their gathering. Noah suddenly appears and asks if it is okay for her to join the group. Rihito is annoyed and thinks about how she follows him everywhere. Kanuya is surprised to see her there, and Noah bluntly explains she only came because she knew Rihito was attending. When Kanuya asks what she wants to drink, Noah cheerily orders a glass of apple juice. Noah admits she would prefer alcohol, but Rihito tells her she shouldn't before offering her some of the beef tongue. Kanuya comments on how the two of them have gotten really close lately, and Noah enthusiastically confirms that they are very close. Kanuya leans in close watching the pair with focused eyes. During dinner, Kanuya asks Rihito and Sayatome if they are a couple. Rihito insists they are only friends, which leaves Sayatome flustered and confused. Sayatome explains how often they hang out at arcades and go shopping together. Rihito tries to stop Sayatome as she blurts out that he has stayed the night at her house. Rihito sighs in defeat, while Sayatome wonders if she said something wrong to her colleagues. Toyotake talks about how work friends are important because adult life makes staying in touch hard. Kanuya adds that she also spends her free time at concerts with people from the office. Toyotake notes how much happier Sayatome has become since she started spending time with Rihito. Sayatome chirps about how much she likes hanging out with Rihito, calling him by his first name. Hayase blushes and sweats as she thinks about the R-rated possibilities of their friendship. Toyotake says it is a great thing to find someone you get along with so well at a job. Toyotake tells the pair never to break up, and Sayatome happily agrees. Sayatome gazes over at Rihito with a sweet, knowing look. Sayatome leans forward and gives a cheerful, blushing smile to everyone at the table. Sayatome recalls how she constantly calls out to Rihito at the office while Toyotake and Kanuya watch them at the dinner table. Toyotake wonders how they can claim they aren't dating, while Hayase continues to blush over his own inappropriate thoughts. The group stands outside after dinner. Sayatome apologizes for crashing the party, but Toyotake tells her she is welcome to join them again anytime. Toyotake tells the pair to take care as they head off together. Sayatome waves goodbye and says goodnight to her colleagues. As they walk, Sayatome tells Rihito she is genuinely happy that they are friends. Rihito simply acknowledges her comment with a quiet response. At the office, Sayatome approaches Rihito's desk and asks him to help her with an art direction check. Rihito agrees and turns his attention to her work. They review a 3D character model together. Sayatome gives instructions on matching the silhouette to the illustration and making it look good from every angle. Sayatome leans in close to the monitor as she continues to explain her design ideas to Rihito. Sayatome asks Rihito to adjust the depth value of the model's side hair while he works in silence. Late that evening, Rihito takes a break in the office lounge to eat an onigiri and scroll through his phone. Sayatome surprises Rihito by leaning over his shoulder to ask what he is watching. He explains that it is a foreign anime he found on Netflix. Sayatome is captivated by the stylish art style and begs Rihito to show her more of the show. Rihito recommends that she check the series out for herself. Sayatome enthusiastically promises that she will watch it. Sayatome turns to Rihito with a bright, wide smile and prepares to tell him something. On the train home, Sayatome talks about the anime she watched during her break. She explains how she already has a favorite character and loves how their personality turns out to be kind despite an intense design. Rihito stands silently as Sayatome continues to gush about kind-hearted characters. He privately thinks to himself that she is standing far too close to him. While they are out for drinks, Sayatome looks at Rihito with a somber expression and asks if he is intentionally avoiding her. Rihito points out that they wouldn't be drinking together if he were avoiding her, but Sayatome insists that he always backs away when she gets near. Rihito realizes she has noticed his behavior. Rihito looks at her and honestly tells her that she always gets way too close to him. He explains how she often leans in too much or suddenly pops up behind him. He says it is only natural for him to be startled by her lack of distance. Sayatome is shocked to learn she has been invading his space. Rihito wonders if she truly didn't realize it and suggests that her personal space might be unusually small. Rihito explains that personal space is the area where people feel uneasy if others enter. He mentions that his own space is probably quite large, causing him to feel uncomfortable when people get too near. Sayatome stares blankly at him as she processes the idea of making him feel uncomfortable. Sayatome has an emotional meltdown, shouting that her presence must make him uneasy. She tearfully questions if he even wants to be friends at all, while Rihito wonders if her negativity will ever end. Rihito clarifies that the 60-centimeter gap currently between them is actually his ideal comfort zone. Sayatome is horrified and yells that 60 centimeters is way too far apart. Rihito remains calm and tells her that the distance is plenty close. Sayatome cries about how she naturally wants to get closer when she feels like they are good friends. She admits she hates the idea of having to stay so far away from him. Sayatome tearfully suggests that Rihito should just get used to her being close to him instead. Rihito bluntly tells her that she is being far too selfish. Sayatome continues to sniffle and cry at the table. She suddenly stands up and begins to slide across the bench to sit right next to him. Sayatome sits right next to Rihito and declares they should drink like this from now on to help him get used to her. Rihito feels like he is dealing with a very strange customer. They sit side by side as they eat and drink. Rihito takes a sip of his beer and figures that just sitting next to each other might be fine after all. Sayatome giggles and talks about how delicious the shrimp is. Rihito turns his head away, thinking her face is still much too close for comfort. Sayatome mentions she prefers sitting this way and asks Rihito for his opinion. He continues eating while thinking that she completely ignores his comfort and will just keep getting closer regardless. Sayatome stares intensely into Rihito's eyes while he looks back at her with a weary expression. Sayatome calls out Rihito for backing away from her again. Rihito leans away as he wonders what is going on with her. Sayatome lunges forward and corners Rihito against the back of the booth while complaining about his behavior. Rihito looks completely shocked as Sayatome suddenly gets right in his face. Sayatome pins him down and tells him that he cannot escape now. Rihito looks exhausted and asks her to please stop. Sayatome leans in even further and tells Rihito to just get used to her being this close. Rihito lets out a heavy, tired sigh as he deals with her constant badgering. Sayatome remains pressed right up against Rihito in the small restaurant booth. Sayatome looks at Rihito and tells him that she just realized something important. Sayatome gets closer and asks Rihito if he looks away specifically because he is embarrassed. Rihito looks at her in silence. Rihito blushes and looks flustered as Sayatome stares him down from just inches away. Sayatome stares with wide, intense eyes. Sayatome cheers about being right while Rihito denies it and tries to get her to back off. Sayatome opens her arms and gives a sweet smile while calling Rihito cute. Rihito decides they should end their friendship and cut ties. Sayatome is horrified and begs to know why. Sayatome sobs and hugs Rihito tightly while promising to keep her distance from now on. Rihito thinks about how messed up her sense of personal space is. Sayatome posts a string of anxious updates on social media about being invited to lunch by a junior. Rihito warns Sayatome that she is going to expose her identity if she keeps tweeting everything. Sayatome admits she is addicted and feels directly linked to the platform. Sayatome tells Rihito about a lunch invitation from Takabana-san and asks him for a favor. Sayatome shows Rihito a very formal text and worries that she has offended the sender. Rihito thinks the message is just overly stiff and formal. Rihito promises to go with her if she really wants him there. Sayatome waves goodbye happily as Rihito lets out a tired sigh. Takabana approaches Rihito in the office looking extremely nervous as she tries to speak to him. Takabana asks Rihito to join her lunch with Sayatome because she is too nervous to be alone with someone she admires so much. Rihito agrees to go and Takabana bows in gratitude, feeling relieved that she won't embarrass herself in front of Sayatome. Takabana thanks him again and leaves the room while Rihito simply acknowledges her excitement. Rihito watches them and thinks about how both Sayatome and Takabana hide their true anxious personalities behind professional facades. The next day at lunch, Both Sayatome and Takabana are visibly trembling with anxiety while Rihito calmly eats his meal. Takabana expresses her intense joy at having lunch with them, while Sayatome nervously responds, and Rihito notes how tense the atmosphere is. Sayatome asks about the purpose of their meeting, worrying that she might have done something wrong, but Takabana quickly reassures her. Takabana explains that she invited Sayatome because she admires her as an art director and wants to hear about her career. Sayatome is stunned that someone would admire her given her own perceived lack of mental strength. Takabana praises Sayatome for her great work sense, speed, and versatility in both 2D and 3D art. Sayatome blushes and looks deeply moved by the unexpected compliments from her junior. Sayatome encourages Takabana, telling her she'll definitely become an art director, but then starts coughing as she gets flustered. Takabana becomes extremely flustered as Sayatome starts showing more of her genuine awkward personality. Sayatome advises Takabana not to rush and explains how she taught herself 3D and character design during her spare time. Sayatome explains how she was eventually given more responsibilities and entrusted with the role of art director. Takabana thinks it is incredible that Sayatome practiced so much while working. Sayatome tells Takabana not to overdo it. Takabana explains that she is currently on the UI team but wants to try 2D work and practice more on her own. Sayatome suggests that posting illustrations on social media is a great way to learn from other artists and get feedback. Takabana considers the idea. Takabana asks Sayatome if she also used social media for her own practice. Rihito and Sayatome sit in a tense silence as they realize Sayatome's secret is being threatened. Takabana specifically asks if Sayatome is active on Eros. Sayatome starts sweating profusely as Rihito panics internally. Sayatome desperately lies, claiming she does not understand social media at all and is much too busy for it. Rihito notes that her obvious reaction and lame excuse are giving everything away. Sayatome continues to deny it while Takabana stares at her with a look of complete certainty. Sayatome suddenly makes up a story about having urgent work to do and apologizes for having to leave. Sayatome sprints out of the restaurant at top speed while thanking Takabana for her time. Takabana watches her go with a puzzled expression. Takabana remains at the table with Rihito and calls out to him after a long pause. Takabana presents her phone to Rihito and tells him to look at the profile she found. Rihito is stunned by what he sees. Takabana insists the account must belong to Sayatome. Rihito tries to play it cool by repeating Sayatome's lie about not using social media, but he knows they are in trouble. Takabana points out that the account follows Rihito. Rihito stares blankly, realizing that their secret is officially exposed and the situation is hopeless. A collection of Sayatome's social media posts shows her venting about her age, single status, and insecurities, which completely contradicts the professional image she maintains at the office. Atsuka finds the social media persona amazing, leaving Rihito overwhelmed by the massive difference between the online image and reality. Atsuka marvels at the skill required to play such a convincing character on social media. Atsuka explains that the self-deprecating online personality is a calculated move to make a stylish, career-focused person appear more relatable. Atsuka shouts with excitement, calling the person a brilliant entertainer. Atsuka gushes about the artist's incredible talent and beauty, while Rihito finds her level of confidence in the person slightly terrifying. Atsuka looks at a post about a weekend outing and decides the person is only pretending to be a loner despite having many friends. Atsuka asks Rihito if he ever hangs out on the weekends like the person in the post. Atsuka envies the stylish lifestyle of the person's friends, while Rihito decides to keep the truth about their weekend plans to himself. Noa visits Rihito at his desk and tells him she has made reservations at a good restaurant for the 12th. Noa leaves for a meeting after telling Rihito he should already know the reason for the dinner, leaving him completely baffled. Rihito stares at his calendar and admits to himself that he has no idea why the 12th is significant. Rihito wonders if the date is Noa's birthday before remembering that her birthday is actually in November. Rihito considers if the date marks his own birthday, but realizes his is still 3 months away in October. Rihito wonders if the occasion is actually the birthday of Haru-kun, a fictional character Noa is obsessed with. He considers that some fans celebrate fictional characters' birthdays and figures that sounds like something Noa would do. Rihito decides to buy a basic gift at a store, worried that Noa will be upset if he shows up empty-handed to a nice restaurant. On the 12th, Rihito and Noa sit at a yakiniku restaurant while Noa giggles to herself in high spirits. Noa enjoys the meal and tells Rihito to look forward to a surprise, later leading him to think about her high-energy lifestyle. Noa happily proclaims that meat and alcohol are all they need on such an important day. Rihito pulls a wrapped gift out of his bag and hands it to Noa before he forgets. Noa looks at the present in shock and begins to tear up. Overcome with emotion, Noa cries out in disbelief and says she is incredibly happy to receive the gift. Noa is thrilled to receive her first gift from Rihito, even after he downplays it as just being some cookies. With a tearful smile, Noa tells Rihito that she is touched by the fact that he thought of her and considered the day important. Rihito realizes that the day holds much more significance than he initially estimated. As Noa continues to be affectionate, Rihito feels a cold sweat as he questions if the day really is for a fictional character's birthday. Noa surprises Rihito with her own large gifts, explaining that she bought him coffee because he enjoys it. Rihito sees a high-end coffee set and cup, worrying that his small gift might be insufficient if the day really is meant for a birthday celebration. Rihito hesitantly asks if today is Haru-kun's birthday. Rihito watches her with a nervous expression. Noa looks at Rihito while he feels a cold sweat, dreading her answer. Noa tearfully tells him that today is not Haru-kun's birthday at all. Noa explains that Haru-kun's birthday has never been officially announced, though she guesses it might be in January. Rihito realizes he just settled on that idea on his own. Noa figures that Rihito doesn't remember the actual occasion. A server brings a surprise to the table and Noa apologizes as Rihito tries to tell her it is okay. Rihito stares in surprise at a plate being placed on the table. Rihito repeats the words written on the plate in confusion, questioning the meaning of a 2-month anniversary. Noa tearfully clarifies that today is their 2-month friendship anniversary. Rihito asks for clarification, while Noa admits that her relationships rarely ever last more than 2 months. Noa explains that she was so happy they reached this milestone that she wanted to celebrate it. Rihito begins to feel guilty for his misunderstanding. Rihito asks why they skipped the first month. Noa thought a 1-month celebration was too much, and Rihito notes that celebrating 2 months is also a bit much. He apologizes for forgetting as she tries to reassure him. Noa admits that Rihito is a very important person to her, even if she is just one friend among many to him. She tells him he doesn't need to worry about his mistake. Rihito pulls out his phone and says he is putting the date into his calendar right now. Rihito notes that monthly celebrations are too frequent and suggests they have a proper celebration together every 6 months instead. Noa blinks in surprise as she processes Rihito's suggestion. Noa asks Rihito if he will really still be her friend 6 months from now, and he confirms that he will. Noa looks down and gives a small, bashful smile. Noa covers her face and gushes about how happy she is. Rihito thanks her and agrees to the new arrangement. Rihito promises to bring a proper gift next time and asks her what she would like to receive. Noa suggests matching necklaces, but Rihito shuts down the idea immediately. Noa tries to argue that friends get matching items too, but Rihito rejects her idea for matching work mugs and reminds her he is a man. Rihito asks Noa if she is also interested in femboys. In the office lounge, Noa mentions an upcoming fireworks show while Rihito worries about the crowded trains. Noa admits she hasn't seen fireworks as an adult, and Rihito asks about her childhood experiences. Noa calculates the years since elementary school and feels depressed about being 27, while Rihito notes it was a long time ago. Noa begs Rihito to go to the fireworks with her, but he turns her down instantly. Rihito questions if fireworks are even worth the effort given the crowds and heat, suggesting they just watch from a balcony instead. Noa looks at him in silence. Noa asks if the fireworks are visible from Rihito's place. He admits they are far away and barely visible, which immediately captures Noa's interest. Noa loudly demands to go to Rihito's apartment. He initially refuses and claims buildings block the view, but eventually confesses he lied about being able to see them at all. Noa complains about Rihito being reluctant to host her. He reminds her she only came to his place before against his will and wonders if she would just do whatever she wanted once inside. Noa breaks into tears, lamenting that Rihito still hasn't opened up to her and questioning if their friendship is one-sided. Rihito sighs and tells Noa she can come over if she behaves and leaves right after. Noa immediately cheers up and plans a gaming session for later while Rihito feels he has been manipulated. Rihito and Noa arrive at his apartment. Noa steps inside and offers a polite greeting as she looks around the room. Noa marvels at how clean Rihito's apartment is. He asks if she really thinks so. Noa runs toward the furniture, commenting that his place is ultra clean compared to her messy home. Rihito watches her with a weary expression. Noa throws herself onto the bed, enjoying how soft it feels and saying she might fall asleep right there. Rihito yells at Noa to get off and shoves her off the bed. He tells her the bed is off limits to anyone who isn't clean. Noa tearfully argues that she isn't dirty and takes regular baths. Rihito stays firm, stating that everyone collects oil and dust during the day. He tells her to sit quietly while he goes to get drinks. Rihito asks what Noa is doing as she reaches for the handle of his closet. Noa finds the flashy clothes she bought for Rihito hidden in the back of the closet. Rihito apologizes and explains that the patterns are simply too much for him. Noa insists on helping Rihito change into the outfit she bought. He tries to decline, saying he is already exhausted from work primarily because of her. Noa suddenly grabs Rihito's collar and starts unbuttoning his shirt. Rihito panics and tells her to wait while he agrees to change by himself. Noa cheers and says she will go look for some matching pants for him next. Noa browses the closet and points out that Rihito has almost the same clothes. He explains it is easier to not have to think about combinations, then reminds her that the fireworks are about to start. A loud booming sound echoes from outside the apartment. Rihito leads the way to the balcony while Noa follows closely behind, wondering if the show has already begun. They stand outside as Noa marvels at the beautiful view of the fireworks. Rihito mentions the buildings block part of the site, but Noa is just happy and remembers the drinks they bought earlier. The two friends clink their cans together in a toast. Rihito and Noa take long, refreshing gulps of their cold drinks while watching the show. Noa lets out a satisfied breath and declares that this moment is absolutely the best. Noa turns to Rihito with a smile and tells him how happy she is to be spending a Friday night watching fireworks and drinking with him. Noa beams with excitement and says that this experience is exactly what youth is all about. Rihito gazes at the distant lights and admits that he usually only hears the sound of the fireworks rather than seeing them. Rihito watches the colorful explosions and decides that seeing them once in a while is actually quite nice. Noa stands beside him on the balcony and asks for his agreement as they continue to enjoy the display together. Rihito and Noa stand together on the balcony, quietly watching the vibrant fireworks light up the night sky over the city. Colorful fireworks burst repeatedly in the dark air above the apartment buildings and power lines. Noa notes that the show has finally ended while Rihito finishes his drink and simply agrees with her. Noa looks at Rihito with a warm smile and asks him if they can watch the fireworks together again another time. Rihito tells her that he is willing to do it as long as she promises not to go through his things again, which makes Noa giggle softly. Noa excitedly mentions another fireworks display in 2 weeks and suggests they meet up then. She also proposes a pizza party with Negi-chan while Rihito worries that his home is becoming a regular hangout spot. At the office, Noa approaches Rihito and invites him to hang out with her and Negi-chan on Sunday. Rihito wonders who she is talking about. Rihito declines the invitation, explaining that he is too tired and that Nejiman-san seems a bit intimidating. He suggests the girl might be more comfortable if she goes alone. Noa continues to pester him, asking for his next free day so she can schedule a plan in advance. It is Sunday in the city and a stylish girl with long hair and a crop top waits near a large building. Noa runs toward her friend, waving her hand and apologizing for being late to their meeting. Negi-chan asks why Utsuka isn't there, and Noa admits she invited him, but he decided not to come. Noa adds that they actually hung out just yesterday, but her friend points out they are always together anyway. Negi-chan gives a smug grin and teases Noa about the fact that she clearly doesn't have any friends other than her and Utsuka. Noa argues that the quality of friendships is what really matters, but her intense energy just makes Negi-chan find her a bit scary. Noa cries about being called mean and admits her clingy nature usually makes people avoid her, while Negi-chan laughs at her distress. Noa dramatically declares she is going home because she feels like dying, prompting a casual apology from Negi-chan. Negi-chan asks Noa how her life has been going lately as they sit together at a nice restaurant. Noa mentions that work has finally calmed down and then excitedly the news that she watched fireworks at Rihito's apartment. Negi-chan gives a deadpan look, and notes that Noa has finally made it inside Rihito's home. Noa tearfully demands to know why Negi-chan had dinner with Rihito without her, even though it happened over a month ago. Negi-chan bluntly tells her to focus on her work instead. Noa begs Negi-chan to hang out with her more often, but Negi-chan makes it clear that she cannot devote all of her time to her. Negi-chan explains that she has a full social life with work and family friends, ignoring Noa's complaints that Rihito is always available to hang out. Negi-chan asks Noa how she would react if Rihito actually got a girlfriend. Noa is initially stunned, but then declares that she would have to personally vet any potential girlfriend. Negi-chan is completely baffled by her response. Noa details her strict criteria for Rihito's future partner, including daily updates and regular time for Noa herself to hang out with him. Noa cheerily hopes that Rihito doesn't end up with someone clingy, while Negi-chan watches her with a look of pure judgment. Negi-chan snaps at Noa and points out that she is already acting exactly like a clingy girlfriend. Noa frantically denies the accusation by insisting they are just friends, but Negi-chan maintains that her behavior is definitely clingy enough for a relationship. Noa stares blankly as she processes Negi-chan's words about her being a clingy girlfriend. Noa bursts into tears and panics that Rihito will hate her for her behavior, while Negi-chan tries to find out what is wrong. Negi-chan reassures Noa that everything is fine as long as Rihito still spends time with her. Noa sniffles and mentions how he even promised to watch fireworks with her again in the future. Negi-chan tells Noa to stop worrying and start trusting her friends more, suggesting that the only way to know someone's feelings is to ask them directly. Noa considers that Rihito would likely still make time for her even if he were dating someone else. Noa rants about wanting Rihito all to herself and not wanting him to have a girlfriend. Negi-chan tells her she is acting like a child and orders her to stop blowing up his phone with messages. Noa decides to call Rihito directly, leaving Negi-chan shocked by her sudden boldness as Rihito answers the phone. Rihito asks if Noa is still with her friend, while Noa tearfully apologizes for sending him so many messages throughout the day. Noa tells Rihito she has a favor to ask him. Back at his apartment, Rihito relaxes in front of the television and tells her to go ahead. Noa begs Rihito not to get a girlfriend for a while because it would make her very happy. Noa continues to cry into the phone, pleading with Rihito to never leave her. Negi-chan watches the display with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. Rihito tells Noa that he doesn't actually have any plans to date anyone at the moment. Rihito asks to hang up so he can finish watching his show, leaving Noa stunned by his answer and Negi-chan weary of the whole situation. Noa is overcome with relief and joy after hearing Rihito's response. Noa cheerily concludes that Rihito doesn't want a girlfriend and suggests that they all spend their summer vacation hanging out together. Negi-chan stares at her in silence. Negi-chan agrees to go along with the plan if Rihito is okay with it. Noa enthusiastically suggests a trip to the beach for their next outing. Noa feels like dying because she missed a chance to make a manga reference, while Negi-chan bluntly tells her it is a skill issue. In a dream sequence, Noa reveals that while she is a game designer by day, she is secretly a magical girl veteran of 10 years. The fairy Rihai-Pion reports a confirmed alien sighting nearby while Noa looks on with hesitation. Rihai-Pion tells Noa to get to work, but she finds her magical girl outfit way too embarrassing to wear in public. Noa complains that the outfit is the same size as when she was 17. Rihai-Pion explains that as the legendary warrior's outfit, it is her only option. Noa struggles with the tight and revealing fit of her old uniform, which makes her feel incredibly self-conscious. Rihai-Pion blames Noa for outgrowing the outfit as a dark tentacle creeps up behind her. A giant jellyfish monster appears, and Rihai-Pion orders Noa to fight. Noa refuses because she doesn't want anyone to see her like this. Rihai-Pion tells Noa to stop whining about her age as a tentacle suddenly snatches her off the ground. Noa gets tangled in tentacles, while the fairy warns her that her outfit will only become more embarrassing if she doesn't hurry up and win. Noa screams in protest and releases a massive burst of magical power that completely destroys her surroundings. A close-up of Noa's eyes appears alongside a reminder that she will have to keep fighting even as she approaches 30. Noa wakes up on her messy floor and realizes she was just having a dream while failing to clean her room. Atsuka says he is glad his swimsuit model design was well made. His friend notices that the model's figure is very soft and squishy, just like Noa's. Atsuka gets incredibly embarrassed and apologizes for being too erotic, which leaves Noa completely confused. Rihito explains his plan to save all his money and live in a small, older apartment. Nearby, Satome checks her phone and feels envious of Noa for having so many wonderful friends. Rihito sticks to eating cheap frozen meals or discounted food and mentions that Noa often offers to pay for his dinner. At the same time, Satome looks at pictures of Noa having gourmet tea and getting help cleaning her messy room. Satome sees that Noa stays up late playing games with her skilled friends and hosting pizza parties. Rihito says he has a good salary but prefers to own very few clothes and only buy the games he truly wants. Satome thinks about how Noa's popularity comes from being surrounded by such great people. Noa begs Rihito to help her manage her money better, but he gets a bit annoyed when she implies he is just some random person. A friend asks Noa why she spends so much time talking to Atsuka on the phone. Later, Rihito gives in and allows Noa to sit closer to him while they are out together. Noa calls Rihito late at night because she is upset over an anime character's death and cannot sleep. Rihito suggests they watch the show together. As they talk, Noa starts feeling very hot and flustered. Noa admits she only wanted to hear his voice and keeps him on the phone for several more hours. On a different night, Noa notices Rihito looks hot and tries to cool him off. Noa's friend tells her it is scary that she still thinks of her relationship with Rihito as just a friendship. Rihito looks at Noa and wonders why she is getting so physically close to him. Noa tries to wear high heels and cute accessories when she goes out with Rihito. She gets annoyed that her tight shirts always stretch out the patterns on her chest. Rihito suggests she should simply find clothes that actually fit her. Noa invites Rihito to go out drinking with her since she assumes he is not going to the big company summer vacation party. Rihito shocks Noa by announcing that he actually plans to attend the party. He explains that he wants to go because there will be free food and he wants to save on his expenses. Noa has an emotional outburst, tearfully asking if she is a burden just because Rihito spends more on food when they are together. Rihito tells her that her way of thinking is way too pessimistic. Rihito explains that he wants to save money because a lot of games are coming out during summer vacation. He mentions that the summer break party is worth going to for the free sushi and pizza, unlike the end-of-year party that only had snacks. Rihito plans to go just for the free food and leave immediately after eating. Noa tearfully decides she is going too if he is going, which her colleagues find completely typical of her. Noa excitedly shouts that everyone should eat pizza at their desks. Rihito gives in with a tired response. The office staff gathers around their desks to toast each other and celebrate finishing their work. Kaimya tells everyone to eat up and even take some of Toyotake's. Toyotake notes that there was a fierce battle for the food and tells the younger employees to go ahead and enjoy what is left. Toyotake asks the group about their plans for the upcoming summer vacation. One colleague plans to stay home and play games while Rihito says he is going back to his parents' house. A colleague finds their plans boring and suggests going to the beach or a festival instead. Noa mentions that she wants to go to the beach. Rihito feels her staring intensely at him as she speaks. A colleague imagines Rihito and Noa at the beach together and gets so overwhelmed by his own dirty thoughts that he starts gagging. Toyotake wonders what is wrong with him. Takebana arrives with a very heavy cart full of supplies for the party. Her colleagues comment on how difficult the job is, but note that party prep is the responsibility of the new recruit. Takebana looks exhausted as she thinks about having to distribute massive amounts of pizza and beer. Her co-workers tease her about the job, making her stronger since she is an athletic type. Takebana collapses under the weight of the heavy crates. Noa calls out to her in concern while others mention that everyone in the room was an art major. Noa offers Takebana a box of chocolates she bought earlier in the morning, hoping the treat will help her. Noa tells Takebana she just wanted to cheer her up, leaving the new recruit completely stunned by the kind gesture. Takebana shouts with excitement as she eats the chocolate, declaring that her energy has been completely restored. Takebana pushes the heavy cart away with intense determination, shouting that she will do everything in her power to distribute beer to everyone and cure their fatigue. Toyotake comments on how much energy Takebana has while Noa feels relieved that the junior liked the chocolates. Kinuya assumes Takebana just really likes chocolate, but Rihito points out that Takebana actually likes Noa herself. The group continues chatting as Hayase becomes incredibly flustered. He imagines an inappropriate scenario between Sayatome and Takebana, leading a coworker to ask if he is all right. Noa looks down thoughtfully with a wide-eyed expression. Kinuya offers Noa some sushi, which startles her. Noa smiles and thinks to herself about how nice the current atmosphere feels. Kinuya notes that it is rare for so many employees to attend a party and asks if Noa is only there because Rihito showed up. Noa shyly admits that is the case. Kinuya encourages them to attend more office drinking events and tells Noa that she wants to talk to her about many different things. Noa looks at her with surprise and gratitude. A colleague interrupts the conversation to tell Sayatome that D Company has requested urgent feedback. Noa is shocked and disappointed by the sudden work requirement. Noa excuses herself to go handle the task. Rihito mentions that the 3D department is already finished for the day, so he plans to head home as well. Rihito tells his coworkers he is leaving and they wish him a good rest of his day. Rihito walks alone through the quiet office with a neutral gaze. Noa sits back at her desk focused on her digital drawing tablet. Rihito stops by Noa's desk to tell her he is about to head home. She looks up in surprise and asks him if he is really leaving already. Noa explains that she finished the urgent feedback quickly, but is unsure if she should just keep working. She looks sad as she realizes Rihito is definitely heading home without her. Rihito stares back at her with a calm, silent expression. Rihito asks if the task Noa is doing right now is also urgent. She says it isn't, but she needs a good place to stop. He watches her in silence. Rihito asks her if she wants to go get something to eat. Noa looks up at him with a stunned expression. Rihito mentions that since everyone ate the pizza so fast at the party, he is still hungry. Rihito suggests they find somewhere to grab a light snack. Noa gazes at him while he waits for her answer. Noa breaks into a wide, joyful smile and accepts his invitation immediately. Rihito checks his phone for open restaurants and suggests going to an izakaya. Noa happily agrees that is the perfect choice. Rihito leads the way while scrolling through his phone as Noa follows behind him giggling. He looks back and asks what she finds so funny. Noa leans into Rihito and tells him she simply really enjoys the time they spend together. Noa looks at him with a warm smile and explains that while talking with others was fun, being with him calms her down. Rihito tells Noa that she always makes a big deal out of everything. She looks back at him in shock. Noa suggests they could just drink at her house to save money since she has plenty of alcohol. Rihito predicts they would just end up playing video games all night while Kinuya watches them leave. Kinuya tells her coworkers she is certain those two are in a relationship. A colleague reacts with a shocked expression. Takabana suddenly yells that they definitely are not dating. Her coworkers are surprised to find her still standing there. Sayatome hides nearby and angrily shouts that they don't have that kind of relationship. In the end, the pair spends the evening eating and drinking together at an izakaya. A finger repeatedly pokes into something soft and squishy. The finger continues poking Rihito's cheek while he remains fast asleep. Rihito finally wakes up and looks around groggily as the poking stops. Noa leans over him with a curious look and notes that he is finally awake. Noa gives a bright smile and says good morning to Rihito, though she giggles and adds that it is actually already noon. Rihito sits up and slowly remembers where he is. Noa lies on the floor next to his makeshift bed and asks him if he is feeling okay. Rihito recalls how Noa dragged him to her apartment after their time at the izakaya and made him play P-Platoon until he passed out from exhaustion. Noa mentions she already took a bath and tells Rihito he should go use it too. Rihito turns away and says he is just going to head home instead. Noa panics and begs him not to leave yet. She tells him there is something she really wants them to do together today. Rihito looks at her with a bored expression and asks what it is. Noa excitedly suggests they plan out their summer vacation right now. Rihito suggests they just talk about it over wine later, but Noa continues to plead with him. It is officially the first day of summer vacation. Noa aggressively shakes Rihito and begs him to decide on plans with her. He complains about being low on energy since he just woke up. She tells him to go freshen up in the bath. Noa reveals she has a new toothbrush and towels ready for him. Rihito is stunned and apologizes, realizing she bought these items for him a long time ago. Rihito eventually gives in and takes a bath. He dries his hair with a towel and notes that he now smells incredibly sweet. Noa asks Rihito when he plans to leave for his parents' house. He says he will probably go for the last 3 days of vacation, which makes her look a bit sad. Noa suggests that he should only stay there for 2 days instead. Rihito asks her for the reason behind the change. Noa yells that a longer trip means they will have less time to hang out together. Rihito realizes with a blank stare that she expects him to spend all his free time with her. Noa gets upset and asks if he doesn't want to be around her all the time. Rihito looks away and tries to find an excuse while Noa continues to question his feelings. Noa starts crying while hugging a stuffed animal because she feels like the massive difference in their excitement levels is painful. Noa demands that Rihito act more excited and say things like yay or that he is looking forward to it. Rihito tells her it isn't in his nature to act that way, so she begs him to at least give her a smile. Rihito lets out a tiny laugh which makes Noa even more furious. He apologizes and asks her where she wants to go for their outing. Noa excitedly lists off student-like activities like going to the beach, seeing fireworks, and visiting festivals. Rihito points out that her suggestions are a bit childish. Rihito reminds Noa that working adults only get 9 days off and cannot do everything a student would do in a month. He suggests having at least one rest day so their work won't suffer. Noa suggests they make today a rest day and asks if he wants to play games again. Rihito thinks to himself that playing games all day won't be restful at all. Noa plans out their next few days, including swimsuit shopping and a beach trip. Rihito looks at his phone and accepts that a trip to the beach is inevitable. Rihito asks which beach they should visit. Noa picks Inashima and mentions that her friend Negi-chan wants to join them. Rihito recalls her friend's intense personality. Noa says they should go to Inashima because it appears in many anime series. Rihito notes that she is giving a very otaku reason for the choice, then asks if she can even swim. Noa admits she is fine as long as she has a float, which leads Rihito to conclude she can't swim at all. He checks his phone and decides Inashima might be nice since there is plenty to see. Noa sends her full summer schedule over Rhine and tells Rihito how much she is looking forward to their plans. Rihito looks at the packed list and asks if they can add a few blank days. Noa mentions that some companies have employees take summer vacation at different times. Rihito notes that would be terrible because they wouldn't be able to hang out. Rihito and Noa relax in her room while looking at their phones. Rihito comments that they should have planned their vacation earlier instead of deciding at the last minute. Noa begins to explain her reasoning. Noa admits she was afraid that their plans would fall apart if they got into a fight. Rihito tells her that her way of thinking is way too pessimistic. Noa sits curled up on her sofa and explains that her relationships usually don't even last until summer vacation. She says she gets sad because her plans often end up disappearing. Noa breaks into tears as she wonders if Rihito will grow to hate her or if they can even stay friends. She questions whether they will be able to keep hanging out like this in the future. Rihito watches her cry in silence. He thinks to himself that it takes a lot of courage for her to say those things directly to his face. Rihito turns toward Noa and asks her if she has eaten anything yet. Noa tearfully admits she hasn't eaten because she's been so tired from work. Rihito pulls out his phone to order food and says they should eat together since he is hungry too. The two sit together and enjoy their meal. Rihito tells Noa that her low mood is likely just a lack of sleep or proper nutrition. Noa giggles and says the food is yummy. Noa thanks Rihito and says she feels much more energized now that she has eaten. Rihito continues his meal and mentions that having so many summer plans makes him happy. Noa looks at him with a joyful expression and declares that they should enjoy this summer vacation to the absolute fullest. Rihito finishes his food and simply agrees with her. Noa stares at him with wide, curious eyes. Noa leans in and sniffs Rihito, laughing because they both smell the same. Rihito looks annoyed and points out that they used the exact same shampoo. It is the third day of summer vacation and the pair walks through a crowded city street. Noa comments on how quickly time is flying by. Noa admits she wanted to hang out yesterday as well, but Rihito says that would have been too much for him. He mentions needing a buffer day to rest and tells her not to treat their holiday like a job. Rihito notes that Noa has the stamina of a student despite her heavy drinking habits. She finds his comment unfair and tells him to be quiet. Noa smiles warmly and tells Rihito that she doesn't know why, but being with him is fun and makes all her fatigue disappear. Noa feels like it's going to be another great day as they arrive at their destination. Rihito asks if they are in the right spot, and she confirms they are. A fortune teller holds up a tarot card and delivers a chilling warning. She tells them that if they continue on their current path, they will both be ruined. Rihito and Noa stare blankly ahead, completely stunned by the teller's sudden and dark prediction. The two sit in a heavy, awkward silence across from the fortune teller at her table. Outside the fortune-telling shop, the pair wonders what the teller meant by the word destruction. The fortune teller asks for clarification on whether they want a reading for their compatibility as friends instead of a romantic one. Rihito confirms they are just friends while Noa looks on nervously. Noa starts to panic and wonders if her friendship with Rihito is about to end. She becomes extremely distressed and asks what they should do about the negative prophecy. The fortune teller explains that tarot cards are intended to be warnings rather than fixed outcomes. She prepares to flip over an advice card to show them how to reach a better future while Noa watches with wide, hopeful eyes. The fortune teller points at Noa and declares that she is way too negative, leaving her completely stunned. The teller explains that Noa's dependency on her friend stems from worrying too much about public perception. She warns that the friendship will end unless Noa fixes this habit. Rihito thinks to himself that most people feel that way. The teller shocks the pair by revealing that Noa's fifth ex-boyfriend is currently using her credit card. She advises Noa to cancel the card and offers to introduce her to a lawyer. Rihito is impressed by the teller's accuracy. Noa looks down tearfully and admits that she genuinely wants to stop being so negative. She asks for advice on what she should do next. The teller considers the situation for a moment and then tells Noa that the key is to start loving herself more. Noa is puzzled by the advice. The teller suggests that Noa probably expects people to dislike her and encourages her to find specific traits she likes about herself as a first step towards self-love. The teller assures Noa that her constant anxiety will fade away once she begins to appreciate herself. Noa stares back with a blank and thoughtful expression. The teller acknowledges that changing is difficult to do alone and suggests Noa should try to discover her good qualities while spending time with Rihito. The teller announces that it is Rihito's turn for a reading. He looks skeptical but agrees to listen. The teller points out that Rihito doesn't show enough emotion, which Noa enthusiastically agrees with. The teller adds that despite his cold exterior, he actually has a very kind heart. Rihito feels like Noa is taking over his turn. The teller tells Rihito he shouldn't be embarrassed and needs to use his words to express positive feelings more frequently. Rihito remains silent and neutral. Rihito looks a bit flustered as he tries to deny that he is feeling embarrassed. Noa aggressively grabs Rihito's shirt and tells him he needs to speak up more when they are having a good time. The teller watches them and wonders if they are actually making progress. The teller gives Noa another warning, saying she relies on Rihito too much. She explains that if Noa isn't careful, she will turn into an energy vampire. A phone shows a search result for energy vampire, describing it as someone who habitually drains the energy of those around them. Rihito looks at his phone and thinks the definition of an energy vampire sounds exactly like Noa. She sits beside him looking extremely depressed. At her restaurant, Rihito comments that the fortune teller was amazing and everything she said was spot on. Noa looks down and agrees that she needs to reflect on her dependency on him. Rihito thinks about how it is hard to change one's personality quickly. He tells Noa that she is fine just the way she is for now, which makes her feel a little better. Noa tearfully tells Rihito to put some distance between them if he ever starts to dislike her. She promises to put effort into fixing her personality because she doesn't want him to have to endure her. Rihito recalls the fortune teller's advice to express his feelings with words and remains silent for a moment. Rihito finally tells Noa that he finds talking with her interesting. She looks at him with surprise and asks him to elaborate on what he means. Noa suddenly starts panicking and asks if he finds her weird or just funny. Rihito tells her that she is being super negative again. Rihito explains that he meant she is genuinely interesting. Noa tries to process the word and wonders what it means. She then checks her phone and accuses him of being sarcastic. Rihito looks Noa in the eye and clarifies that he is genuinely interested in her as a person. Rihito keeps a calm and steady gaze on Noa after his confession. The two sit together in a prolonged, heavy silence. Rihito admits that his words sounded a bit weird. Noa looks down at her phone in silence. Noa looks up at Rihito with wide eyes and a bright blush on her face. Noa gives a shy, nervous smile and giggles. She repeats the word interested back to him as she processes the compliment. Noa tells Rihito that hearing him say that makes her very happy, though it also makes her feel a little embarrassed. Rihito looks at her with his usual neutral expression. Rihito tells Noa that if she is going to be so negative, then he just won't say anything at all. Noa panics and screams in protest, begging him to keep talking about how much fun he is having or things he likes. Rihito flatly refuses her request. Rihito repeats that he is genuinely interested in Noa while she stares down at her phone in silence. Rihito realizes to himself that what he just said sounds exactly like a romantic confession. On the fourth day of summer vacation, Rihito finds himself back at Noa's apartment. He asks if they are going to spend the day playing video games again, noting that the room is unusually dark. Noa tells him that she has a different plan for today. Noa excitedly announces that it is horror movie marathon day. Rihito agrees that it sounds like a good idea. She asks if he can handle scary movies, and he confirms that he watches them once in a while. Noa admits she actually can't handle scary things and has never watched a horror film before. Rihito asks if she is certain she wants to go through with this. Noa explains that as a game creator, she needs to explore every genre and learn from worlds she is unfamiliar with. Rihito acknowledges that her logic makes sense. Rihito is reminded that Noa is a dedicated career woman. However, she then reveals that her actual main motivation is simply wanting to do something that feels like summer. Rihito asks what they are going to watch, and Noa asks for a recommendation. Rihito points out a movie that was trending recently and mentions that he has been wanting to see it. Rihito explains that the movie he chose is known for being one of the scariest horror films ever made. Noa is immediately terrified that they are starting with something so extreme. Rihito suggests a foreign horror movie known for its stylish visuals, which sounds appealing to Noa at first. However, he quickly adds that it is so disturbing that viewers often feel physically sick. Noa screams that she doesn't want to watch either of his suggestions. Rihito suggests they should skip the horror movies and watch anime instead. Noa hesitates and then decides to try her best to endure the scary films because she wants to have a proper summer experience. Noa tries to comfort herself by thinking that it might not be so scary if she is with Rihito. He decides they should just watch the scariest movie first, which causes Noa to start panicking again. The two settle onto the couch to start the movie. As the film begins, Noa grips her stuffed bunny tightly in anticipation of something frightening. Suddenly, the screen goes black, leaving both of them confused. Noa is already terrified by the movie's dark atmosphere and screams that it looks scary. Rihito tells her she is being too jumpy and reminds her that horror films are naturally dimly lit. He warns that the movie will only get more frightening, but tells her to hang in there while she whimpers. Noa shouts at the screen, pleading for the characters not to enter a haunted location. Rihito calmly munches on popcorn and points out that the story wouldn't go anywhere if they didn't take risks. Noa worries about the characters' safety, but Rihito dismisses her concerns by saying that rules are meant to be broken in these movies. Noa cries out for the characters to stay away from forbidden areas. Rihito counters that those dangerous choices are exactly what the audience wants to watch. Noa frantically suggests the characters should just call the police for help. Rihito reminds her that the protagonists are facing supernatural forces that the law can't handle. Noa is out of breath and declares that she can't handle the tension any longer. Rihito points out that she has actually kept her eyes closed for the entire duration of the film so far. Noa admits she is too scared to look, so Rihito asks if she wants to switch to anime instead. She gets annoyed and tells him to stop treating her like a child before suddenly coming up with a new idea. Noa proposes a plan where Rihito covers her eyes whenever the movie gets too frightening. Rihito notes that doing so would mean she isn't really watching the movie at all. Noa explains that Rihito is experienced enough to predict when jump scares are about to happen. He hesitantly agrees to go along with her request. The two sit in suspense as the movie builds tension during a car scene. Rihito warns Noa that something scary is about to appear on the screen. Rihito quickly places his hand over Noa's eyes just as a frightening image flashes across the television. Rihito keeps his hand firmly over Noa's eyes while the scary scene continues to play out. Noa thanks Rihito as he tells her that the frightening part is finally over. Noa starts to feel embarrassed and notes that Rihito is keeping his hand near her face for an unusually long time. Rihito finally pulls his hand away and tells Noa that the movie should be safe to watch for a while. Noa comments on how big Rihito's hand is. He agrees that it probably is. Noa compares their hands and notes that his is much larger than hers. Noa is amazed and asks if his whole family has big hands. He says they do, including his younger sister. Noa continues to admire his hand while he looks a bit uncomfortable. A horrifying face suddenly appears on the TV, catching Noa completely off guard since she was distracted. Rihito asks if she wants to rewind the scene. Noa shouts that she doesn't want to see it again, but he offers to cover her eyes if they do. Noa is flustered and suggests they just give up and watch anime instead. Rihito says they should finish the movie because it's getting better. Noa finds his sudden enthusiasm for the horror film unusual. Rihito explains why the movie is so popular and well-directed, while Noa hides her face and whines about hating the experience. Rihito suggests he might just go home and watch the rest alone. Noa stops him and drops her stuffed animal in distress. Noa grabs Rihito's arm and begs to stay close to him because she is too frightened to watch by herself. Rihito stares at her with a blank look. Rihito tells her she is making him too hot and pulls away, leaving Noa shocked and hurt. Noa bursts into tears and calls Rihito mean for rejecting her. Noa clings to him and accuses him of being cold, lately demanding that he treat her more kindly. Rihito watches her with his usual calm face. Rihito apologizes and promises to cover her eyes again whenever the movie gets scary. Noa wails about being nearly 30 years old as she hides her face and cries. Noa cheerily decides she can handle horror movies after all, since the film wasn't that bad. Rihito points out that she barely actually saw any of it because his hand was covering her eyes the whole time. Noa gushes about how the story and setting of the movie were incredible. Rihito checks his phone and says he should probably head out now. Noa grabs onto Rihito's shirt and begs him not to leave her alone. He notes that she was obviously still terrified despite her earlier claims, resulting in her being too scared to even use the bathroom later that night. Noa excitedly declares that they should go shopping for swimsuits. Noa tries to drag Rihito out of bed, telling him that even Negi-chan is coming along. Rihito groggily explains that he already bought his swimsuit online. Noa gets upset because she wanted to pick one out for him herself. Rihito guesses she would just choose another patterned one which he thinks suits her style more than his. Noa huffs in frustration while walking outside. Rihito thinks to himself that it was a good idea to buy his own clothes after all. At the clothing store, Negi-chan realizes why Rihito didn't come along today. Noa looks disappointed because she really wanted all three of them to shop together. Negi-chan browses the racks and asks Noa if she and Rihito stay over at each other's places too often. Noa explains that their sleepover last night was unplanned, but she was too scared after the horror movie to let him leave. Negi-chan remarks that Noa acts like a child while Rihito takes on the role of a parent. This makes Noa imagine herself as a little kid with Rihito looking after her. Noa is horrified by the realization that she is a 27-year-old senior behaving so immaturely. Negi-chan tells her to stop crying and just pick a swimsuit already. Noa feels overwhelmed by the huge selection and admits she hasn't worn a swimsuit since high school. Negi-chan suggests she just start trying them on to see what works. Noa tries on a few frilly patterned swimsuits and worries that they show off too much of her chest and stomach. Noa tries on a more mature floral one-piece and a dark bikini, but Negi-chan remains unimpressed and silent. Negi-chan rejects all the choices, pointing out that the constant frills make Noa look like a little girl. She reminds her friend that she is nearly 30 years old. Noa tearfully argues that age shouldn't matter in fashion and that people should wear what they like. Negi-chan acknowledges the point but doesn't change her mind. Negi-chan bluntly tells Noa that frilly styles simply don't suit her. Noa is crushed and wonders if an otaku like her is even allowed to wear a swimsuit. Noa gets discouraged and wonders if the beach is only meant for stylish people. She worries that an otaku in her late 20s has no business being there. Negi-chan smiles and hands Noa a basket full of new options to try on, though Noa is skeptical that they will be any better. Noa tries on a skimpy off-the-shoulder top and a bandeau bikini with a sheer wrap. She is incredibly flustered by how much skin is showing. Noa tries on even bolder tiny bikinis and screams that she is practically naked. Negi-chan encourages her to be even more daring with her choices. Noa keeps complaining about the lack of fabric in the new swimsuits. Negi-chan asks why she won't just accept that these styles actually look good on her. Negi-chan asks Noa why she is worrying about fabric now when she always wears skin-tight clothes. Noa wails that the amount of cloth is completely different. Noa gets embarrassed about her exposed stomach in a bikini, but Negi-chan bluntly tells her that is just the nature of swimsuits. Noa continues to whine about how much she dislikes it. Noa looks down and bashfully admits she feels fat. Negi-chan is genuinely surprised by the comment. Negi-chan grabs Noa's belly and firmly tells her she is not fat at all, which startles Noa. Negi-chan pinches Noa's stomach and notes that she has no muscle tone. Noa cries out for her to stop and explains it is because she only does desk work. Noa considers a swimsuit that covers her belly, but Negi-chan suggests that showing skin might actually work better. She tells Noa that she is the type who looks larger when she is fully covered. Negi-chan insists that Noa isn't fat and describes her as having a soft marshmallow body. Noa stares blankly while wondering what that even means. Negi-chan declares that anyone who calls Noa fat is an idiot and jokingly suggests she should just kill them. Noa looks in the mirror and finds her friend's advice a bit too extreme. Noa hides behind the fitting room curtain and admits she is too embarrassed for the current options. She looks down thoughtfully and asks to try something else. A rack of various stylish clothes hangs inside the store. Noa spots a different swimsuit on the rack and Negi-chan enthusiastically agrees that it suits her. She tells Noa to try it on right away. Noa looks at her reflection and shyly decides to go with the new choice. The two friends go out to eat after their shopping trip. Noa thanks Negi-chan for the help and mentions that her friend's own swimsuit choice was quite bold. Negi-chan happily eats her food and agrees it is pretty cool. Negi-chan watches Noa eat a very small salad and asks if that is really all she plans to have for a meal. Noa determinedly shouts that she is starting a diet today. Negi-chan points out that their vacation starts in only 2 days, making her efforts seem a bit late. Noa announces her plan to fast, but her stomach immediately growls. Negi-chan warns her that fasting at her age is a bad idea. Noa regrets picking a swimsuit that shows her stomach, while Negi-chan tells her she is being too self-conscious. In a flashback to the shopping trip, Noa worries that her swimsuit choice makes her feel practically naked. Sadome watches from around a corner, blushing and overwhelmed. Sadome is in a state of shock and screams internally about how Sayatome-san is actually wearing a swimsuit. A woman asks Sadome if she is shopping for swimsuits, but Sadome frantically claims she is just admiring them from afar. Sadome continues to gush over how cute Noa is while the stranger watches her with confusion. It is the 7th day of summer vacation. Noa is incredibly hyper and shouts about how much fun they are going to have at the beach. On the train ride, Noa gushes about how the seaside scenery looks exactly like a town in an anime. Negi-chan and Rahito both agree that she is acting like a small child. Noa excitedly tells the group that she lost 3 kilograms in just 2 days to prepare for wearing her swimsuit. She asks them if her face looks any slimmer. Negi-chan doubts that such a small amount of weight loss would even be visible. She asks Rahito if he brought his swimsuit and he says he was just planning to watch the ocean from the shore. Negi-chan and Noa both yell at Rahito for his complete lack of enthusiasm. Rahito asks if just relaxing on the sand is also a valid way to enjoy the beach. Negi-chan notes that Noa and Rahito seem to stay over at each other's places quite a lot lately. Noa explains that their stay over was unplanned and only happened because she was too scared after a horror movie to be alone. Negi-chan says that Noko acts like a child and Rahito is her parent. Noa imagines herself as a toddler being cared for by Rahito. Noa is horrified by the realization that she is a 27-year-old adult acting so immaturely. Negi-chan tells her to stop crying and choose a swimsuit. Noa looks at the large selection and admits she hasn't worn a swimsuit since high school. Negi-chan is shocked by the number of swimsuits they've pulled off the racks. Noa tries on several frilly girlish swimsuits but feels incredibly self-conscious about her chest and stomach. Noa tries on a floral pattern and a frilly bikini, but Negi-chan remains silent and unimpressed. Negi-chan rejects all the options, pointing out that the frills make Noa look like a child when she is actually almost 30. Noa argues that people should be allowed to wear whatever they like regardless of their age. Negi-chan bluntly tells Noa that the frilly styles simply do not suit her. Noa is crushed and wonders if a gross otaku like her is even allowed to wear a swimsuit. Noa falls into a deep depression, wondering if the beach is only meant for stylish people and if she should just stay home. Negi-chan smiles and hands Noa a basket of much more revealing swimsuits, telling her to try them on instead. Noa tries on an off-the-shoulder bikini and a bandeau top with a wrap, feeling extremely embarrassed by how much skin is showing. Noa is shocked as she tries on a tiny string bikini, screaming that she is practically naked. Negi-chan encourages her to be bolder. Noa continues to complain about the lack of fabric in the new swimsuits. Negi-chan asks why she keeps protesting when the outfits actually look good on her. Noa-senpai stands in her new bikini, feeling self-conscious and blushing deeply. Atsuka watches Noa-senpai as she stands near him under the beach umbrella. Marina tells Noa-senpai she looks cute and asks Atsuka for his opinion. He admits she looks really cute, making Noa-Senpai even more flustered as Marina tells her to be more confident. Marina urges Noa-Senpai to hurry up and put on sunscreen because she wants to swim. Atsuka sits nearby holding a large inflatable float. Atsuka notices how revealing Noa-Senpai's swimsuit is without a wrap as the girls prepare to head into the water. Marina and Noa-Senpai run toward the waves with Noa-Senpai dragging a rabbit-shaped inner tube behind her. The two girls splash around and enjoy themselves in the ocean. Marina and Noa-Senpai a happy laugh while playing in the water. Atsuka relaxes under the umbrella and watches the girls from a distance, thinking that this feels like a real summer vacation for the first time in years. Noa-Senpai staggers back to the umbrella looking pale and unsteady. Atsuka wakes up from his nap and notices her return. Noa-Senpai collapses onto the beach mat in exhaustion. She explains that Marina is still out there swimming with a butterfly stroke. Noa-Senpai groans in pain and admits she feels nauseous, prompting Atsuka to ask if she is all right. Atsuka suggests she should rest since she is nearly 30, but she tells him not to bring up her age so suddenly. Noa-Senpai continues to look very ill as she lies on the mat. Atsuka asks if he should go buy some medicine, but Noa-Senpai refuses, saying she will be fine since they finally made it to the beach. Noa-Senpai's stomach lets out a loud growl, and she admits that she hasn't eaten since yesterday to look better in her swimsuit. Rihito tells her that is definitely why she feels sick and asks what the point of starving herself was. Rihito looks at Noa-Senpai and tells her that he thinks she looks great already. Noa-Senpai is completely stunned by his words and stares back with a deep blush. Rihito hands Noa-Senpai some snacks and suggests that exercising would be better than starving herself. Noa-Senpai agrees and notes that Marina also said she needed to build more muscle. Noa-Senpai suddenly declares that she is going to start doing sit-ups right now and begins eating a snack stick. Noa-Senpai struggles to do sit-ups on the mat while Rihito asks if this is not a bit too sudden. Noa-Senpai eats all the snacks and announces that she feels much better. Rihito watches her with a tired expression as she thanks him. Marina performs a very aggressive and intense butterfly stroke in the ocean. Rihito and Noa-Senpai sit on the sand and watch the waves together. Noa-Senpai tries to convince Rihito to go into the water, pointing out that he is already in swim trunks. He refuses and explains that he only wears them to keep his clothes clean, which Noa-Senpai finds incredibly boring. Noa-Senpai suggests they go to the beach hut to get more food. Rihito reminds her she already ate his snacks, but she claims she is still hungry from her fast. He warns her that she will collapse if she keeps this up at her age. Noa-Senpai decides they should buy yakisoba and frankfurters for Marina as well. Rihito agrees, thinking that Marina must be starving after all that heavy swimming. Noa says that beach huts feel very summer-like because she sees them in anime so often. Rihito asks if she is too influenced by anime, and she proudly admits she can't help being an otaku. Noa spots a snow cone shop and sprints toward it with a shout of excitement. Rihito watches her run off and thinks to himself that she is being way too childish. Rihito stands alone on the sand with a blank, neutral expression. Rihito wanders through the crowd wondering where Noa-Senpai went. He assumes she is just buying a snow cone until he notices something happening nearby. Rihito finds Noa-Senpai cornered by two muscular, tough-looking guys. She looks incredibly flustered and embarrassed as she tries to hide her face from them. One of the guys excitedly tells Noa-Senpai that she is seriously cute and hot. His friend notes that he is dumb but actually a nice person. Noa-Senpai stammers nervously while blushing deeply. Rihito watches the scene from a few feet away, wondering if something is actually wrong. Rihito finally realizes that Noa-Senpai is getting hit on by these two strangers. Rihito thinks to himself that seeing someone he knows getting hit on like this is actually kind of funny. Rihito reflects on the situation and remembers that Noa-Senpai had a boyfriend once. He looks at her from behind and admits she has a great figure, so it makes sense that she is popular. The energetic guy tells Noa-Senpai that he has totally fallen for her because she is exactly his type. Noa-Senpai looks up with wide, stunned eyes and a bright red face as she processes the blunt compliment. Rihito watches the interaction with his usual bored and unimpressed expression. The guys ask Noa-Senpai for her Instagram or her Rhine account. She continues to stammer and hesitate while Rihito looks on from a distance. The guys are shocked to find out that Rihito is not Noa-Senpai's boyfriend. Rihito confirms that he isn't her boyfriend at all, leaving the two strangers and Noa-Senpai completely stunned. The energetic guy thinks it is fine for Noa-Senpai to hang out with them since she and Rihito are just friends. He reaches out to put his hand on her shoulder, making her flinch. Rihito steps forward and places his hand on Noa-Senpai's shoulder to pull her away. He tells the guys that she already made plans to spend the day with him. Rihito keeps his hand firmly on her shoulder while explaining their situation. Noa-Senpai looks up at Rihito with wide, shimmering eyes as he stands up for her. The two strangers stand in silence while Rihito protects Noa-Senpai. The loud guy wails about how he was really starting to like her, but his friend tells him to just give up. Rihito gives a half-hearted apology as he leads Noa-Senpai away. Noa-Senpai is left blushing as the energetic guy immediately runs off to hit on another girl Marina pointed out. His friend waves goodbye to the pair and tells them not to worry about it. Noa-Senpai thanks Rihito and admits she is bad at turning people down. Rihito points out that she almost went with them, and she confesses that they didn't seem like bad people. Noa-Senpai shouts that it is hard to say no because it simply feels nice when someone tells her they like her. Rihito says he does not feel the same way at all, which shocks Noa-Senpai. He watches her looking dejected and thinks to himself that it might be dangerous to leave her alone if she is that easily influenced. Rihito imagines himself as a teacher watching over a toddler version of Noa-Senpai. He wonders if he needs to keep a constant eye on her to keep her out of trouble. A loud, angry shout startles Noa-Senpai. She hides behind Rihito and comments on how scary the person sounds after hearing someone threaten to kick some ass. Noa-Senpai realizes the scary person is Marina, who is currently screaming at the same two guys from before to get lost. She thinks the scene is very familiar while the guys cower in fear. Marina spots her friends and her expression immediately softens. She gives a big smile and asks if they want to go eat some shirasu rice bowls, and Noa-Senpai happily agrees. Noa-Senpai smiles at her friends but then realizes there is something she needs to do first. Noa asks Marina for permission to head into the sea with Rihito. Marina happily agrees and says she'll wait while eating yakisoba. Noa grabs Rihito's hand and leads him away. Noa looks back at Rihito with a joyful smile, reminding him that he was the one who made plans for them to hang out. The two of them walk side by side toward the waves. Rihito looks out at the horizon with a calm expression. Rihito and Noa step into the water together. Rihito is surprised by how cold the sea is, and Noa agrees. Noa gives a bright smile and says the water feels nice, and Rihito quietly agrees. Marina declares that they should change and go to Inashima. Noa suddenly panics and admits she forgot to bring spare underwear, making Marina call her an idiot while Rihito watches in silence. Noa walks through a crowded street wearing an oversized t-shirt Rihito lent her. She thanks him for the help, but he points out that he now has to wear his sticky clothes home. Marina mocks Noa for being like an elementary schooler. Marina plans to stop at a convenience store for underwear before getting food. She mentions that they could have bought it for Noa earlier if she knew her size, but Noa finds that idea far too embarrassing. Noa promises to wash and return Rihito's shirt, noting it got quite sandy. Rihito points out the irony of her being embarrassed about her size when her current outfit is so revealing, but he eventually tells her to do as she likes. The group finally sits down at a restaurant to eat large shirasu rice bowls. Marina is excited to eat a lot after her swim and notes it is her first time having the fish raw. Noa-Senpai remembers that she has something to give to Marina. Rihito looks at her with interest as she brings it up. Noa-Senpai hands a plaid gift bag to Marina, explaining it is for her birthday this month. Marina is shocked and asks if she can open it right away. Marina opens the box to reveal a high-end designer necklace. Noa-Senpai excitedly mentions she bought a matching one for herself so they can be twins. Rihito is stunned that she would buy such a luxury brand gift. Marina feels a bit hesitant since they have only been meeting in person for a couple of months. Rihito thinks to himself that the present is far too luxurious for their current relationship. Marina tells Noa-Senpai that she loves the brand and is very happy with the gift. Noa-Senpai is visibly relieved that her friend likes it. Noa-Senpai declares that the matching necklaces are a sign of their eternal friendship and wants them to wear them together. Marina finds the sudden intensity of the statement a bit scary. Rihito asks Marina how old she is. She jokingly tells him that asking a woman's age is a big mistake before laughing and saying she is just kidding. Marina reveals that she is turning 27 this year, just like Noa-chan. Noa-Senpai reacts with a look of pure shock. Marina comments that being 27 already feels like being in your 30s. Rihito agrees with her, making Noa-Senpai spiral into panic as Marina tells Rihito to be quiet. Noa-Senpai is hit with the sudden horrifying realization that Marina is actually younger than her. Noa-Senpai admits that she is actually turning 28 this year. Marina is surprised because she assumed they were the exact same age. Noa-Senpai is devastated to find out she is the oldest member of the group. Marina tries to comfort her by saying a 1-year difference makes them practically the same age from an older generation's perspective. Noa-Senpai feels like a useless failure for being the oldest and worries that her friends are disappointed. Rihito notes that she is no longer listening to them. Marina offers her some delicious seaweed which she eats while still feeling like she wants to die. The view from the observation deck shows the sparkling coastline of Inoshima on a bright summer day. Marina admires the beautiful view from the heights of Inoshima. In the background, Noa-Senpai continues to sulk as Rihito notes she is still dwelling on her age. Rihito tells Noa-Senpai she is overthinking things and suggests they enjoy the sea view from the observation deck. She remains hesitant and continues to dwell on her thoughts. Noa-Senpai tearfully compares herself to Marina, who seems cool and fashionable. She feels like she lacks those qualities while Rihito watches her in silence. Rihito points out that she always says the same things but doesn't seem to actually want to change. Noa-Senpai breaks into loud sobs at his blunt observation. Noa-Senpai desperately begs Rihito to believe that she truly wants to change. She explains that she manages to act professional at work and hopes to make that her normal personality someday. Rihito acknowledges that she already does her best at work. Noa-Senpai looks up at him with wide, shimmering eyes as he speaks. Rihito tells her she doesn't need to try so hard around them since keeping up a perfect appearance all the time is exhausting. Noa-Senpai listens quietly as the sun sets over the distant shoreline. Rihito suggests that crying when she's upset is simply a part of who she is as a person. Noa-Senpai lets out a frustrated groan in response to his comment. Noa-Senpai looks down and then looks back up at Rihito with a surprised and thoughtful expression. Rihito tells her once more that there is no need to force herself to change. Noa-Senpai admits she wants to try her best because she doesn't want to ruin their relationship. Rihito tells her it is because they are friends. Noa-Senpai blushes deeply and gazes at him with wide emotional eyes. Noa-Senpai begins to tremble and wraps her arms around herself. Rihito watches her with a confused look and asks what she is doing. Noa-Senpai confesses that she is currently suppressing a strong urge to hug him. Rihito immediately tells her to absolutely not do that. On the train ride home, Marina happily declares that she wants to visit Inoshima again. She notices that Noa-Senpai has fallen asleep, and Rihito agrees that she must be exhausted from the day. Marina reaches her stop and waves goodbye to the pair as she exits the train. Rihito tells her to take care while Noa-Senpai continues to sleep soundly beside him. Noa-Senpai wakes up slightly and leans toward Rihito. She tells him that earlier today she was really happy. Noa-Senpai sleepy tells Rihito that she was really happy earlier. Rihito asks if that is really so while she giggles to herself. Noa-Senpai falls asleep on Rihito's shoulder and mutters that she loves him. Rihito's eyes widen in surprise at her sleepy confession. Rihito looks down at the sleeping Noa-Senpai as they continue their train ride. Rihito sits quietly and thinks to himself that it is fine for her to rest on him. Noa-Senpai cries as their week together ends, saying she will be lonely enough to die. Rihito tells her they will see each other at work in 2 days. Rihito returns to his parents' home on the 8th day of summer vacation. Rihito's mother welcomes him back as he enters the house. Rihito's mother notes it has been since New Year's since he last visited, and he tells her he is just a bit tired. Rihito asks where the dog is, and his mother explains that his father took him out for a walk. Rihito enters the living room where his younger sister, Rini, is lying on the couch. She groans at his presence and he asks what her problem is. Rini sticks her tongue out and complains that Rihito brought bread instead of cake, calling him thoughtless. Their mother mentions that there is a delicious bakery right at the station. Rihito points out that he also brought a fruit tart, which is Rini's favorite. Rini looks embarrassed and groans as she realizes she complained too soon. While the family eats dessert together, Rihito's mother asks when his summer vacation ends. Rihito says tomorrow is his last day, and his mother notes that adults do not get very long breaks compared to students. Rini smirks and assumes Rihito just spent his whole vacation cooped up at home like a typical otaku. She tells him that she never wants to become an adult like him. Rihito casually mentions that he went to the beach, which leaves Rini completely shocked. She assumed he would have just been wandering around somewhere by himself. Rihito shocks his sister even more by saying he went with friends. Rini is baffled by the idea of him having a social life and tries to act like she does not care why he is telling her this. Rihito's mother chimes in and notes that Rini has just been playing with her phone at home. Rini gets defensive and tells her mother to be quiet. The mother continues to tease her by saying Rini only has one friend named Mika-chan. Rini screams at her mother in total embarrassment. Rihito's mother warns Rini that she will not make any friends in college without making an effort. Rini snaps that she already knows that just as Rihito's phone begins vibrating with many notifications. Rini yells at Rihito because his constant phone notifications are annoying her. Rihito looks at his screen and sees a flood of messages coming in from Noa-Senpai. Rihito apologizes and says it is just a friend, but Rini snatches the phone away. She tells him she is going to turn his notifications off herself since he is in the middle of a conversation. Rini is horrified to see the name Noah and realizes the messages are from a girl. She reads through a series of desperate texts where Noah asks to see him and wonders if she is being creepy for messaging so much. Rini and her mother both start squealing with excitement and demand to know if Rihito has a girlfriend. Rihito looks exhausted and repeatedly tells them that he does not. Rini thinks the sheer volume of incoming texts is creepy and asks what is going on. Rihito identifies Noah as the friend he mentioned before and explains that she is just a big deal on the Rhine app. Rini looks at the clingy bunny stickers and messages about being lonely, questioning if Noah is really just a friend. Rihito firmly insists that their relationship is nothing more than a friendship. Rini looks down at Rihito's phone with a skeptical expression, letting out a groan. Their mother asks if Rihito has any photos of the girl, making him wonder why she wants to see. Rini assumes the girl probably looks like a total otaku, but Rihito mentions he might have one from the beach. Rini stares at the screen in disbelief after seeing a photo of Noa-Senpai in her bikini and screams that she is a gyaru. Their mother comments on how cute Noa-Senpai is. Rini huffs and thinks to herself that compared to her own online persona, it is not even close. The mother asks if the girl is a college student or a junior at the office. Rihito clarifies that she is actually his senpai at work, which shocks Rini. Rini asks for the girl's age and is stunned when Rihito tells her she is 27. Rini gets upset that a 27-year-old is dressing like that and showing off so much cleavage. She notes how close Noa-Senpai is to her brother in the photo, but Rihito just says she is bad at maintaining personal distance. Rini spots Marina in the photos and shouts about another gyaru appearing. Their mother looks at the phone and thinks Marina is very pretty. Rini demands to know why an otaku like Rihito is hanging out with gyarus and asks if he is trying to relive his youth. Rihito tells her that she has been rude to him from the very start. Rini looks Rihito in the eye and tells him he should just stop being friends with Noa-Senpai altogether. Rini explains her reasoning, pointing out that Noa-Senpai is 27, has pink hair, sends clingy messages, and flaunts her chest at the beach. Rihito asks why those things are an issue. Rini warns that Noa-Senpai is a bad influence and that dating her would only end badly. Rihito calmly tells his sister that she should not judge people based solely on their appearance. Rini finds the situation contradictory because Rihito usually says dealing with people is a hassle. She reminds him that they used to just spend their time playing video games together. Rihito remains silent for a moment with a thoughtful expression on his face. Rihito admits that gossip and rumors bother him, but he finds Noa-Senpai to be an interesting person. He explains that she is good at her job and has impressive interests. Rini warns Rihito that he is a poor judge of character and calls Noa-Senpai a major red flag. She insists he would be happier staying a lonely otaku and urges him to cut ties with her immediately. Their mother tries to interject. The mother asks Rihito if he likes interesting people. Rini stares at them with a look of disbelief. Rihito breaks into a slight sweat while Rini looks at him with a mix of shock and irritation. Rini argues that saying Rihito likes her is going too far. Suddenly, their father returns home from his walk and their mother welcomes him back. Rihito turns his attention to the entryway. The family dog Choco sprints into the room toward Rihito. He is genuinely excited to see the pet. While Rihito happily greets Choco, his mother tells his father that Rihito has someone he likes. Rini shouts in a panic, demanding to know why she would say that. Rini vents her frustration at her annoying family and denies that Rihito has any romantic feelings. Her mother continues to praise Noa-Senpai for being cute, while Rihito ignores the chaos and lets Choco lick his face. Noa-Senpai stares blankly with a lonely and slightly depressed expression. Noa-Senpai lies in bed and checks the time on her phone, realizing it is already mid-afternoon. She groggily wonders if it is already lunchtime. Noa-Senpai yawns and stretches in bed alongside her large rabbit plushie. On the 8th day of summer vacation, Noa-Senpai brushes her teeth and reflects on how she always sleeps the day away when she doesn't have plans. Noa-Senpai brushes her hair and thinks about being alone today. She recalls her time with Rihito and Marina, wishing she could have spent more of her vacation hanging out with them before moping back to her bed to hug her plushie. Noa-Senpai hugs her bunny plushie and remembers how much fun Inashima was. She thinks about swimming for the first time since childhood, eating delicious food and visiting places she never would have gone to alone. She recalls Marina complimenting her and Rihito telling her she looked great, which helped her feel better about her lack of confidence in a swimsuit. A gentle smile appears on Noa-Senpai's face as she daydreams about her friends. She thinks about how even strangers called her cute and wonders if she really needed to worry so much about being chubby. She remembers Rihito standing between her and the guys who were hitting on her at the beach. Noa-Senpai giggles to herself and rolls around on her bed while clutching her stuffed bunny. She starts imagining more future outings, wanting to try skiing, visiting theme parks, or even traveling abroad with the group. She thinks it would be great if everyone could hang out like this forever, regardless of how old they get. Noa-Senpai blushes as she wonders if sharing an apartment with Rihito would be a good idea. She imagines them being together all the time, playing games and having pizza parties. She realizes that since Marina has a boyfriend, the living situation might be impossible. Even so, the thought of splitting rent and living with him sounds incredibly fun to her. She looks up roommate situations on her phone and spots a search result about sharing an apartment when one person has a partner. She reads an article about common relationship troubles that occur between roommates when one of them gets a boyfriend or girlfriend. Noa-Senpai stares at the screen with a look of concern. She sadly realizes that most people eventually choose their lovers over their friends. She worries that Rihito might date someone and leave her behind even if they stay close. Tears well up as she wonders if their friendship is doomed to end. She assumes that, because Rihito is so kind and mature, any romantic relationship he has will probably last a very long time. Noa-Senpai worries that unlike her, who always gets dumped, Rihito will eventually find someone and end up getting married. She imagines a future where she asks him to hang out, but he turns her down because he has plans with his wife and other friends. She fears there will eventually be no time left in his life for her. In her nightmare scenario, he asks her to stop messaging him on Rhine because his wife is getting concerned about their contact. She breaks down in tears, unable to bear the thought of being anything less than his best friend. Feeling overwhelmed by these painful thoughts, she realizes she needs to talk to someone right away. She thinks of asking Marina for help, but remembers Rihito is at his parents' house. Since she doesn't have Marina's Rhine, she decides to send her a direct message on Edo's instead. She is shocked to see Marina's latest post showing she is already in Guam. She can't believe Marina has the insane stamina to go overseas the day after their beach trip. The realization that she is truly alone today makes her burst into tears again. She tries to comfort herself by remembering she still has her fictional crush, Haru-kun. She sits at her computer to draw him, thinking back on her old fan account posts. She reads harsh comments on her social media telling her that while her art is cute, her personal posts are cringy and should be kept private. The mean comments crush her spirit, and she collapses face down on her bed in despair. She hates herself for being such a mess and feels like she just wants to disappear entirely. She imagines Rihito staying by her side, giving her a big hug and reassuring her that everything will be all right. She thinks having that kind of support would let her keep smiling. She suddenly sits up and slaps her face, telling herself to stop being gloomy because she is an adult and a professional art director. Noa-Senpai decides to spend her day off gathering inspiration for work while relaxing on her sofa with a rabbit plushie. She checks out some video recommendations from Rihito and notices that the thumbnails are all very dark and gloomy. Despite her initial hesitation, she watches the videos and finds herself completely hooked by the interesting stories. Feeling lonely, she wants to her thoughts with Rihito, but remembers he is currently visiting his parents. She ends up spamming Rihito with a series of frantic messages and immediately panics over her lack of self-control. She sees that he has read her messages without replying and starts to worry that he has finally grown to hate her. Rihito eventually replies to explain that his sister took his phone and asks if she is doing all right. Noa-Senpai stares at the message with tears of relief in her eyes, happy to hear from him. She looks at a photo of Rihito with his dog and thinks they are both incredibly cute. She feels so overwhelmed by loneliness that she wishes summer vacation would just end already so she can see him again. Noa-Senpai is extremely busy at her desk as an art director, working hard to check character designs before their release. She finishes her work and collapses onto the floor in total exhaustion. Noa-Senpai wakes up and finds herself transformed into a dog. She lets out a small growl and realizes she is now a furry Pomeranian. Rihito returns home and greets her. She immediately starts jumping around him with excitement. She continues to bounce around Rihito's feet, desperately begging him to pet her. Rihito agrees and begins to pet her head, making Noa-Senpai close her eyes in pure bliss. She trembles with happiness as he continues to pet her. She looks down shyly and asks for even more attention. She rolls over to expose her belly and Rihito starts to pet it. Noa-Senpai makes happy sounds and decides that this experience is the peak of happiness. She feels all the loneliness from being alone at home fade away while he pets her. Her eyes snap open suddenly. Noa-Senpai realizes it was all just another dream as she lies on the floor. She screams in panic because it is morning and she is now late for work. Marina suggests taking beach photos and hands the camera to Rihito. Noa-Senpai is delighted to wear Rihito's large spare t-shirt like a dress, while Marina tells her to suck in her stomach for the pose. Noa-Senpai pleads with Rihito to take a picture with her for the sake of their memories, but he refuses. He warns her that moving too much makes it look like she has nothing on under the shirt, which could lead people to think she is a deviant. Marina scolds Rihito for making Noa-Senpai cry while Noa-Senpai huddles on the ground in embarrassment. Marina demands that Rihito hurry up and take the photo since Noa-Senpai is now wailing about him, hating the idea of being in a picture with her. Takabana looks flustered as she imagines Noa-Senpai lying down in a revealing bikini. Noa-Senpai dives into her work as an art director, handling motion checks, home screen adjustments, planning meetings, and intern preparation. Noa-Senpai expresses how completely fulfilled she feels with her busy schedule. During lunch, Rihito admits he expected Noa-Senpai to be depressed about summer vacation ending, but she claims she is actually doing great. Noa-Senpai says she is happy to be needed at work, which Rihito sarcastically interprets as her being a corporate slave. She tries to clarify that having a reason to be there is nice, but he finds her reasoning a bit too heavy. Noa-Senpai confesses that the real reason she is happy is getting to see Rihito, but she gets annoyed when he points out they have already seen each other recently. Noa-Senpai shouts that she wants to see him in person every day, and Rihito immediately rejects the idea as too much just as Takabana walks in. Takabana greets them and asks what they are discussing, so Noa-Senpai tells her they were just talking about summer break. Takabana says that she spent her time with family and games, and Noa-Senpai finds it nice. Takabana blushes furiously as she remembers secretly watching Noa-Senpai try on bikinis. Rihito notices her getting worse at hiding her true feelings. Takabana keeps the special thing she saw a secret and asks Noa-Senpai how her own summer break went. Noa-Senpai is glad to hear Takabana enjoyed herself and begins to her own experience. Noa happily says that she went to the beach at Inishima and asks Atsuka to confirm the story to their co-worker. Atsuka panics, thinking it will be trouble if their co-worker finds out they went to the beach together, and tries to make an excuse to leave. Noa stops them both and returns a t-shirt she borrowed from Atsuka during the beach trip, surprising him and the co-worker. The co-worker is shocked to hear they went to the beach together, but Noa explains that a third friend joined them as well. The co-worker begins stammering about swimsuits, while Atsuka and Noa look on with awkward and confused expressions. Noa innocently confirms that she wore a swimsuit to swim, which sends the co-worker into a state of total horror. The co-worker completely loses her composure and makes strange noises while Noa watches her in utter bewilderment. The co-worker grabs Atsuka and drags him down the hallway to talk in private, leaving Noa standing alone. The co-worker frantically interrogates Atsuka about whether he saw Noa's suggestive swimsuit while he tries to understand her intensity. Atsuka tries to maintain that the swimsuit wasn't that erotic, but the co-worker insists that it was far too revealing. Atsuka recalls seeing Noa in her swimsuit at the beach and remains skeptical of the co-worker's extreme assessment. When Atsuka questions how she even knows about the swimsuit, the co-worker becomes so frightening that he decides it is better not to delve into it. Atsuka realizes that Noa simply has a good figure, which might make even a modest swimsuit give off a suggestive vibe. The coworker stares forward with an expression of pure terrified intensity as she continues to fret about the situation. Takabana screams at Atsuka, calling him a sexual beast and ordering him not to look at Noa with lustful eyes. Atsuka points out that she was the one who brought up the topic in the first place. Takabana continues her outburst, lamenting that Atsuka is just a typical guy after all. Atsuka dryly acknowledges that he is in fact a guy. Takabana questions if it isn't presumptuous to even consider someone as noble as Noa as a girlfriend. Atsuka watches her blush and sweat while thinking she is jumping to conclusions. Takabana wails that it is unfair for Atsuka to enjoy their friendship just to see Noa in a suggestive outfit. Atsuka tries to explain that it is all a misunderstanding. Atsuka thinks about how Noa has an attractive allure and soft skin, but he realizes that Takabana is the one actually looking at her with lustful eyes. Atsuka observes that Takabana views Noa through rose-tinted glasses, seeing her as a perfect, dedicated, and kind person. Atsuka tells Takabana that she is the only one looking at Noa sexually. Takabana mopes while Atsuka watches her with a bored expression. Atsuka explains that he respects Noa as a person and has known her longer than Takabana. He insists that his gender doesn't mean he views her in a sexual way. Takabana looks down in embarrassment and apologizes for getting carried away. Atsuka tells her she does not need to apologize while Takabana tries to insist that the fault lies with her. Takabana suddenly screams again that she cannot forgive him for swimming with Noa in that swimsuit. She calls Noa a goddess while Atsuka wonders what is wrong with her. Atsuka tells Takabana that her standards for what is erotic are way too strict. He asks if every swimsuit would be disqualified by her logic while Noa looks on from the background. Takabana experiences a mental overload, her mind filling with images of a shocked cat and outer space as she questions her own perspective. Takabana wonders if she is the strange one and asks Atsuka to tell her exactly where a swimsuit becomes super erotic for him. Atsuka hesitantly agrees to her request. Takabana shows Atsuka several bikini photos on her phone to gauge his reaction. He comments on how daring some of them are while she shows him a final, highly censored image. Noa curiously asks what they are looking at as she walks up to Atsuka and Takabana. Atsuka tries to maintain professionalism by reminding her they are currently at work. Noa peeks at Takabana's phone and sees the censored bikini photo. She pouts and complains about being excluded, admitting she felt lonely. Noa blushes deeply and looks completely stunned after seeing the suggestive images on the screen. Noa starts stammering apologies while Takabana also panics about the situation. Atsuka tries to clear up the confusion with a frustrated look. Noa realizes that Atsuka is just a normal guy who would look at such things. Takabana screams in horror, warning Noa to be careful around men because he has no shame. Noa mentions she wants to get her ears pierced while eating a sandwich at her desk. Atsuka casually tells her she should just go ahead and do it. Noa gets upset and yells at Atsuka for showing no interest in why she hasn't gotten them pierced yet. He finds the whole topic too troublesome to discuss. Atsuka asks if she already wears earrings, but Noa explains that those were actually just clip-ons. Noa complains that clip-ons hurt her earlobes and she frequently loses them. Atsuka asks if she wants real piercings just for the convenience, and she confirms that is part of the reason. Noa excitedly reveals that she pre-ordered earrings based on her favorite character Haru-kun. Atsuka realizes this is just another one of her intense otaku hobbies. Noa grins with sparkling eyes as she explains that this is the real motivation behind her decision. Inside her apartment, Noa begs Atsuka to help her with the piercing. He sits on the floor holding a piercing kit while she says she is counting on him. Rihito looks at the piercing gun in his hand, resolving to be the one who pierces her ears. The girl celebrates the idea of becoming her idol's woman in body and soul once she gets the earrings. Rihito repeats the phrase about her being another man's woman to himself. She explains that bringing fictional items into the real world makes her feel like she is part of that universe. Rihito admits that her logic makes sense. The girl talks about how matching items are a must for fangirls even though she wants to be the only one who has them. Rihito prepares the tool and asks if they should begin. The girl suddenly starts shaking and admits she is terrified. Rihito points out that she was very enthusiastic just a moment ago. She panics about the needle, insisting that it has to be painful. Rihito looks at his phone and tells her that most people online say it hardly hurts. The girl argues that needles are not meant to be stuck into the human body. Rihito asks why people would keep getting piercings if the pain was truly that unbearable. She describes her desire to feel a deep connection with the person she loves. Rihito tells her they should proceed for that reason, but she immediately screams in protest. The girl gets emotional about sharing the same pain as her idol. Rihito mentions that they need to mark her ears first, and she realizes she can use eyeliner for the task. She rummages through a large vanity case to find a pink eyeliner. Rihito thinks to himself that she owns an excessive amount of makeup. The girl holds up the eyeliner and prepares to mark her earlobe. She checks her reflection and asks Rihito if the placement looks right or if it should be moved. Rihito stares at her without answering. Rihito leans in and gazes intently at the girl's face. He continues to stare at her in silence while she waits for his opinion. The girl becomes flustered and starts to blush under Rihito's steady, unblinking gaze. Rihito points out that her marks are uneven by a millimeter. Noa is amazed by his precision as she makes the correction. Noa asks if the placement is finally right. Rihito confirms it looks good and suggests they get on with the piercing. Noa panics and tells him to wait so she can calm her breathing. Rihito grows impatient and asks why she doesn't just do it herself. Rihito decides to start with her right ear. He leans in close as Noa watches him with a nervous expression. Rihito gets extremely close to Noa's face, causing her to freeze up. Noa is overwhelmed by how close he is. Rihito stays focused on the ear while preparing to use the tool. Noa asks if he usually gets this close to her. Rihito calls her selfish for being fine with touching him but complaining when the roles are reversed. Rihito tells her she needs to look toward him or else he won't be able to pierce her ear properly. Noa begs him to be gentle. Rihito tells her he understands and takes hold of her earlobe. Rihito says he needs to adjust the spot a little. Noa groans and winces as she feels him working on her ear. Noa screams for him to stop and wait. Rihito points out that it is already late and they have work tomorrow, but she suggests he just stay over at her place. Rihito flatly refuses to stay over and tells her to just let him finish already. He reaches out to touch her ear again. Rihito says he needs to move her hair out of the way. Noa is visibly flustered and continues to shake. Noa remains silent and deeply blushed while Rihito handles her ear. Rihito suddenly lets out a confused sound while looking at her. Rihito notices that her ear has turned red and asks if he hurt her. He says he will be more gentle as she stammers in embarrassment. Rihito finally presses the tool against her earlobe. Noa winces and shuts her eyes tight as the needle goes through. Noa whimpers and clenches her fists while Rihito finishes the piercing. Rihito stares silently at her face after completing the task. A loud scream echoes through the night from the apartment building. Noa checks her reflection in a mirror and thanks him through her tears. Rihito says he should get going, but she begs him to wait. Noa holds up 2 more piercing kits and excitedly suggests that they get matching ones. Rihito immediately asks her why on earth he would do that. Rihito firmly refuses, telling her to stop because he can't handle anything related to ears. Noa feels bad and apologizes as the day comes to an end. Noa poses confidently and imagines herself as a sophisticated career woman. Noa shows off her new look to Rihito in the break room and claims her piercings give off professional vibes. Rihito isn't sure about the vibe but admits she looks more mature than before. Noa complains that he is being too cold. Noa gazes at him with wide, sparkling eyes after hearing his small compliment. Sayatome believes wearing earrings more often will help her become an adult and even considers getting a belly button piercing. Atsuka tells her that her image of adulthood is a bit too wild. She points out her current piercings and suggests they go buy more grown-up ones together. Takabana suddenly appears and asks if she can also join the shopping trip. Sayatome is startled by Takabana's sudden arrival. Takabana apologizes for the scare and explains she was curious about the new piercings which she thinks suit Sayatome perfectly. Takabana tells Sayatome that the earrings really enhance her fashionable charm. Sayatome's self-esteem gets a huge boost from the unexpected praise. Takabana offers to help pick out a new pair of earrings for her. Sayatome is flattered but surprised by the offer. Takabana insists she would be more help than Atsuka and claims it is dangerous for a man and a woman to be alone together. Sayatome is confused by her intense reaction while Atsuka wonders what she thinks of him. On Sunday the group meets up and Sayatome is amazed by how cute Takabana looks in her floral dress. Takabana explains she dressed up nicely specifically because she was going out with her. Sayatome tells Takabana she is jealous of her body type and how well the fluffy clothes suit her. Takabana panics and struggles to stay calm while being showered with compliments. Takabana says she admires the confident vibe Sayatome gives off. Sayatome is shocked to hear that she actually seems confident to others. Sayatome is touched by the sweet words. Takabana smiles warmly at her while Atsuka watches them with a flat expression. Takabana shoots a smug, challenging look toward Atsuka. Takabana cheerily tells the group it is time to go pick out earrings. Atsuka is left wondering why she just gave him such a smug look. Sayatome is overwhelmed by the massive selection of earrings displayed in the shop. Atsuka feels completely out of place and tries to escape to a shoe store, but Sayatome panics and clings to him like a child begging a parent not to leave. Takabana asks what style Sayatome wants and suggests a pair of sun-shaped earrings. Sayatome thinks the choice is very cute. Takabana suggests that celestial shapes like moons or stars would suit Noa, adding that rabbit designs would be charming as well. Rihito remarks on her sharp observation skills, though she responds with a smug and knowing look. Rihito suggests heart-shaped earrings because they feel like Noa's style. He then points out a pair of strawberries, noting they match the red color of her swimsuit, which leaves Noa absolutely delighted by their cuteness. Noa is thrilled to realize that Rihito has actually been paying attention to her. In the background, Takabana glares at them both with a look of intense jealousy and frustration. Takabana creates a dark and intimidating aura as she demands to know which earrings Rihito prefers. Rihito looks confused by her sudden intensity. Takabana presents a pair of blue-green gemstone earrings and suggests they would look surprisingly good on Noa. Noa is visibly stunned by the suggestion. Noa is shocked to find out that Takabana correctly identified her favorite color. Takabana explains her choice by saying blue hues stand out beautifully against pink hair. Noa and Rihito are both impressed by her professional designer taste and attention to detail. Takabana continues to maintain her triumphant and smug expression. Rihito watches Takabana acting arrogant and recognizes her suspicious behavior. Rihito realizes that Takabana was simply reciting information from Noa's past social media posts. He notes that she had tweeted about wanting those specific earrings and even mentioned that blue-green was the image color of her favorite fictional character. Noa tries to get Rihito to wear matching earrings with her, but he immediately refuses the idea. Takabana suffers in the background, feeling that the close friendship between the two is unfair. While the group relaxes at a cafe, Rihito is shocked that Noa recklessly spent enough money to buy 8 pairs of earrings at once. Noa remains happily oblivious as she enjoys her dessert. Noa explains that she typically avoids hanging out with coworkers in her personal life. She clarifies that Rihito is an exception because she considers him a friend, which causes Takabana to sink into a state of deep distress. Noa giggles to herself while eating her cake, appearing completely content. Noa admits that she was actually quite nervous about hanging out with Takabana today. Takabana stares at her in total surprise at the confession. Takabana apologizes for getting carried away as a newcomer to the group. Noa is surprised by her sudden change in tone. Takabana tearfully worries that she forced Noa to waste her precious day off. Noa frantically tries to tell her that it was not like that at all. Noa looks down shyly and admits that she simply wanted to say she had a lot of fun today. Takabana gazes at Noa with wide emotional eyes and softly thanks her. Takabana blushes deeply and says it was an honor to spend time with the esteemed Sayatome-san. Noa tells her that she really doesn't have to be so formal with them. Noa suggests that they should do this again and pick out earrings for Takabana next time. Takabana is so overwhelmed with shock and excitement that she experiences a total mental meltdown. Takabana impulsively decides to pierce her ears as soon as she gets home. She then asks Noa how she went about getting her own piercings done. Noa casually reveals that she had Rihito do it for her with a piercing gun. Rihito looks on with a bored expression while Takabana is frozen in shock. Noa happily adds that Rihito even came over to her apartment for the task. Takabana is completely horrified and screams in disbelief, while Rihito tries to explain it was just easier that way. Takabana calls Rihito a predator and warns Noa to stay away from him. She accuses him of having ulterior motives, leaving Noa confused and Rihito looking exhausted by the accusation. Back at the office, Noa goes over character designs with Rihito, suggesting that narrowing the eyes and refining the hair partition would give the character a cooler vibe. Rihito lets out a sigh as they continue their work. Noa-Senpai stands at the head of a conference table presenting work updates about characters and approvals while Rihito and other coworkers listen. Afterwards, she sits down and lets out a long, depressed sigh. A coworker asks Noa-Senpai about an animation peak, and she provides a technical answer about setting parameters. Once he leaves, she collapses into another heavy sigh while Rihito watches her from his desk. Rihito asks Noa-Senpai why she seems so down while they are out for drinks at a restaurant. She is surprised he noticed, but he tells her it is completely obvious given her behavior. Noa-Senpai tearfully explains that her favorite character Haru-kun just died in the anime version of the series. Rihito points out she already knew this from the manga, but she shouts that seeing it animated made the pain fresh again. Noa-Senpai complains that the author keeps killing everyone in gruesome detail and wonders if they are all demons. Rihito pragmatically notes that character deaths are sometimes necessary for a good plot. Noa-Senpai looks at Rihito with a heartbroken expression, interpreting his words as him not caring about her favorite character's death. Rihito immediately realizes he has said the wrong thing and stepped on a landmine. Rihito asks why she even watched the anime if she knew the outcome. Noa-Senpai screams that she wanted to hear the character's voice and see him in motion even if it ended in tragedy. Rihito tells her that being this upset means she is reacting exactly how the author intended. Noa-Senpai gets angry and tells him to stop being so analytical because to her, a person has actually died. Rihito suggests that she should simply find a new character to obsess over. Noa-Senpai cries even louder and calls him completely heartless. Noa-Senpai insists that no one can ever replace Haru-kun because he saved her from a dark time in her life. Rihito watches in confusion as she suddenly begins to narrate her own backstory from 3 months ago. Noa-Senpai recalls being dumped by her 5th boyfriend via a text message. Rihito remembers the guy was just using her for her money, but Noa-Senpai remembers feeling like an absolute failure as a human being. She remembers that Rihito was the one who appeared and was kind to her during that low point. Rihito is happy to hear he helped, but she continues her story with a somber look. Noa-Senpai recalls returning to an apartment filled with boxes and feeling a deep ache because the person she wanted to live with was gone. To distract herself, she started watching the popular anime Nakajiri Man while crying. She explains that a character named Haru-kun appeared in the show who had a similar face and voice to the man she lost. Seeing his subtle kindness and how he cared for his friends made her fall completely in love with the fictional character. Noa-Senpai laments that Haru-kun eventually died as well, making her feel like love never goes well for her. She wonders if people leave her because she is mentally weak or if she is simply the problem, but Rihito silently doubts her self-deprecating theories. Rihito watches Noa-Senpai cry and realizes that Haru-kun must have been an incredibly important person to her. Noa-Senpai explains that she only had 4 pillars of support for her heart, but now that one is gone, her emotional state is crumbling. Rihito dryly observes that having only 4 pillars is not a lot of support to begin with. Noa-Senpai wonders how she will manage from now on since her mental state had finally been stable for a while. Rihito remains skeptical and wonders if her mental state was ever actually stable. Rihito suggests that the best solution for her is simply to find more favorites to support her. He explains that relying on only 4 people as support pillars is too risky because the shock is too much if one dies. He tells her that having a large number of favorites ensures that others can still support her if some are lost. Noa-Senpai asks if he is just assuming everyone is going to die. Noa-Senpai argues that no matter how many favorites she has, it is still painful when one of them dies. Rihito casually tells her to just create a favorite that will not die, which leaves her looking confused. Noa-Senpai gazes at Rihito with wide, hopeful eyes as she wonders if he could be the favorite he is talking about. Rihito looks back at her with a completely blank and uninterested expression. Noa-Senpai explains her definition of a favorite as someone who helps her forget unpleasant things and gives her the strength to face the next day. Because he fits that description, she excitedly declares that she thinks it should be him. Rihito immediately and flatly rejects the idea, telling her to please pick someone else. Noa-Senpai is devastated and screams in frustration at his cold response. Rihito points out that making him her favorite doesn't actually add any new support to her life. He adds that it makes no sense for a real person she interacts with daily to be considered a favorite, while Noa-Senpai begs him to at least pretend to be a little bit flattered. Rihito offers to lend her some of his manga or novels to help her find a new favorite character. Noa-Senpai shoots down the idea because almost everything he likes involves characters dying. Noa-Senpai tearfully wonders why she cannot just aim to get closer to Rahito instead. She suggests that making an existing support pillar stronger would be just as effective as finding new ones. Rahito notes that they already text every morning and night, see each other at work, and hang out on weekends. He asks what more she could possibly want from their relationship, which leaves Noa-Senpai silent and blushing. Noa-Senpai blushes deeply and looks up at Rahito with a shy, expectant expression. She stammers out a suggestion that they should an apartment together. Rahito immediately shuts down the idea of living together, accurately predicting that she would just want to play P-Platoon all day. Noa-Senpai tries to use splitting the rent as a logical argument, but Rahito insists that he needs to have time for himself. Noa-Senpai looks away with a dejected expression after Rahito rejects her living arrangement proposal. She admits she was actually quite serious about the idea, leaving Rahito surprised. Noa-Senpai tearfully accepts that they cannot get any closer than they already are. She tells Rahito that the only thing left to support her heart is alcohol. Noa-Senpai frantically orders 8 beers on the ordering tablet, while Rahito calls it the worst possible choice she could make. Rahito tries to suggest fancy juice as an alternative, but Noa-Senpai shouts that she hates him and doesn't care about anything anymore. Rahito realizes it is useless to argue with her in this state. Back home and lying in bed, Rahito reflects on Noa-Senpai's intense ability to invest herself so deeply into a manga character. He finds her dedication quite amazing. Rahito stares at the ceiling, still thinking about Noa-Senpai crying silently into her drink earlier that night. He decides to send her a message telling her she can call him and talk anytime if things ever get too tough. Rahito's phone immediately erupts with an incoming call from Noa. He is stunned that she reached out to him so quickly. 3 days later at work, Noa-Senpai excitedly reveals she has already found a brand new favorite. Rahito looks completely drained after 3 straight nights of talking until dawn and even staying over at her place to support her. Noa-Senpai shows Rahito a photo of a cool K-pop group leader and gushes about falling in love with her. Rahito feels relieved that she finally found an interest in the real world, though her range of interests remains unpredictably wide. Noa-Senpai looks completely shocked as she contemplates the situation between herself and Rahito's sister Rini. Rini rests her chin on her hand with a bored and moody expression while Rahito watches her from the side. Noa-Senpai excitedly shows Rahito a photo of a K-pop group on her phone and invites him to a pop-up store. Rahito remains indifferent and claims he has no idea who they are, much to her frustration. At the office, Noa-Senpai urges Rahito to remember the group she is obsessed with. Rahito questions if he really needs to, leading her to get annoyed when he fails to recall the name of her favorite member. Noa-Senpai describes her favorite member Yua-sama, noting her height, age, and charismatic personality. Rahito realizes Noa-Senpai has a specific type while looking at a promotional poster for the merch shop. Noa-Senpai daydreams about dating the pop star while staring at her phone. Rahito mentions that his own sister is also a fan of K-pop. Noa-Senpai gets thrilled and asks if his sister likes the same group, but Rahito assumes it is a different one. She expresses a desire to talk about her hobby with his sister. Rahito remembers his sister's harsh warning to stop being friends with Noa-Senpai. He thinks to himself that their meeting would probably be a disaster. Rahito continues to reflect on the possibility of his sister and Noa-Senpai meeting while looking out at the city skyline. Rahito and Noa-Senpai visit the pop-up store and are stunned to see his sister Rini standing right in front of them. The 3 of them stare at each other in silence. Rini looks at her brother with a suspicious and annoyed expression, asking him what he is doing there. Noa-Senpai panics over the awkward timing of this encounter. Rahito asks Rini if she is a fan of this group, and she explains she is only there to buy a birthday gift for her friend. Noa-Senpai is shocked to realize this girl is his sister, while Rini is surprised to hear her call Rahito by his first name. Noa-Senpai gushes over how cute and young Rini looks. Rahito tells her that his sister is almost 20, which leaves Rini looking a bit defensive and uncomfortable. Noa-Senpai happily introduces herself as a co-worker of Rahito's. Noa-Senpai mentions that she was excited to meet his sister and explains her new interest in the K-pop group. Rini looks at Noa-Senpai's revealing outfit with an expression of intense awkwardness. Rini stares at Noa-Senpai and internally labels her as a heavy user of the messaging app. Noa-Senpai tentatively asks if they can be friends. Noa-Senpai gazes at Rini with wide, emotional eyes. Rihito calls out his sister's name to break the growing tension. Rihito calls Rini rude for her behavior while Noa nervously apologizes for her excessive messaging. Rihito insists the fault lies with his sister, leaving Rini looking completely stunned. Rini demands to know why Rihito is calling Noa by her first name, pointing out that he usually uses last names for everyone else. Rihito looks bored by her outburst. Rihito casually explains that Noa-Senpai actually requested to be called by her first name. Rini screams in pure outrage at the revelation. Noa is overjoyed and blushes intensely as she realizes she might be the only one Rihito addresses so familiarly. Rini looks at her with total disgust. Rini attempts to warn her brother that Noa has romantic intentions, but Rihito quickly covers her mouth to silence her. Noa reminds them that they need to hurry before the merch sells out. At a cafe, Noa happily reveals that she spent 60,000 yen on merchandise. She claims that as the star's self-proclaimed girlfriend, she had no choice but to buy everything. Rini views her as an extreme obsessive. Noa offers to pay for Rini's meal because she is a student. Rini gets annoyed and accuses her of showing off her money, but Rihito tells her she is being far too cynical. Noa asks Rini which K-pop group she likes and learns she is a fan of aespa. Rini smugly assumes Noa is just a beginner who wouldn't know much about them. Noa launches into an incredibly long and detailed lecture about the group and their social connections. Rini looks completely drained and overwhelmed by the sudden information dump. Rini complains about Noa sharing basic knowledge, but Rihito tells her to stop being a gatekeeper. Rihito and Noa both end up apologizing to each other for the awkward atmosphere. Rini starts playing a mobile game and complains about the hassle. Rihito scolds her for being glued to her phone while they are out in public. Rini argues that she is supporting her brother's company by playing their game. Rihito mentions that Rini is a fan of the character Bestia, which causes Rini to panic and Noa to look surprised. Noa excitedly reveals that she was the one who actually created the character Bestia. Rini is left frozen in a state of total disbelief. Noa explains her vision for the character while Rini mopes in embarrassment. Despite Rini's mood, Noa praises her as a reliable person, though Rini remains silent and defeated. Noa giggles and expresses how happy she is that Rini likes the character she worked so hard on. She suggests that they could become friends through their de-interest, while Rini stares at her in stunned silence. Rini suddenly screams that the situation is unforgivable, catching Noa completely off guard. Rini continues her outburst, declaring that no matter how great Noa might be, she cannot forgive her for going after her older brother. Rihito tries to interject and calm his sister down. Rini accuses Noa of seeing Rihito as a man, pointing out that calling him by his first name and wearing revealing clothes on their days off is basically a date. Noa is completely taken aback by the aggressive accusation. Noa frantically denies seeing Rihito that way, but Rini points out that she just blushed. Rihito tells Rini to use proper honorifics when addressing his senpai, but she snaps back that he's focusing on the wrong thing. Rini admits her brother is just a plain creepy otaku, but insists that doesn't make him an easy target. Noa desperately tries to clarify that they are just friends, but Rini refuses to listen to her protests. Rini points a finger at Noa and lists all the reasons she is unsuitable for her brother, calling her seductive, overly familiar, and rude for her constant texting habits. Noa stares forward with wide, tear-filled eyes, clearly devastated by the harsh words from Rihito's sister. Noa begins to sob at the table while Rihito tells Rini that she was really out of line. Rini looks genuinely shocked and regretful as she realizes how much she hurt Noa. Rini begins to tear up herself and offers a shaky, quiet apology as she sees the impact of her outburst. Noa tearfully agrees with Rini's assessment and apologizes for being so gross earlier. Rini tries to take back her words, but Noa continues to cry and apologize for her behavior. Noa confesses through her tears that she likes Rihito so much and desperately doesn't want his sister to dislike her, knowing how important family is to him. Rini is stunned and asks if Noa just openly admitted to having feelings for her brother. Rihito casually explains that Noa says that kind of thing all the time, and it usually doesn't have any special romantic meaning. Rini stands up and yells that both Noa and Rihito are weird. Noa wails and begs Rini not to hate her, while Rihito tries to tell his sister once more to stop addressing his senior so casually. Noa cheerily wishes Rini happy holidays, but Rini irritably corrects her, insisting that she should say Merry Christmas instead. Noa cries into her drink, wondering if she is truly unworthy of being Rihito's friend. Noa is still deeply bothered by Rini calling her unsuitable. Rihito remembers her trembling at work earlier that day as she dwelt on the harsh words. Rihito tells Noa she shouldn't take his sister's offhanded comments so seriously. Noa tearfully admits that the accusation of being a heavy messaging app user is actually somewhat accurate. Noa looks Rihito in the eyes and begs him to tell her what he really thinks of her. Rihito begins to give a vague answer, but Noa desperately asks him to be completely honest and tell her the truth this time. Rihito remains silent for a moment, clearly hesitating to speak his mind. Rihito finally admits that receiving 90 messages a day is actually a bit too much for him. Noa looks completely crushed by his honesty. Noa points out that he often just replies with stickers, and Rihito reveals he usually does that while multitasking during a movie. Noa is horrified and hurt to learn he wasn't giving her his full attention. Rihito apologizes for his lack of focus. Noa sadly accepts that she is the weird one in their relationship. Noa impulsively decides to ban herself from using the messaging app entirely. When Rihito questions if she can really do it, she tells him not to give up on her so quickly. Noa vows to stop using the app for 3 days to prove she isn't a heavy user and to show she can change. Noa declares her serious intent to try her best. Rihito is somewhat impressed by her resolve, though he thinks a 3-day ban is a very short period of time. Noa sweats in bed as she struggles to stay away from her phone. Even though she's genuinely trying to change, the urge to use the messaging app is overwhelming. Noa clutches her smartphone and cries out in desperation, declaring that she wants to use the app immediately. Lying in bed with her rabbit plushie, Noa lists all the things she wants to tell Rihito. She wants to talk about her drawing of Haru Kun, a manga he recommended, a pop star's video, and a new character design from work. Noa gives in and checks another social media app to see what Rihito is up to. She sees his posts about video games and his dog, but realizes he rarely updates. She wonders how people can survive without constant online connection. Noa trembles as her hand reaches for her phone against her will. She tries to force herself to calm down and stop the urge to reply to a message about doing her best. Noa concludes that the only way to succeed is to physically hide her smartphone from herself. Noa hides her phone in the closet and tries to distract herself by watching anime on her tablet. She immediately panics when she realizes she installed the messaging app on that device as well. Noa grips her own arm and begs herself to resist the temptation to check her messages. The next day arrives, and Noa reminds herself that she made a firm promise not to use the app. At work, Rihito greets Noa and acknowledges her hard work. She immediately shouts his name with excitement. Noa corners Rihito and launches into an endless verbal dump of information. She talks non-stop to make up for the silence of the previous day. Even while out for a meal, Noa continues her relentless barrage of stories and observations. Rihito listens in silence as she fills the air with words. Noa feels incredibly happy after sharing everything that was on her mind. Rihito realizes she has just crammed an entire day's worth of messages into a single conversation. Rihito asks Noa how she handled staying off the app. She admits it was difficult, but concludes that talking in person like this might be a better alternative. They part ways for the night. Once she is back home in bed, Noa's anxiety returns. She hugs her plushie and realizes she still has so much more to say, feeling restless and curious about what Rihito is doing at that exact moment. Noa stares at her phone, desperately trying to convince herself that sending just one message to Rihito would be okay. The memory of Rini calling her a heavy user continues to haunt Noa. She breaks down in tears and cries out for help as the urge to use the app becomes unbearable. Noa looks at pictures of her favorite characters and reflects on how they help her forget her deep sense of loneliness. Noa notices that the sharp eyes of her fictional favorites look remarkably similar to Rihito's eyes. Noa realizes she has been unconsciously typing a massive text message to Rihito. She panics at how close she came to breaking her self-imposed ban. Feeling like she can no longer trust herself, Noa prepares to delete the entire messaging app from her phone. Noa hesitates to delete the app because she is afraid of losing all her chat history and precious photos with Rihito. She cries out in frustration at her own addiction. Noa lies curled up in bed, wishing she had been born in a time before smartphones. She admits that she feels incredibly lonely whenever she isn't constantly connected to others. Noa imagines herself as a noblewoman in the Heian era, thinking that communicating only through poetry might have been enough for her. She quickly realizes that even in the ancient past, she would have been filled with anxiety waiting for a response. She admits to herself that she hates this needy part of her personality. Under the moonlight, Noa continues to dwell on her loneliness and her intense desire to talk to someone. Her thoughts remain focused entirely on Rihito as the night goes on. The next day at work, Rihito finds Noa standing near the vending machines and greets her. Rihito is genuinely impressed that Noa managed to stay off the app for 3 whole days. Noa stands before him trembling and looking physically exhausted from the effort. Acting like a mindless zombie, Noa staggers toward Rihito and begs him for a hug and some praise. Rihito watches her with a deadpan expression, wondering if she has actually turned into a monster. Noa begs Rihito for 3 days' worth of hugs, but he immediately refuses. She grabs his arm anyway, catching him by surprise. Rihito places his hand on Noa's head, causing her to blush and look up at him with wide, emotional eyes. Rihito ruffles Noa's hair as a form of praise, while she admits that the 3-day ban was incredibly difficult. Rihito eventually points out that her hair is now a complete mess. Rihito concludes that taking social media away from Noa is impossible. He agrees to allow her 40 messages a day, but she immediately exceeds the limit. Noa poses in a festive yukata while carrying a box of badges featuring her favorite character. Rihito reminds Noa of their agreement to keep her messages under 40 a day. Noa looks down guiltily and confirms she remembers. Rihito shows Noa his phone screen with over 100 unread notifications from her. She frantically claims there is a specific reason for the outburst. Noa explains she sent so many messages because she was too excited about their upcoming trip to the festival. Rihito notes that she sounds just like a student. Noa impatiently begs Rihito to hurry up so they can finally head to the festival together. Rihito arrives at the crowded festival grounds and waits near the entrance. Noa eventually joins him and apologizes for the wait. Noa proudly displays her yukata and explains she had it professionally fitted at a salon. She spins around and asks Rihito for his opinion on her look. Rihito tells Noa that she looks great and specifically compliments the beautiful pattern of her yukata and her unique lace-like obi. Noa notices that Rihito seems to like traditional clothing. She points out that he gave her yukata more compliments than he ever gave her swimsuit, leaving Rihito to respond with a long silence. Rihito explains that people aren't really supposed to stare at swimsuits for very long, which is why he was more reserved before. Noa accepts this answer and begins rummaging through her belongings. Noa presents Rihito with a can of beer as a surprise gift. The two a toast, making Rihito remark that the festival is starting to feel like a traditional tavern. Noa admits she really wanted Rihito to wear a yukata as well, thinking it would suit his lean frame perfectly. Rihito insists that he is fine just as he is. Noa apologizes for being distracted, but then excitedly announces that she found a candy-cutting stand. Rihito follows her over to the booth to see what is going on. Noa asks if the game is like something she saw in a drama, but Rihito explains the actual difficulty of carving fragile shapes with pins on shaky tables. Noa notices how genuinely passionate he seems about the challenge. The two of them take their seats at the stand and prepare to start their attempts at the game. Rihito begins to describe the delicate precision needed for the task, but he is interrupted when Noa immediately snaps her cutout. She is undeterred and demands to try another one right away. Noa tries to dig into the grooves of the candy, ignoring Rihito's warning that her strategy is flawed. The cutout cracks, instantly leaving Noa in a state of mild shock. Noa insists on trying a simpler shape, but it breaks just as quickly as the others. Rihito observes her failure and concludes that she has absolutely no talent for this specific activity. Rihito asks if she wants to give up and move on to something else, but Noa tearfully refuses. She tells him she is determined to enjoy the same hobbies that he likes. Noa enters a gambling-like trance, convinced that she will definitely win her next attempt. Rihito watches her with concern, noting that she has already lost quite a bit of money. Noa asks Rihito if he played this game often when he was younger. He talks about visiting festivals with his father, prompting Noa to ask for more childhood stories, particularly ones involving his sister. Noa suddenly remembers the harsh things Rihito's sister said to her earlier. The memory leaves her looking stunned and wide-eyed. Noa begins to chug her beer with desperate intensity to deal with her stress. Rihito watches her gulp it down and wonders if she is suffering from a traumatic memory. Rihito suggests that Noa should take a break from the pins for a while. Noa is determined to try just one more time, though Rihito points out that it's probably better not to play this game while drinking. Noa is amazed when Rihito successfully completes the hardest challenge and wins 2,000 yen. Rihito admits that the difficulty is exactly what makes the game fun for him. Noa smiles happily as she walks alongside Rihito through the festival grounds. Rihito tells Noa that she shouldn't worry too much about his sister's harsh words. Noa admits that Rini's straightforwardness actually made her realize she seriously needs to change herself. Noa looks up at Rihito and vows to try harder so she can become a friend worthy of him. Rihito stays silent as she asks him what he thinks about her resolve. Rihito honestly tells Noa that he isn't concerned and she doesn't need to take things so seriously. Noa insists that it isn't okay even if he is trying to be kind. Noa feels relieved that Rihito doesn't want to end their friendship and resolves to make their relationship work. She reflects on how her past relationships usually ended before she could fix her flaws, but Rihito feels different. Rihito finds her determination to be quite admirable. Noa blushes and shyly asks Rihito if he would be willing to pet her head again. Rihito stares at her with a look of pure deadpan shock at the request. Noa begs Rihito for a head pat and a hug, but he flatly refuses. She points out that he did it before, but he reminds her that she was the one who initiated it last time. Noa gets annoyed and demands a compliment instead, while Rihito just wants to keep moving. Noa suddenly lunges forward to give Rihito a hug, catching him completely off guard. Rihito tries to pull away from the unexpected contact. Noa tearfully asks if he hates her because he won't let her hug him, but he quickly assures her that isn't the case. Rihito asks Noa if she is drunk and if she got enough sleep today. She admits to only getting 2 hours of rest, confirming to him that her unusual behavior is a combination of exhaustion and alcohol. Noa explains that she spent all morning getting her yukata fitted and was just really looking forward to their outing. Rihito notes to himself that she is acting like a literal toddler despite being 27 years old. Noa gives up on the hug and stumbles away irritably. Rihito warns her that she's being dangerous and suggests she just hold onto his bag to steady herself, which she eventually agrees to do. Noa leans heavily against Rihito while clutching a beer, looking quite tipsy as they walk together. Rihito gazes at her with a concerned and somewhat bewildered expression. While looking slightly dazed, Noa suddenly asks Rihito how she can go about buying a property in Egypt. Noa giggles and clings tightly to Rihito's arm, delighting in the physical contact. Rihito remains silent and continues to look deadpan, seemingly used to her erratic behavior. Noa quickly falls into a deep sleep and starts snoring loudly against Rihito's shoulder. Rihito looks completely drained by the combination of the heat and having to support her weight. Rihito considers calling a taxi, but is horrified to see the price is nearly 8,000 yen. Since his apartment is closer, he decides she can just stay there and begins dragging her away from the festival. Rihito notices another couple doing a piggyback ride and wonders if it would be an easier way to move her. He prepares himself and tries to get Noa onto his back. With a sudden grunt of effort, Rihito manages to hoist the unconscious Noa up, though the strain is immediately apparent on his face. Rihito struggles to move forward while carrying Noa, silently lamenting that office workers aren't built for this kind of physical labor. Rihito finally reaches his apartment and drops Noa onto the floor with a heavy thud, gasping for air as he declares himself completely exhausted. Back at the festival, Rihito becomes self-conscious as he notices bystanders staring at him. He wonders how he is supposed to get her home and finds the whole ordeal exhausting. Rihito stares at his phone, seriously debating if calling a taxi would be easier despite the high cost. The sounds of laughter and joy from other festival goers drift past, as Rihito remains stuck in his own stressful situation with Noa. Rihito looks down at the sleeping Noa and concludes that at 27 years old, she behaves exactly like a toddler when she's drunk. He stays silent as he wonders what to do with her next. Rihito stands over Noa as she lies on his kitchen floor, pleading with her to wake up. Noa only responds with incoherent mumbling. Rihito crouches down and suggests that Noa should take a shower and get some sleep so she doesn't ruin her yukata. He offers to let her borrow some of his clothes, but then wonders if showering while drunk is actually a good idea. Noa suddenly starts pulling her yukata open right there in the middle of the kitchen, announcing her intention to get in the bath. Rihito is completely shocked and shouts at her to stop immediately. Rihito frantically warns Noa that undressing in the living area is practically a crime even if they are in his own apartment. Noa looks up at him with a confused and hurt expression, wondering why he's being so harsh. Rihito manages to push Noa into the bathroom and shut the door. She cheekily asks if he wants to join her, leading him to call her a pervert. A short while later, Rihito stands alone in the kitchen and lets out a long sigh of relief. Noa eventually comes out of the bath wearing one of Rihito's oversized t-shirts. She thanks him for the bath and apologizes for being such a burden while Rihito sits on the couch playing a game and tells her it's really not a big deal. Noa sits on the couch and happily mentions that she feels much more sober now. Rihito gets up to take his own turn in the shower, but Noa stops him because she has an important question she wants to ask. Noa gazes directly at Rihito with a serious expression and asks him who the owner of the women's lotion in the bathroom is. Rihito casually explains that the lotion belongs to his sister Rini, who stays at his place when she attends live shows. He tells Noa she's welcome to use it, which makes Noa feel a bit awkward since she already did. Noa giggles to herself, admitting she was genuinely worried the lotion belonged to a secret girlfriend. Rihito assures her with a blunt expression that he definitely does not have one. Noa puts her hands to her face and smiles brightly at Rihito, looking like she's planning something. Rihito stares back with his usual unamused look, asking what's on her mind now. Noa excitedly suggests they have a heart-to-heart about love, but Rihito immediately rejects the idea as boring. When he says he'd rather just hear her usual mindless chatter, Noa feels incredibly lonely and insulted. Rihito hands Noa a bottle of barley tea, telling her it will help her finish sobering up. She drinks it down while they both sit in a momentarily awkward silence. Noa mentions that she did a lot of thinking while she was in the bath earlier. Rihito asks if those thoughts were about love again, and Noa quickly and firmly denies it. Noa looks at Rihito with intense pleading eyes and tells him she wants him to point out her flaws and bad points more often. Rihito asks Noa if she is still drunk after hearing her request. Noa is shocked and asks why he would think that, insisting that she has grown up quite a bit. Noa claims that reducing the number of messages she sends was a major achievement for her. Rihito agrees it is true, but points out that she still frequently goes over the agreed limit of 40 messages. Noa admits that while she follows professional improvement cycles at work, she cannot handle human relationships at all. She looks at Rihito with hope, saying she believed she could manage to improve herself with his help. Rihito tells Noa that she has a great mindset. Noa gets excited and asks if he really thinks so, noting that after 6 years as a working adult, she still feels like a total beginner when it comes to social connections. Noa bows and asks Rihito to teach her various things as her senior. Rihito looks awkward and tells her not to call him that since he isn't very social himself. Noa calls him a liar, insisting that he is grown up and reliable with more friends than she has. She then asks him if he has ever had a girlfriend before. Rihito bluntly reveals that he has never had a girlfriend. Noa is stunned by the news while Rihito repeats that he isn't interested in discussing love lives. Rihito explains that he has never really liked anyone before and has a small circle of friends, making them similar in that sense. He tells her there is no need for her to treat him as a senior, leaving Noa looking at him thoughtfully. Noa stands up with a determined look and tells Rihito that she still wants him to point out her flaws. She declares that she wants to be friends with him forever. Noa explains that she wants to fix all her bad points. She tells Rihito that having an honest conversation like this makes her feel like they have a real friendship. Noa tells Rihito not to worry if she starts to cry and promises to do her best. She begs him for his help because she desperately doesn't want him to dislike her. Noa leans in close and asks Rihito if he understands. Rihito is visibly flustered by her proximity and suggestive state in his oversized shirt, forcing himself to look away. Noa demands to know why Rihito is avoiding eye contact. Rihito tries to convince himself he is just imagining things, but quickly realizes that he is definitely not. Rihito abruptly announces that he is going to take a bath and tries to leave the room. Noa follows him, frantically asking why he won't say anything and if her flaws are really that terrible. Noa continues to chase after Rihito, begging him to talk to her. She pleads with him to try and be the best and strongest of friends with her. Noa leans in close and shouts Rihito's name, demanding that he listen to her. Her thin, oversized t-shirt reveals far too much, making the situation incredibly awkward for him. Rihito breaks out in a cold sweat and tries to push her away, shouting for her to stop getting so close to him. He is clearly overwhelmed by her physical proximity and the state of her attire. Noa pulls back, looking genuinely hurt and confused by his reaction. She tearfully asks if he finds her presence unpleasant or if he hates her for being so close to him. Rihito struggles to find the right words to explain his discomfort. Noa starts to cry, asking if she truly made him feel that uncomfortable. Rihito quickly tries to reassure her that his reaction wasn't because he dislikes her, but his explanation remains vague. Rihito looks away and finally points toward her chest, admitting that he simply didn't know where he was supposed to look. Noa realizes for the first time how revealing the thin T-shirt actually is. Noa stares down at herself in total shock as she sees exactly what Rihito was talking about. Her face turns bright red with shame as she realizes her lack of modesty. Noa instantly panics and crosses her arms over her chest to hide herself. She begins to sob even harder, completely mortified by the realization that she has been parading around his apartment in such a state. Noa clutches her arms tightly to her body, trembling with embarrassment as she tries to hide from Rihito's gaze. Noa frantically tries to explain that she is usually nude at home and that her special festival undergarments didn't provide any coverage. Rihito sighs and tells her to just hurry up and put something else on. Rihito watches Noa run away and realizes she has been avoiding him all day. While sitting alone with his lunch, Rihito reflects on how peaceful it is to finally have some personal space after spending so much time together. He thinks about her embarrassing display and concludes that her avoidance is perfectly understandable. Takabana approaches Rihito during lunch and asks if he had a fight with Noa. She points out that they usually eat together and are always seen together at their desks lately. Rihito tries to deny it, but she is already getting riled up by the situation. Ririna Takabana is a first-year junior who often misinterprets Rihito's relationship with Noa. She leans in close and insists that something definitely happened between them. Rihito knows he can't possibly tell her the truth about the night before. Takabana suddenly sprints away with a determined look on her face. She screams internally that this is her golden opportunity to have lunch alone with her idolized Noa. Rihito watches her leave with his usual uninterested expression. Noa continues to run away from Rihito in the background, making him realize she still needs his support despite her avoidance. Takabana returns and tearfully begs him to tell her how she can get closer to Noa. She asks why he looks so displeased with her request. Rihito sits with Takabana and explains that getting to know someone better simply takes time. He tells her it's really about the duration of their acquaintance, but he keeps his thoughts about Noa's drinking habits to himself. Takabana begins to cry, pointing out that she is only 1 year younger than Rihito. He reminds her that even a single year can make a significant difference in a relationship. She desperately asks how he managed to bridge the age gap and get so close to Noa so quickly. Rihito casually mentions that he and Noa have known each other since he was a university intern. Takabana is completely blindsided and screams in shock at the revelation that their connection goes back several years. Takabana demands to hear every single detail about their past together. She quickly calculates that Noa would have been 25 and in her 3rd year of work at the time. Rihito is impressed by her rapid mental math, but maintains that their history isn't particularly interesting. Rihito looks exhausted as Takabana continues to scream at him to reveal everything. He finally sighs and agrees to tell her the story of how he first met Noa. The story begins during the summer of Rihito's 3rd year in university. Rihito spent his days at his computer, vaguely considering a career at a game company. He was primarily motivated by the idea that the creative field offered the best employee benefits. He decided to apply for a summer internship on a whim at a company that produced a mobile game he really enjoyed. While riding the bus and preparing for his interview, he spent his time watching development interviews on his phone. During his research, he came across an article featuring Noa. She was already a leader in the 2D art department and in charge of character design at a very young age. Rihito assumed that someone in charge of character design at such a young age must be earning a high salary. He decided the company was a good choice based on his shallow financial goals. Takabana's head pops into his memory to scold him for his way of thinking as he arrives for his interview. On his first day as an intern, a lead designer with glasses assigns Rihito his first task. He is told to work on weapon design and 3D modeling using Photoshop and Maya. Rihito looks overwhelmed as he is given a harsh 5-day deadline to produce several different versions of an existing design. Rihito remembers Toyotake telling him that his drawing skills would translate well to 3D work. In the present, Tachibana scolds him for complaining about a task that led to him meeting Noa. Rihito maintains that it was still an incredibly difficult assignment. Back in the past, Rihito stares at his monitors and realizes he has absolutely no experience with 3D software. Despite his nerves, he resolves to do his absolute best with this unexpected opportunity. By the second day of his internship, Rihito informs Toyotake-san that he has already finished the initial design. Toyotake-san is shocked by his speed and asks if he has any prior experience, which Rihito quickly denies. Toyotake-san reviews the Poison Apple Dark version of the Axe design and praises Rihito's use of motifs. He decides to call in someone from the character design team to give a second opinion, catching Rihito off guard. Toyotake-san introduces Noa-Senpai, the star leader of the 2D art team. Noa arrives wearing a floral dress and greets Rihito with a polite smile. Rihito manages a nervous greeting in return. Toyotake-san shows Noa the axe design for the dark version of a character named Shirayuki. Rihito feels his heart racing as he waits for her professional judgment on his work. Noa praises his color choices but suggests a more drastic change to the silhouette to better convey a dark atmosphere. She explains the importance of clear silhouettes in games while Rihito diligently takes notes on her advice. Noa wishes him luck as she leaves. On the third day, Rihito presents a revised design with a much sharper and more intimidating silhouette. Toyotake-san is impressed with the improvement and tells him it is time to move on to the actual 3D modeling phase. Over the following days, Rihito continues to soak up knowledge from seniors like Toyotake-san and Kanuya-san. He learns the ins and outs of the modeling software and various technical production methods. The final day of the internship arrives, and Rihito presents an unfinished wireframe model. He apologizes to his supervisors, admitting that he got so caught up in learning new information that he failed to complete the actual product on time. Toyotake-san reassures him, calling it impressive that he got so far on his first attempt at 3D work. He tells Rihito that his balanced approach made it easy to provide guidance. Rihito suspects they are just trying to be nice to him. Toyotake-san asks Noa for her final thoughts on Rihito's progress. Noa looks at the screen thoughtfully while Rihito's heart begins to pound with anxiety once again. Noa points out several ways to improve the handle's appearance and suggests adding more elegance to the design to better suit the character's prideful personality. She mentions linking motifs from the costume to the weapon to add a more creative flair. Noa becomes increasingly animated and intense as she continues her detailed critique. Rihito is completely overwhelmed by her sudden burst of professional energy. Noa suddenly snaps out of her trance and apologizes for getting carried away with her passion. Toyotake-san notes that this is typical behavior for her. She tells Rihito not to worry too much about the project while he continues to watch her with a dazed expression. Rihito tells Noa that he is actually learning a great deal and thanks her for her help. Noa looks genuinely surprised and touched by his sincere gratitude. Noa excitedly compliments Rihito's stylish sense of color and his quick grasp of 3D modeling. Toyotake-san notes that Rihito is full of spirit, while Noa expresses how enlightening his feedback was and suggests they collaborate on something again in the future. Noa watches Rihito walk away at the end of the day, thinking to herself that he is a truly amazing person. Rihito reflects on Noa's detailed feedback as he heads home. He thinks it is no wonder she became a team leader given how much she clearly cares about her characters and the overall project. Back in the present, Rihito thinks about the happy smile Noa gave him when she asked to work together again. He wonders if he should have tried internships at other companies instead. Rihito walks through the city lost in his own thoughts about his potential career path. He admits to himself that working at a company with someone as passionate as Noa might actually be quite interesting. Back at the office, Rihito finishes telling his story. Tachibana cries and complains that it is completely unfair, wishing she could travel back in time to join that same internship. Rihito tells her she has plenty of chances to get closer to Noa now. Rihito announces that he is going to brush his teeth, ignoring Tachibana's frantic pleas to hear even more stories. He walks into the hallway and lets out a sigh of relief to finally be alone. Rihito stops in his tracks when he notices Noa peeking around a corner and staring at him with a dark, intense expression. Noa quickly hides when she is spotted. Rihito thinks about how different she is now compared to back, then though he concludes her current behavior is much more like the Noa-Senpai he has come to know. Rihito casually brings up the subject of the T-shirt he lent Noa the other day. Noa reacts with extreme shock and blushes furiously, clearly mortified by the memory of the incident. Noa panics and flails her arms wildly, completely overwhelmed by the mention of the T-shirt. Rihito watches her with a look of pure confusion, unable to understand her sudden outburst. Noa sprints away from Rihito at top speed, shouting that she will return his shirt the following week. Rihito remains where he is and checks his phone, met with a wall of silence from his coworker. Rihito realizes that Noa is intentionally keeping her distance from him at the office. He concludes that being seen in such a defenseless state must have been a major shock for her, and decides that the best course of action is to simply wait for her to calm down. Despite avoiding him in person, Noa continues to bombard Rihito with messages on the Rhine app. She sends him a link to a music video and encourages him to check it out with several heart emojis. Tachibana notices Rihito is alone and asks him if he and Noa have finally had a falling out. Rihito looks at her with a deadpan expression and tells her she is being far too persistent about his social life. From behind a nearby wall, Noa watches Rihito and Tachibana talk with wide, tear-filled eyes. She looks absolutely terrified and heartbroken to see him interacting with another woman while she is hiding away. Later, Noa meets with her online friend Nejiman at a bar and tearfully complains about Rihito getting along so well with a junior coworker. Nejiman remains calm and asks her if that isn't actually a good thing for him. Nejiman suggests that Rihito and his junior might just be friends, noting that not every male-female relationship is romantic. Noa is dejected by the idea that Rihito might be moving on from their friendship. Noa continues to sob as she explains her suspicions, mentioning that Rihito and the other girl often look at suggestive images together while she isn't around. She remains convinced that something inappropriate is going on at the office. Nejiman offers to ask Rihito about the situation directly, but Noa quickly shuts down the idea. She explains that she is currently trying to keep her distance from him, which leaves Nejiman looking completely baffled. Noa begins to tremble and blush intensely as she thinks about the specific reason for her avoidance. When she finally reveals that Rihito saw her nipples, Nejiman lets out a scream of total shock. Nejiman's initial protective instinct is to go beat Rihito up, but she quickly changes her tune when she hears the full story. She tells Noa that it is entirely her own fault for forgetting to wear a bra and then getting so close to him. Nejiman looks at Noa's phone and points out that sending 40 messages a day isn't exactly what people mean by keeping their distance. Noa looks down guiltily at the long string of texts she has already sent to Rihito. Noa is distressed because Rihito actually noticed her behavior and asked why she was avoiding him. Nejiman finds her friend's erratic logic to be incredibly annoying. Noa recalls another embarrassing incident where she tripped and Rihito ended up on top of her. Nejiman wonders if her friend's life has turned into a romantic comedy, while Noa notes that Rihito was much more aggressive during their past encounters. Noa cries into her food, convinced that everyone hates a weird crybaby like her. She worries that Rihito doesn't care about her anymore and is using her absence as a chance to get closer to Tachibana. Nejiman watches her friend's meltdown in silence. Nejiman gives Noa a blunt reality check, telling her she's being selfish for ignoring how awkward the situation was for Rihito too. She adds that it's wrong to let bad assumptions dictate her view of someone, especially since talking to women is a normal part of work. Nejiman reminds Noa that it is impossible to know how someone really feels without asking them directly. Noa looks dejected and admits that her friend has a valid point. Noa shows Nejiman a photo of Tachibana on her phone and insists that anyone would fall in love with someone so cute. Fed up, Nejiman offers to ask Rihito about his feelings herself, causing Noa to panic and promise to do it herself. Noa immediately calls Rihito from the bar, catching him while he is relaxing at home. He asks if she is crying again, while Nejiman scolds her for making such a sudden and impulsive call. Noa gets right to the point and asks Rihito if he has romantic feelings for Tachibana. Rihito is completely blindsided by the question and shouts his shock into the phone. Rihito firmly denies the accusation and asks why she would suddenly bring that up. Noa stammers that the two of them seemed close recently, while Nejiman listens to the one-sided denial. Noa is stunned when Rihito claims that he and Tachibana don't actually get along at all. She shouts in disbelief as her main theory falls apart. Rihito tells Noa to stop making weird assumptions and reveals that Tachibana is actually the one who likes her. Noa is left in a state of total confusion and apologizes repeatedly before Rihito prepares to hang up. Rihito asks if she is finally feeling okay after keeping her distance for so long. Noa blushes and agrees to hang out with him again starting the very next day. Noa thanks Rihito as they finish their conversation. Nejiman watches her friend with a silent and somewhat skeptical expression. Nejiman lets out a sigh of relief as they go back to their meal. She bluntly tells Noa that she seems a bit possessive, which makes Noa look extremely uncomfortable. Noa explains that she is trying to change and reveals her big effort was reducing her daily messages to Rihito to exactly 40. Nejiman is genuinely shocked by the number, thinking that even the reduced amount is still way too much for a normal friendship. Noa admits that she wants to keep fixing all her bad traits. She explains that she is determined to improve herself because she wants to remain friends with Rihito forever. Noa confesses that she actually wants to be even closer and spend all her time with him despite knowing he prefers to be alone. Nejiman looks at her with a surprised expression as she realizes the depth of Noa's attachment. Nejiman looks directly at Noa and asks her point blank if she likes Rihito. Noa immediately and cheerfully confirms that she does like him, but Nejiman clarifies that she is asking about romantic feelings. The realization hits Noa like a physical blow, leaving her looking completely stunned and panicked as she repeats the word romantically. Noa frantically waves her hands and shouts that they are strictly just friends. She demands to know why Nejiman would even suggest such a thing while her friend looks on with an unamused expression. Nejiman explains that Noa has never acted this way, before noting her intense jealousy over Rihito's other female co-workers and her desperate attempts to change herself. Noa looks away guiltily and claims she only wants to be better friends with him. Nejiman points out that their conversations used to be about their favorite characters, but lately everything revolves entirely around Rihito. Noa falls into a deep silence as she admits that her friend is right. Nejiman smiles smugly and asks if Rihito is truly no different from any other friend, leaving Noa looking even more conflicted. Noa becomes completely paralyzed and unresponsive as she dwells on her own feelings. Nejiman grows concerned and asks if she is all right since she has gone totally stiff. Nejiman apologizes for her curiosity and repeats her earlier point that some male-female relationships are purely platonic. Noa stays quiet and maintains that she and Rihito are just friends. The two women continue their meal in a momentarily awkward silence, with Nejiman watching Noa from the corner of her eye. Noa blushes intensely and looks directly forward, once again declaring to herself and her friend that they really are just friends. Nejiman laughs at her friend's stubbornness, which only makes Noa more annoyed. Meanwhile, back at his own place, Rihito is still reeling from the shock of Noa's earlier phone call and the absurd idea that he might like his junior. Ririna Takabana is a new UI designer who finds herself easily exhausted by her demanding job. She concludes that the best way to wash away her fatigue is to get plenty of sleep and hope for a sweet dream. In her dream, Ririna finds herself at the beach with Noa. Both of them are wearing bikinis, and Noa compliments her, saying her swimsuit is very cute and fits her perfectly. Ririna becomes incredibly flustered and panics internally at the idea of being alone with her idol. Noa smiles and encourages her to have as much fun as possible today. The two of them relax together on a large inflatable raft drifting in the ocean. Ririna feels truly happy and notes that all her accumulated fatigue from work has completely vanished. Noa lies back and tells Ririna that she is glad they could come to the beach together. Ririna is overwhelmed with emotion and screams internally that she loves her senior coworker. Noa decides to head into the water for a quick swim. A moment later, she surfaces and calls out to Ririna with a worried and embarrassed expression. Noa covers her bare chest with her arms and reveals that her swimsuit top was swept away by the current. Ririna stares in absolute shock, her mind racing with panic. Ririna frantically apologizes for not bringing a spare top and worries about the potential dangers of Noa being exposed. She flails her arms in distress while Noa thinks of a solution. Noa climbs onto the raft and pulls Ririna into a tight embrace from behind to hide herself. Ririna is paralyzed with excitement, feeling Noa's breath and body pressed against her back. Noa whispers that Ririna's heart is beating incredibly fast. Ririna is completely overcome by the intimacy of the moment, her face flushed as she experiences a surge of romantic feelings. Ririna suddenly snaps awake in her bed, her eyes wide with shock as the dream ends abruptly. Ririna hides under her covers, blushing and giggling to herself about the ridiculous dream she just had. She realizes that despite the embarrassment, she no longer feels tired at all. Back at Rihito's apartment, during breakfast, Noa worries about how she will get home since she has nothing to wear but her festival kimono. Rihito casually offers to lend her some of his own clothes. Noa holds up a pair of Rihito's pants and giggles at how long they are compared to her. She begins pulling them on, noting the significant size difference between them. The pants get stuck around her thighs and Noa continues to struggle as she tries to yank them up. Rihito watches the display with a shocked and skeptical expression. Noa starts to cry and asks if she can just borrow his pajama pants instead. Rihito is confused by her emotional outburst and asks why the situation has reduced her to tears. Rihito holds a shirt and thinks about how the clothes Noa borrows always return smelling wonderful. He realizes it is simply because she uses fabric softener. In a bonus scene, Rini complains to her mother that Noa is the worst crybaby she has ever met. Her mother suggests it might be because Rini bullied her too much, but Rini firmly denies it. Rini continues her rant, claiming that everything about Noa is annoying. She recalls Noa's bouncy and overly emotional behavior with a look of deep irritation. Noa shows off a frilly outfit she wore to try and fit in with her younger fans. Rihito finds it absurd that she is so desperate to blend in with people who are 10 years younger than her. Rihito looks at a string of messages from Noa on his phone. She asks him point blank if he has romantic feelings for Takabana. While walking away from the office, Rihito thinks about how impossible it would be for him to like Takabana. He finds the entire misunderstanding to be completely unfair and ridiculous. Rihito spots Noa and decides he needs to clear up the misunderstanding immediately. He wants to resolve the weird tension before it gets any worse. Noa greets Rihito the next morning with an exaggerated career woman attitude. She smiles brightly and tells him to make sure he does his best at work this week. Noa hands Rihito a bag containing his clean t-shirt and some coffee as a thank you gift. Rihito tells her that the work she did today looked like it turned out well. Noa waves goodbye to Rihito, telling him that she will see him back at the office later. Rihito stands frozen with his gift bag, looking completely blindsided and wondering what just happened to cause such a sudden shift in her mood. Back at work, Rihito watches Noa posing energetically with her laptop and thinks her new career woman persona is incredibly strange. He finds himself distracted and wondering if something specific happened to her. Rihito decides to invite Noa out to eat so he can finally ask her about the Takabana situation. Noa is delighted by the rare invitation and happily drinks her beer while waiting to hear what is on his mind. Rihito gets straight to the point and asks Noa why on earth she thought he had romantic feelings for Takabana. Noa responds with a wide, silent smile, seemingly trying to hide her internal panic. Noa continues to smile blankly at Rihito, letting out a soft sound of confusion as she realizes she doesn't have a good explanation. Noa starts sweating and stammers that she only made the assumption because they seem to talk and get along so well. Rihito finds her reasoning to be far too simple and remains unimpressed. Rihito points out that if talking a lot means people are dating, then the two of them should be a couple as well. Noa is completely stunned by his logic, her face turning red with embarrassment. Noa offers a sincere apology, admitting she was being rude and jumped to a completely wrong conclusion. Rihito confesses that he was actually a bit annoyed that she thought he was pursuing a new employee. Noa feels bad and agrees that Rihito isn't the type of person to do something like that. Rihito admits that the situation did make him think about things a bit more, piquing Noa's curiosity. Rihito asks Noa if she was actually just obsessing over whether or not he had a girlfriend. Noa blushes furiously and remains silent, unable to deny his observation. Noa tries to play it off by claiming she was just curious about a friend's romantic life. Rihito tells her it doesn't really matter either way, which leaves Noa looking flustered and conflicted. Noa breaks down in tears and starts yelling that it definitely does matter to her. She screams that she wants to know every single detail about him, while Rihito realizes she has reverted back to her usual demanding self. Noa continues her emotional outburst, demanding to know his preferences, his thoughts, and his entire history. She insists that since they are friends, he should be willing to everything about himself with her. Rihito looks at Noa with a deadpan expression and points out that wanting to know absolutely everything about a person is usually the behavior of lovers. Noa freezes in complete shock, her eyes wide as the weight of Rihito's words sinks in. Noa starts to stammer and blush, wondering if close friends shouldn't know everything too. Rihito remains calm, taking a drink and telling her that it depends on the person, but he thinks it's normal to have things you don't know about a friend. Noa suddenly breaks out into loud, tearful protests, asking why Rihito is pushing her away when she likes him so much. Realizing what she just blurted out, Noa frantically waves her hands and tells him to forget everything she just said. Rihito is caught off guard by her sudden panic. Noa hides her face in her hands, lamenting how lonely she is, and mentioning that Rihito knows about her love life and has even seen her nipples. Rihito tells her that's because she talks too much, and reminds her to lower her voice in public. Noa's face turns beet red and she screams that she's so embarrassed she wants to die. Rihito observes that she has effectively blown up from the sheer shame. Noa pleads with Rihito to tell her at least one of his own embarrassing stories to even the score, but he gives her a firm refusal. Noa continues to cry about her own word choices and the fact that he saw her private parts during a call. Rihito looks at her and thinks that she really is a bit pitiful in her current state. Rihito stares into space for a long moment, sweating as he reconsidered his stance on sharing a secret. Rihito finally gives in and tells her that he doesn't usually this, but he has one story from when he was in kindergarten involving a girl named Rini. Noa listens intently, her eyes clearing up. Rihito describes a memory from his childhood where he told Rini-chan he loved her and gave her a huge hug. Noa is immediately moved by the story, screaming that it is incredibly adorable. Rihito just looks down at his drink, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Noa insists the story isn't embarrassing at all and calls it adorable, saying it's fine since he was just a kid. Rihito tells her that's exactly why he's not the type to say those things now. Rihito admits that it's still kind of embarrassing for him. Noa leans in with sparkling eyes, asking him what happened next. Noa blushes as she tells Rihito that he is always so cold. She admits that she just wanted him to tell her that he loves her, just like in his story from kindergarten. Noa's mind flashes back to a recent conversation where her friend Nejiman asked her directly if she actually has romantic feelings for Rihito. Noa panics and frantically tells Rihito to forget everything she just said. Rihito notes that she has been acting incredibly strange for some time now. Noa desperately tries to change the subject by suggesting they discuss their future careers. Rihito continues to question her odd behavior, making Noa blush even harder as she hides her face. Noa lets out a loud scream, declaring that whatever is bothering her is an absolute secret. Noa continues to shout about her secret while clutching her head. Rihito watches her with a neutral expression while Takabana observes them from the background, looking confused. Noa tearfully tells Rihito that she really just wants to get along with him, but her true feelings are a secret even from her own friends. Rihito remains completely baffled by her contradictory and emotional outburst. Noa's mood instantly brightens when the matcha parfait is served. Rihito thinks about how her simple-minded nature never changes, though he admits there are times when he doesn't understand her at all. Rihito and Noa visit the Tauro game show together. Noa wears an outfit with fishnet details and checks a floor map while Rihito walks beside her eating a snack. Back at the office, Noa approaches Rihito at a vending machine and asks if he is interested in attending the Tauro game show business day. Rihito asks her if she plans to go herself. Noa explains that she is too busy with work during the week and can only make it on the weekend. She gazes at him hopefully and asks if he would like to go with her. Rihito checks his phone and asks if Saturday would work for her. Noa looks disappointed and hesitant, telling him she could just go by herself, though she clearly wants his company. Noa beams with excitement, and Rihito realizes just how much she really wanted to come along. They finally arrive at the massive, crowded venue of the Tauro game show. Noa is amazed by the sheer number of game companies present, while Rihito notes the lively atmosphere of this year's event. The show floor is packed with flashy booths, cosplayers, and excited fans at the game demo stations. Noa is eager to play a bunch of new titles, but Rihito worries that their different interests will eventually lead them to separate. Noa gets upset and calls him cruel for suggesting they split up, so Rihito agrees to look at everything together. Noa happily mentions this is her first time attending with a friend, and Rihito recalls a previous visit with a former classmate. Noa gazes at Rihito with a bright smile and tells him that she is truly happy to be there with him. Nejiman's voice suddenly echoes in Noa's mind, asking her if she actually likes him, which sends her into a state of panic. Noa frantically tries to convince herself that their outing is just a part of work, while Rihito thinks about how strange she has been acting lately. They try out several different games, and Noa becomes obsessed with a cool male protagonist in a fighting game. Rihito concludes that Noa purely selects games based on whether or not she finds the characters attractive. Rihito points out a specific game booth and casually mentions that he has a friend who works there. Rihito continues to point out several other booths, explaining that he knows quite a few people working as modelers and illustrators in the industry. Noa is completely stunned to learn that Rihito actually has a wide circle of friends in the gaming world. Noa gets upset, claiming Rihito was lying about having only a few friends since he just mentioned 4 people. Rihito replies that 4 people isn't even that many and apologizes for the misunderstanding. Rihito clarifies that although he calls them friends, he hasn't met up with any of them since he started working. He explains that he only occasionally plays games with them online and hasn't seen them in person for a long time. Noa blushes intensely and asks if that means she is the one he gets along with the most. Rihito is caught off guard by her sudden question. Noa points out that they hang out every day, but Rihito bluntly states that he gets along with her just as much as he gets along with his other friends. Noa starts to tear up, realizing that all the kind words and outings weren't exclusive to her. She feels devastated that she isn't special to him compared to everyone else. Noa begins to wail, declaring herself just a background friend to Rihito. Rihito tries to offer a strange comfort, asking if being a background friend means she isn't actually a background character in his life. Noa cries into her hands, admitting she wants to be Rihito's special friend forever. When the internal voice of her friend asks again if she likes him, she screams in frantic denial, leaving Rihito totally confused. Rihito looks at her calmly and asks if her long-winded explanation simply means that she wants to be close friends with him. Noa admits that she has never had close friends before and doesn't understand the concept well. Rihito reveals that he doesn't really have any close friends either, which completely shocks her. Rihito explains his detached social nature, stating that he doesn't get close to anyone and has never belonged to a specific group. He admits that it doesn't bother him if he drifts away from his friends because he isn't the type to reach out first. Noa is horrified by his lack of attachment and asks if he would be okay with her just disappearing if she stopped contacting him. Rihito casually confirms that he would indeed be fine with it. Noa clings to Rihito's shirt and wails, begging him not to say such things without any hesitation and pleading with him not to go anywhere. Rihito tells her to stop crying on people in public. Noa remembers a fortune teller's warning and frantically promises to fix her personality so he won't leave her. Rihito remains silent, watching her emotional meltdown with a blank expression. Rihito looks down at Noa and quietly confesses that the only person he has this much fun with is actually her. Noa looks up at Rihito with wide, tear-filled eyes, completely stunned by his sincere and unexpected compliment. Rihito explains that he usually accepts her invitations because the places she chooses mostly align with his own interests. Noa looks at him with a hopeful expression, asking if that is really true. Noa declares that she plans to invite him out even more often because she simply wants to spend time with him. When Rihito casually agrees, she quickly clarifies that she means strictly as friends, leaving him wondering why she keeps emphasizing that point. Rihito points out that she has been inviting him out nearly every day since summer vacation and admits he sometimes just wants time alone. Noa grabs his arm and refuses to let him wander off, fearing that he might disappear if left to himself. Noa clings tightly to Rihito's arm and shouts that they will definitely end up separated if he tries to go off on his own. Noa looks at Rihito with a serious expression and explains that she needs to be able to grab onto him to ensure he doesn't go anywhere. Rihito breaks into a slight sweat, feeling overwhelmed by her intensity. Noa confesses that she wants to be with him so much that she would even be fine if they lived together, despite knowing he values his alone time. Rihito flatly asks her to stop trying to convince him to move in with her. Noa asks if this kind of behavior isn't normal for close friends, but Rihito firmly tells her that it is definitely not. He tries to end the awkward conversation by suggesting they head to the From Software booth, which only makes Noa more annoyed that he is trying to brush her off.